Log entry number 726. This is the story of a journey among the stars. An intergalactic adventure so astounding that even now, as the great drama draws to its close, I find it difficult to believe it actually happened. But the evidence is there. What we have all been through was no bad dream, nor the figment of some crazy imagination. Even now we cannot survive, except by the intervention of a miracle. We could still be pursued, attacked, and totally destroyed. And even if we escape our pursuers, we haven't enough air or food to last the long journey home. When at last we do come within the influence of the gravitational field of the Earth, our vessel will automatically go into orbit round it. At some time, the ship must be sighted, boarded, and salvaged, but none of us will be alive. The craft that is now our home will by then be our flying tomb. So, for the record, I intend to set down a full account of the amazing things that have befallen us. It all began many Earth years ago, during the summer, the northern summer of 2010. Or maybe that is still in the future. I cannot be sure. Even time seems to have slipped out of joint.
0, -30, 29, 28, 27... 26.
Anyhow, forward or backward, during the summer of the year 2010 AD, we, that is, Space Commodore Saxon Berry, Astronautical Engineer Lodric Sancier, Second Communications Officer Lemuel Chipper Barnett, and I, Professor Magnus, were setting off on what we thought was a regular, routine flight to the moon.
3, 2, 1. We have takeoff.
We present Space Force, an intergalactic encounter starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 1, The Voice from Nowhere.
Escape velocity. Lunar trajectory established. You're on your own. Have a good trip.
Thank you, Control. We'll call you later. Okay, we'll begin flight checks. Lodric, you go below and check motors.
Right. I'll get some food. I'm virtually a passenger on this trip, so I might as well earn my keep.
Oh, good. So,
Tend to the navigation readout chip.
Doing it.
Excuse me, Magnus.
Yes, Lodric.
Just give me a hand with this helmet. I can't lock it.
Ah, how long have you had this?
Ever since I came on the moon run.
It's well nigh worn out.
Like everything else on this old tub. Perhaps I should indent for a new one.
No need. Space Force will be supplying you with a completely new rig out. There. How's that?
Fine. Communication all right?
Loud and clear. I'll open the lock for you.
Thank you. Won't be long.
don't get lost down there.
Trouble with Lodric is he's space-struck.
What's that?
Wow, crazy on stars, astronomy and all that. Spends hours in the observation dome gazing at the sky.
I can hear you.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
I would have thought stargazing a perfectly normal pastime for an astronaut.
Well, depends, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Chipper, how about that readout?
Just doing it, Saxon.
I'll cover the radiation check. Meanwhile, you transmit the first flight report for Control.
Right. Hello, Control. Freighter 9 calling Earth Control.
Hello, Freighter 9, receiving you loud and clear.
Here's the first navigation readout for flight number 024, April 9th, 2010. 0 hours, 5 minutes Universal Time. We are spaceborne. Speed 30,000.72. Estimated time of arrival 3 days, 19 hours and 42 minutes.
Flight information received. Your landing point will be given in due course.
Transmission navigation report completed.
Good. Magnus has prepared some refreshment. Let's relax.
It's easier said than done. I'm too worked up.
What will it be like, this Space Force?
The new ship. Have you seen it?
Oh, it's large. Very large. The crew's quarters are very spacious. Well, comparatively.
Better than this old crock, I bet.
Oh, infinitely.
Freight ships were never built for comfort.
You can say that again. A couple of trips on this run soon knocked all romantic notions of space travel out of me.
Not much romance in dumping atomic waste on the moon.
Sometimes I feel I know more than a universal flying dustman. And flying dustbin just about describes this old crate.
Our Space Force will be different. Latest and best equipment. Most powerful motors ever designed. Enough punch to send us to the end of the solar system and back.
We should live that long.
Well, it'll be exciting work. Exploration of new moons and planets.
Is this a deep probe?
Yes.
How far?
Well, we'll know when we're briefed, after we've touched down on Moonbase.
Why all the secrecy?
I didn't plan the trip. I've merely been appointed to command it.
What are we letting ourselves in for?
It must be better than dumping rubbish on the moon.
Hello, Lunar Freighter 9. Flight number 024, Earth Control calling.
Hello?
Chipper, you wanted.
So here. Hello, Earth Control. Freighter 9, Flight 024, receiving you, over.
Flight 024, Earth Control calling. Will you answer, please?
What do you think I'm doing? You gone deaf or something? I repeat. Freighter 9, Flight 024. What can we do for you?
Freighter 9, Flight 024. Come in, please.
They're not hearing me.
They must be.
Flight 024. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello, Control. We're receiving you loud and clear.
Flight 024.
Something's wrong with their receiver.
Or our transmitter.
But we spoke to Control right after takeoff.
Hello, Freighter 9.
Try Lunar Control.
Hello, Luna. Freighter 9, Flight 024, calling Lunar Control. Need your assistance. Come in, please.
If we establish contact...
Hello, Earth Control. Lunar calling.
Now, Luna thinks we're Earth.
Listen.
Lunar. We have lost contact with Freighter 9. Can you help?
Hello, Luna. Hello, Earth. This is Freighter 9.
We monitored your contact with Freighter 9 immediately after takeoff. Reception was good then.
It's not their receivers. Must be our transmitter.
Listening watch, Lunar. We'll do the same and call you in a few minutes.
Chipper, you ground tested this equipment before takeoff.
Of course I did.
And what do you think could be wrong?
Dunno. We're pumping out bags of power. It's as if we've no antenna. Oh, that's it. A fault with the antenna.
What?
Probably hasn't emerged. Got stuck. It's happened before.
Then how did you raise control after takeoff?
Well, we were so near to Earth, they'd have picked us up if we'd been transmitting on a length of string.
Can you check the aerial now, from in here?
Well, according to the ammeter, the aerial's working.
Lodrick.
Yes?
Go to the forward televiewer. See if the antenna's in place.
No good.
Why not?
Televiewer's vision is blocked by the curve of the ship. Antenna can't be seen from inside.
Not even from the observation dome?
No.
Then somebody will have to go out and inspect it. No contact with control means no automatic navigation, no progress reports, no assisted landing procedure, nothing. We'd have to manhandle the ship.
Somebody must go outside then.
Put your suit on.
Yes. Me?
You're electronics and communications officer.
Yes.
I'll go.
No, Lodrick, this is Chipper's job.
But I've never been outside. Not out there, in space.
All astronauts are trained for it.
Yes, but how many of them ever have to do it? Except in an emergency.
This is an emergency. If there's something wrong with the antenna, it's got to be fixed.
I suppose so.
I'll help you with your suit.
Oh, thanks, Lodrick. That's very generous.
Remember, Chipper, it's perfectly safe. Just make sure your safety line is secure.
Thanks for the encouragement.
Now, if the antenna needs repair and you want help, Lodrick or I will join you, but don't call us out unless it's essential.
Oh, great.
Now, lock your helmet.
How's communication?
Loud and clear.
All right. Open the airlock.
Good luck, Chipper. Take it slowly now.
You sure you wouldn't like me to go with him, Saxon?
If he needs you, he'll ask.
Yes, sir.
How is it, Chipper?
Okay. You can start pumping the air out. Spacesuit inflating.
That's it? Everything okay?
Yes. Have safety line. Torch. You can open the cage and let me out.
Don't move a step until your line is secured.
Doing it. Done.
Away you go, then. Lodrick, stand by the forward televiewer. See if you can follow his progress.
Right.
What a sight.
What is?
The Earth. All silver and blue and so big.
Surely you've seen that before.
Never so close and not natural like this.
Can you see the antenna?
Not yet. I need to move forward.
Gently does it. Don't push too hard. You'll go drifting off.
Yeah, don't scare me. Ah, there it is.
Well?
Sticking out in front like the snout of a swordfish, just as it should be.
Chipper now in view. Moving forward.
Can you get close?
Yes.
Then take a good look at it.
Right.
Can you still see him, Roderick?
Just disappearing around the ship's nose.
Hello, Saxon.
Yes, Chip.
Everything appears to be in order. No reason why it shouldn't work.
Can you carry out any kind of test?
Well, not really, but you can.
What can we do?
Wait till I've moved back a couple of feet. Now, switch on the transmitter.
How's that?
What does the aerial ammeter read?
9.
No reason why it shouldn't be working.
Hello, Earth. Lunar Freighter 9 calling.
Hello. Hello, Saxon?
Yes, I can hear you.
What did you say?
I said, yes, I can hear you.
No, before that. Epsilon or something.
Epsilon?
Yes.
I said nothing about Epsilon.
There it is again.
I don't hear anything. Do you, Magnus?
No.
Roderick?
No.
None of us hear anything.
But you must. And music.
Music?
Well, a sort of music. Oh, blimey.
What is it?
Oh, I don't like this.
Kipper!
I'm coming back in. Oh, help.
Chipper, can you hear me?
Hello, Lunar Freighter 9.
It's Earth Control at last.
They've heard us.
You left the transmitter on.
Hello, Earth Control. Freighter 9, Flight 024. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Where have you been?
Having a little trouble right now.
What kind of trouble?
That's what we're trying to find out.
Electrical or mechanical?
Listen, we'll call you back. Chipper!
Roger.
Chipper!
I think he must have passed out.
I'll have to go and fetch him back.
Be careful.
Prepare the airlock while I get my suit on.
Flight report received. Your landing point will be Area 17 in the Morrow Serenatus near the crater Bethel. Lunar latitude 22.75 degrees north and lunar longitude 18.32 degrees east. Hope Communication Officer Barnett has come to no serious harm.
Well, he's still unconscious.
We'll give you a routine call in 2 hours.
Roger. Transmission to Earth Control completed.
Thanks, Roderick.
Oh, he's coming round. Hand me that drink. Thanks.
Where am I?
Don't worry. You're perfectly safe inside the ship.
I thought I was outside. I was out there inspecting the antenna.
That's right. Now, take a sip of this.
And then that weird music and that voice.
Yeah, we heard no voice, nor music.
Well, I did. And pretty horrible it was, too. It seemed to be right inside my head, frightened the life out of me.
Take it easy.
And it kept saying Epsilon, solar, that's it. Epsilon solar. What's Epsilon?
It's the 5th letter of the ancient Greek alphabet.
So what would Epsilon solar mean?
Very little. It makes no sense.
Then why should somebody keep repeating
Now
it?
listen, Chipper. You've had a bad experience.
I know that.
We believe you received an electric shock from the antenna when you asked me to switch on the transmitter.
But I moved away, especially to avoid that.
Seems you didn't move far enough.
Your mind was playing you tricks. While you were in a state of semi-consciousness, you interpreted our voices coming over the intercom as something else.
Now, do you remember drifting off to the end of your safety line?
No.
Saxon had to hold you in. You've been out cold until a few moments ago.
None of you heard anything?
No.
No music?
No.
Or voices?
No.
And I suppose you all think I imagined it.
Seems like it.
Now, why don't you lie still and let that drink take effect? In an hour or two, you'll feel fine.
Lunar Freighter 9, Flight 024, calling Lunar Control.
Hello, Flight 024. You're loud and clear.
Routine report number 27, flight number 024. Time since takeoff 2 days, 13 hours, 54 minutes UT. All well here.
The normal landing procedure will be in 10 hours, 50 minutes from now.
Retrograde motors will be fired and landing speed controlled by us. Am I understood?
Normal landing procedure beginning in 10 hours, 15 minutes from now. Landing point 17 near Crater Bessel.
Correct.
We'll carry out final inspection of ship and cargo and call again 2 hours before landing time.
Roger. And good luck.
Flight report transmission completed.
Good. 10 hours to landing procedure. Plenty of time to carry out routine inspections.
I'd like to come with you, if I won't be in the way.
Nothing much to see, Magnus, but you're welcome. Just put your helmet on.
Oh, thanks.
And you two can take it easy for a bit.
I'd like to go into the observation dome for a while.
Certainly. Enjoy your stargazing. Come on, Magnus. Let's get below.
You staying here then, Chipper?
While you're stargazing, I shall indulge in a little TV gazing. I brought 3 new videos this trip, and this is the first chance I've had to see even one of them.
Not old Western films.
You like stars, I like old westerns. Didn't you bring anything this time?
Yes, I did. Here.
What's that?
It's a Casagranian. Very rare. 18th century.
It's like a telescope Nelson held to his blind eye. What could you do with a thing like that?
It was used for some serious work in its day. But not at sea. No, it's the wrong kind of instrument for that. This is an astronomical instrument.
Wouldn't show much, would it? Telescope that size.
Well, I admit it's only a 3-inch mirror. Well, not a mirror, really. It's highly polished metal. But it worked very well when I tried it down on Earth.
Where'd you get it?
I picked it up at an auction. I expected to perform even better up here, outside the Earth's atmosphere.
How many of these things you've got now?
17. All ages and sizes. But mostly 19th century. This is the oldest.
You're dying to try it out. Is there room for it in the observation dome?
Just.
We'll have a good time.
You too. See you later. Enjoy your westerns.
Not off. I'll have that then. A Magnificent 7. That'll do for a start. Westerns beat space fiction any day. Hello? What's that? Oh no, it's here again. What? Saxon! Magnus! Help!
Good grief, what a mess.
Looks bad.
Get your helmet off, quick.
Lovery, when you've got your helmet off, get the first aid box.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chipper, come on, wake up.
The TV, it's completely wrecked. Bits floating all over the place.
Here you are.
Thanks, Lodrick. Now call up Lunar and Earth controls, make sure we're still in contact.
Right.
Oh, he's coming round.
Oh, Magnus, where'd you come from? What you doing?
Wiping the blood away.
Blood?
You've a nasty cut above the left eye.
What happened, Chipper?
The TV blew up in my face.
I can see that, but how? What caused it?
I can't say. I just put the video cassette on, expecting a normal western with a few gunfights.
Well, it looks as though you had them.
But instead I got this weird noise. The same sound I heard outside. A terrible penetrating sound and someone, a woman, screaming about epsilon, atoms and DNA.
Are you sure you put the right cassette on?
Yes, look for yourself.
Was the woman in the picture?
I don't know. The picture broke up, all lines and zigzags, but the music and her voice were there. It was overwhelming. Then the screen shattered. Next thing I remember is looking up at you.
Here, drink this.
Magnus, come over to the navigation table, will you?
Chipper, you stay where you are. Don't move.
Well, it's certainly not his imagination this time.
Bits of the TV floating all around the cabin is real enough.
First the antenna doesn't function, then the video machine blows itself up, and both times Chipper, who happens to be close to both, is completely knocked out.
But first he hears strange music and stranger voices, or so he said.
What was he said he heard? Epsilon solar. The height of human beings.
Atomic numbers for hydrogen and carbon. And the skinny triangle.
Among other things.
Well, somewhere I've come across that same old bliss before.
Oh? When?
Oh, years ago. When I was a student.
University?
No, after that. At the School of Astronautic Science. I took a special course in extraterrestrial physics.
Well, how does that have any bearing on Chipper's own western wrecking the TV?
Give me a little time, I might answer that. Could I call Earth Control and ask them to put me in touch with the school?
Of course. Meanwhile, Lodrick and I will start tidying the place up. It looks as though all hell's broken loose in here.
If my hunch is right, it probably has.
What?
Do you have a headpiece I can use? I wouldn't like Chipper to hear what I'm saying.
Oh. Yes, just plug your intercom into the receiver. It'll automatically cut out the loudspeaker.
Ah, thanks.
Well, did you get what you wanted?
Is Chipper awake?
Fully.
I'll need to talk to him.
Go ahead.
How are you feeling, Chipper?
Oh, all right.
Could you answer a few questions?
Okay.
That voice, that woman's voice you heard on the videotape, what did it say exactly?
Oh, I can't remember exactly, but it was something about Epsilon Solar. Thank you for your message. The atomic numbers of various chemicals, the height of man, population of the Earth, and the skinny triangle, whatever that is. She finished up with, hear this. But as the TV blew up at that point, I didn't hear anything.
Now think. Think carefully. Have you ever been told or read about Arecibo?
How are you?
No, not who. It. Arecibo's a telescope.
Oh, Lodrick's the one that knows about telescopes, don't you, Lodrick?
I collect old brass optical telescopes.
No. This is a radio telescope, actually.
Oh.
Chipper, you've never knowingly heard or read about the Arecibo? Or perhaps seen a picture of it sometime?
No, I'm a simple communications officer. Radio astronomy is out of my field.
What's this got to do with the TV blowing up?
The Arecibo was engaged in highly important work. It was used to beam messages into space, deep space, in the hope that if the signals were ever picked up, they would be acknowledged. We then have proof of other beings inhabiting the universe besides ourselves.
But how do you send a message to people you don't know, who don't speak your language?
And whose civilizations could be so different they couldn't make sense of what you're saying, even if they heard the signal.
The Arecibo operators have thought of that. They figured that the same physical laws must apply right through the universe. The conditions that produce life on Earth would produce life on any other planet. And mathematical laws, the laws of chemistry, they must be the same throughout all creation. Any other beings advanced enough to have radio receivers must be as aware of the natural universal laws as we are. So, the kind of signals sent contain simple chemical and mathematical formulae, descriptions of human beings and the solar system.
And the skinny triangle.
The great skinny triangle, with a very small baseline and one extremely small angle. It enabled Earth-bound astronomers to measure the diameter of planets and even the distance of certain stars.
I still don't see the connection between all that and the Magnificent Seven.
That voice you picked up, Chipper, was repeating the message sent out by Arecibo, and
I picked it up.
No, not the message. The reply.
Eh? Where from?
Well, the message was directed towards the constellation Centaurus.
Oh, that seems too fantastic to be true.
Arecibo's main target was the star Alpha Centauri.
That's the closest star to our solar system.
4.5 light years away. In other words, a spaceship traveling non-stop at the speed of light would take 4.5 years to reach it.
Exactly the time it would take a radio message. And 4.5 years to get back the reply.
Is that what all that row was? A reply to Arecibo's message to outer space?
Most likely, yes.
Then what we need is for Arecibo to reply to their reply.
It's not as simple as that. The Arecibo was broken up for scrap.
But their message? You said Arecibo sent it.
Yes, but more than 30 years ago. Way back in the 1970s.
1970s? And we've only just heard? After more than 30 years?
Yes.
From a distant star?
Probably.
Now, wait a minute, Magnus. Are you suggesting that intelligent beings more than 15 light years away from Earth are trying to contact us?
I think they've done it.
But that voice, so loud, and in English. It could have been coming from the moon or the Earth.
Exactly.
You mean they are on the moon?
Maybe not on the moon, but close, very close. I believe, gentlemen, that we are on the brink of a space-age breakthrough.
What?
Personal contact with extraterrestrial beings.
In that episode of Space Force, Chipper was played by Nicky Henson, Magnus by Nigel Stock, Saxon by Barry Foster, and Lodrick by Tony Osoba, with Wendy Murray and Teresa Stretfield. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
Tomorrow.
This is the log of Magnus Carter, scientific observer on board the spaceship Luna 9. Our mission began with a routine trip to the moon. But only 2 days out from Earth, we experienced indications of some of the dangers associated with our quest. First, the radio ceased to work. Then, communications officer, Barnett, suffered 2 violent electrical shocks, rendering him unconscious. On both occasions he heard, or thought he heard, loud, mind-penetrating, paralyzing sounds, amongst which was a woman's voice calling Epsilon Solar, and reciting a list of scientific formula and fact. I recognize this as part of an experimental radio message transmitted into deep space roughly 30 years ago in the direction of the star Alpha in the constellation Centaurus. I suggested to ship's captain Saxon Berry that what Chipper heard might be a response to that message.
Now, wait a minute, Magnus. Are you suggesting that intelligent beings more than 15 light-years away from Earth are trying to contact us?
I think they've done it.
But that voice, so loud, it could have been coming from the moon.
Exactly.
You mean they are on the moon?
Maybe not on the moon, but close, very close. I believe, gentlemen, that we are on the brink of a space-age breakthrough.
What?
Personal contact with extraterrestrial beings.
An interstellar encounter starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 2, Towards the Unknown.
What makes you so sure, Magnus?
D-Set B has suspected it for some time.
Who?
D-Set B. Department for the Search of Extraterrestrial Beings.
Never heard of it.
Good. They have to keep their work secret. Otherwise, their discoveries might cause panic on a massive scale.
Then why are you telling us?
Because you are now part of the organization, Lodrick. Its very spearhead. Who do you think has planned Space Force and prepared its program of operation and your training?
You are part of this D-Set B.
Yes.
And that's why you're on this trip.
My brief is to investigate those radio signals, find out who or what is sending them.
But where are they coming from?
Somewhere in the region of Jupiter, we think.
Jupiter? Oh, that's less than a light hour away.
How are we supposed to carry out this investigation?
We go there.
You can't be serious.
There's no other way.
What about space probes, unmanned ships?
4 have already been sent to monitor the signals and pinpoint the place they're radiating from.
So?
Everyone has been lost.
What?
As soon as they get within monitoring distance of Jupiter, they drop dead. All electronic gear fails. They just keep sailing round Jupiter like a space fleet of Marie Celestes.
I see. Well, how soon are we expected to leave?
In a month or so.
Is that all?
Enough time to get you used to the new ship and to handling the new equipment.
Why do we start training?
As soon as we touch down on the moon.
That's just a few hours.
Oh, can I talk to Lunar Control? I want to be sure somebody will meet us.
Our lunar conveyance meets every ship, carries all personnel to base.
Not this crew. We don't go to base.
Oh?
We go straight to the Space Force takeoff pad.
I didn't know there was one.
Yes. And a temporary training section and living quarters have been built nearby.
They've thought of everything.
I hope so. If they haven't, then heaven help us. A few hours later, the ship was turned over and we landed. A personnel conveyor met us at the touchdown pad, and then, after we climbed aboard, began to whine and bump its way across the surface of the Mare Serenitatis.
The what?
Mare Serenitatis.
What does that mean?
The Sea of Serenity. the calm sea.
You must be kidding.
The name was given by the old astronomers. They thought the dark areas of the moon were seas, and that's what they called them. Only they used Latin.
Well, if it's the calm sea, why are we bumping about so much?
Once it was a sea of hot liquid. When it cooled down, it solidified into this undulating bed of lava.
It's also strewn with rocks and boulders.
Oh, you're telling me.
And fitted with little craters.
There she is.
Mm-hmm. Where?
Straight ahead. Just showing over the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
That's the ship. The Space Force.
The training period was short but intensive. First, we learned to adapt to low gravity and total weightlessness. Then we learned to use the magnetic hand grips and overshoes. These would enable us to walk on the inside or outside surfaces of the ship like human flies. We were also instructed to use electric rotary tools, so that it was the tools that spun and not ourselves. And finally, we familiarized ourselves with the portable life support units which we carried on our backs. At last came the time, near the end of the course, and the long lunar day, equal to 14 days on Earth, when we were to put our training to a practical test.
This is where we get out?
That's right. You now find your own way back on foot. You can see the mountains over to the northwest, but don't try to go over them. Go round.
Right.
Desperate-looking place.
Your position and all you say will be monitored by control. In the case of extreme emergency, they will send me out to find you.
I'm sure there'll be no need of that.
Then I'll get back. Good luck.
Thanks.
Don't fall into any craters.
All right. We'll start. Chipper and Loderick, you go down into the crater and up the other side, right? We'll go round the rim. Now, keep inside of us and don't walk into any shadows. The sudden change from a high to very low temperature may upset the thermostatic system in your pressure suit. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. Don't hurry and keep in touch.
See you on the other side, then.
Come on, Chipper. Remember what they told us.
Yeah.
Short steps and bending forward.
Yeah, it's not so easy going downhill.
Come on, Magnus. They don't have so far to go as us.
But at least our walk is on the level.
Yeah. How wide did they say this crater is?
About 6 miles.
Yeah. Well, Chipper and Loderick must have reached the middle by now. Hello, Loderick.
Receiving you.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see you anymore.
It's not surprising with these...
What is it?
I've fallen over.
What?
But I'm all right.
Don't move. Don't move. Stay where you are. Chipper will help you up. Chipper? Chipper. Why doesn't he answer? Loderick?
Yes.
Can you see him?
Can't see anything except the sky. I'm flat on my back.
Chipper. Chipper.
I'd better try to get up without him.
No, wait. You might puncture your suit.
Helpless like this.
We'll come down. Loderick, it's Saxon.
Thank goodness you're here. Give me a hand up.
Right.
Come on.
Easy now.
There.
Thanks.
Now, where was it you last saw Chipper?
Behind that rock. He jumped over it.
He what? Has he gone crazy?
And where has he got to?
Oh, perhaps he's fallen into a small crater. I'll give him one more call.
And if there's no response?
Oh, then we'll have to ask Control for a full-scale emergency operation. Hello, Chipper. This is Saxon. Can you hear me?
We'll have to call.
Hello, Chipper. Saxon calling Chipper.
There you are. At last.
What do you mean, at last?
I've been calling and no any reply. No sign of Loderick. I think I've lost him.
I'm here.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm about halfway up the southern slope of the crater.
Southern.
Yes, there he is. On the high terrace. You can see the glint of his visor.
Chipper, what happened to you?
I don't rightly know. He's at least a mile away. Maybe more.
How could he have covered all that distance?
At last. Quite a climb up this ridge, Chipper. Is it?
What the hell were you playing at?
Nothing.
You know it's against orders to jump over rocks and arse about like a kid on a trampoline.
I don't know what came over me.
Why didn't you answer my calls?
I tried to. You didn't seem to hear him. When that music came on, I couldn't hear anything. It was deafening, right inside me.
Music?
Yes.
And a voice?
Yes. I thought perhaps I could get out of the range of it if I climbed up to the rim, but the funny thing is I don't remember climbing up. One minute I was in the depths of the crater with that music in my head, driving me crackers. Next I'm up here on the terrace, all quiet, peaceful, and you're calling me.
You were aware of nothing in between?
No. You don't think I made it up, do you?
Well, I might have done. If you hadn't apparently climbed up here so quickly. How you managed that, I shall never figure out.
I wish I knew. All I do know is that space music had something to do with it.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is you're okay. Come on. We'd better get you back to base.
What had happened to Chipper? Strange things can happen to spacemen, especially after long periods of low or zero gravity conditions. Stomach upsets, headaches, and even hallucinations. Yet an examination by the training center psychologist found him quite normal. And the incident was put behind us when less than 36 hours later, the time arrived for us to take the first step of our momentous journey to the giant planet, Jupiter.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
There she goes, falling away.
40,400 miles, 65,000 kilometers per hour. Crew may unfasten safety belts.
Yes, we know that.
Just pay attention, Chipper.
This is better. Good, smooth takeoff.
Yes, so I should think, ship like this.
Quite. Comfortable cabin, too.
It needs to be. This little compartment's our home for the next 3 years.
Little? It's the biggest one I've ever flown in.
It won't seem so roomy 6 months from now. You've never been on a really long flight, Chipper. You can get pretty grim.
0 plus 53 Earth days and 12 hours, universal time. Ship to Earth distance 48 million miles. Ship to target 449 million. Estimated time distance to Jupiter 1 year and 115 days. Space Force is about to cross the orbit of Mars.
Hear that? We're crossing the Martian line.
This calls for a celebration.
Does that mean we'll get a close look at it?
What, the Martian orbit?
No, the planet Mars.
Afraid not, Chipper.
Oh.
Right now, Mars is situated on the other side of the sun. It's nearer to the Earth than we are.
How are we going to celebrate?
With a proper meal. Fried chicken, strawberries and cream, and a bottle of wine.
What?
Great. Make a change from concentrated cubes.
Absolutely. And as fresh as most people could get on Earth.
Well, bring it out. Let's celebrate.
I'll get it. My turn in the gammy.
How much of this fresh frozen food have we got?
Not much. It's too heavy. Enough for a couple of meals.
Oh.
0 plus 199 Earth days and 12 hours, universal time. Ship to Mars distance 132 million miles. Ship to Earth distance 180 million miles. Ship to target distance 320 million miles. Estimated time distance to Jupiter 11 months, 27 days. Hear this. Space Force about to enter asteroid belt. All anti-asteroid precautions to be taken within 3 hours. End of message.
Those messages get longer every time.
Useful, though.
So there's a radio time lag between us and Earth. My last call took 40 minutes to get there and back.
It's going to get a sight longer.
The thought worries me.
Yeah?
Somehow it makes you feel, cut off from everything. Like you're living in your own tiny world with nothing outside to make contact with.
There's plenty to see outside. Stars by the billion, galaxies by the million, comets, planets. What do you mean there's nothing to see out there?
Just a feeling, that's all.
Right, Lodrick, Chipper, finish up any work you have that involves the use of any extension, boom, or antenna, except radio, solar energizers, and televiewer.
Hey?
Well, didn't you hear? We're about to enter the asteroid belt. Now, when you've finished up your work, we'll close off all pressurized units of the ship and make ready for asteroid emergency.
Right.
Oh, and from now on, pressure suits will be worn at all times.
Oh, no, what, helmets as well?
No, but keep them close by.
Why all the emergency preparation?
Just in case. If we were hit, even by a small rocket, could knock quite a hole in us. The air would escape.
Oh, I thought entering the asteroid belt was a time for celebration, like crossing the Martian orbit.
Not on this ship.
No decent meal, then?
No. But once we finish the preparations, we can at least get some rest.
All instruments have been retracted, Saxon.
Good. You can get some sleep then, Loderick.
Thanks.
How's Chipper, Magnus?
Dead to the world. Will be for the next couple of hours. I put a sedative in his drink.
Sedative? Why?
I'm worried about his health. I think he's developing signs of solipsism syndrome.
What's that?
He thinks that anything outside his own experience cannot exist. It's not uncommon for people shut up for long periods in confined spaces.
But he's been flying between Earth and Moon in confined cabins for years.
But never for months at a time. We can expect to be cooped up for 3 years. And we've spent little more than 3 months so far.
Yes, I see what you mean. What made you suspect something was wrong?
The way he's affected by the long waits between radio calls. Having to wait 40 minutes or more for a reply has a frustrating effect on him.
Yes, I've noticed.
It could get worse.
How?
Apathy. Diminished power of judgment and then a don't-give-a-damn attitude. Except for things that affect him directly. Personal things like the quality of food. He's also liable to get quite aggressive. Hallucinate even.
Like on the Moon, when he said a voice drove him up the slope of the crater?
Possibly. He's already complained about the radio time factor.
What? Asteroid, we've been hit. We've been hit. Come on, get your helmets on.
What about Chipper?
Where's his helmet?
I don't know.
What? He could fly if we did it.
Behind the video screen.
I'll get it.
No, I'll look after him. You get to your station and turn that alarm off. Everybody all right?
I'm fine.
And me.
I've put Chipper's helmet on. Any sign of damage?
No.
How's the air pressure?
Normal. We don't seem to have lost any.
Does that mean we haven't been holed?
Yes. We've been lucky. It must have been a very small asteroid, hardly more than a particle. Well, let's hope we don't meet a larger one.
We remained lucky. It took us an anxious, worrying 5 months to pass through the asteroid belt, but we finally emerged unscathed. Much to Chipper's delight, we celebrated with another fresh food dinner, our second in a year. Then, on the 500th day...
Chipper.
Yeah?
Come and look at this.
What is it?
There. On the screen.
Blimey.
Isn't that beautiful?
Well, I suppose it is, in its way.
Something I've dreamed of all my life.
What?
To see Jupiter in close-up. It looks like a glowing jewel resting in black velvet. Look at all those colours. Rapid, purple, brown, and the glorious red spot. Almost red.
Looks like a giant stomach ulcer.
Chipper, you've got no soul.
Why's it got that golden rim round it?
Yeah, that's the Jovian atmosphere flowing past it. Like a strong water current past a rock.
Is that what it is?
No, Jupiter consists almost totally of gas.
And what causes that thing?
The great red spot.
Yeah.
It's a storm. An everlasting hurricane in the Jovian atmosphere. 30,000 miles long and 7,000 miles wide. You could drop 2.5 Earths in there and lose them.
No place for holiday.
You're right.
And here we are, heading straight for it.
We shall go round it.
Attention, unidentified object ahead, bearing 0.1 degrees, distance 300 miles, end of
300 miles? Sorry, Loderick, I'll have to have the televiewer.
Help yourself.
0.1 degrees, the computer say?
Yes. Yes, it's there. 285 miles ahead. Whatever it is, we're gaining on it slowly.
Yes, we should be level with it in an hour or so. Keep watch, Magnus. Give me a call when you get a clear view of it.
Saxon, we're almost up with it.
It's a ship, no doubt about it.
It doesn't seem to be carrying any antennae or booms or anything.
You'd think they'd have noticed us by now.
Perhaps they're lying low.
Hey, look at the way she's tumbling over. I'd say she was out of control. Hey, look at that.
What?
Well, the next time she turns over, look at where the entrance should be. There, see?
Good heavens, yes. It is the entrance.
But it's open.
Well, that must mean that nobody's there. They've all left.
If they haven't, they're all dead.
But who? The ship looks as though it was made on Earth.
Maybe some tin pot country operating an expedition on the quiet.
It doesn't appear to have been very successful.
We'll go over there. You and I.
Very well. Lodrick, bring us 2 personal mobility units.
Yes, Magnus.
Chipper, prepare the lock to let us out.
Right.
Then go back to your watch.
Sure.
Make sure all we say and do is recorded.
Roger.
Nearly there. Now just drift in.
Right.
No, not too fast. That's it. Well, this is the only way in. Follow me, Magnus.
That's odd. No inner lock.
Yeah.
Well, how could anyone enter and leave with only one door? They'd lose all their air.
I think we can walk from here on. Such a small cabin. Not even one astronaut could survive in here. And how do you fly this thing? There's no machinery, electronic or mechanical.
Not now, there's not.
Huh?
Oh, look at the walls. There was equipment, but it's all been ripped out.
Yeah. That explains why there are no antennae outside. They've been ripped off, too.
Look at this design. This is an Earth-made ship.
Uh-huh.
It must be one of the 4 unmanned probes.
And somebody has boarded her and ripped out all her equipment.
Out of all our probes. Which is why we've heard nothing from them.
Can we identify this ship precisely? Let Earth know we found her?
Only by the number on her side.
Okay. Let's get back. Send a full report to control.
Who could have done it? And why? And what would they have done if they'd found people in here? We returned to the ship. Saxon made his report on the wreck, and Chipper transmitted it to Earth. The Space Force was boosted back to its old speed, and we continued our journey towards the giant planet. We saw no more wrecks. Then, some 500 million miles and 1 year, 6 months and 5 days after leaving Earth, we came close enough to Jupiter to go into orbit.
550.0559 hours. Orbital maneuver will begin in 30 seconds.
Final check, Magnus.
All systems functioning.
Lodrick, motors okay?
All set.
Chipper, teleview?
Okay.
Radio?
Okay.
Thrusters will fire for up to 3 minutes. We'll change speed and course and then go into orbit around the planet.
Orbital maneuver. Thruster motors will fire in 15 seconds.
Hey, wait a minute. Somebody's calling us. Over the radio.
Put the radio on intercom.
It's on. Hear it?
No.
But it's so loud and clear. Oh, there's that music again. Like when we're going to the moon. Stop! Wait! Let me out!
If I don't get up, the motors are fired.
Let me out! Oh, no! It's right inside my head! It's burning! It's burning! Chipper, keep calm! Oh, no! No!
Chipper.
Speed 46,000.
What
Now in
happened?
orbit.
The radio heated up and exploded.
I heard that music again and that woman's voice. You heard it, didn't you? I fed the radio into the intercom so you could all hear.
No, Chipper, we heard lots of odd sounds, but no voice.
It was as clear as anything.
550 times 0559 hours and 3.
3 what? What else?
It stopped.
The computer stopped working.
Something has put all the radio circuits out of action.
It's Jupiter's radionosphere. We're too close.
Control said it would have little effect.
Well, they were wrong, weren't they?
What if it upsets the other circuits? The motor monitors, the power supply. I spoke too soon.
Where's the emergency lighting control?
It should come on automatically. Yeah, there it is. How about the teleview?
No, that's failed. Everything's gone haywire.
We can't navigate the ship blind. We must be able to see out.
Well, use the observation dome. Open the lock, Lodrick.
Right.
Now what?
Emergency power's failed.
Why's it gone all dark? What's going on?
Well, that's everything except the gyros. Go to your takeoff positions. Get your flashlights.
I've got mine, but it doesn't work.
Nor mine.
Well, that's it then. The television circuits don't function, so we can't see. The radio doesn't work. The computers cease to function. There are no lights. The air replenisher has stopped.
The ship has dropped dead.
Like that wreck we saw 5 days ago.
The air supply's running down fast. I'm afraid we only have a few days left.
In that episode of Space Force, Magnus was played by Nigel Stock, Saxon by Barry Foster, Chipper by Nicky Henson, and Lorderick by Tonya Sober, with Teresa Stretfield. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
There's more.
The log of Magnus Carter, scientific observer aboard the Space Force, more than 500 days out from Earth. We're bound for the region of the planet Jupiter. Only a few days from our target, we overtook the wreck of a spaceship, one of the 4 unmanned probes sent from Earth to investigate the mysterious radio signals coming from the giant planet. On boarding the ship, we discovered that all the equipment installed in the probe had been ripped out. But how? There was no time for further investigation. We were rapidly approaching the time to go into orbit around Jupiter. During the orbital maneuver, the main radio became overheated, and radio officer Chipper Barnett complained of loud, penetrating musical sounds and a woman's voice calling. Then, one by one, all the electrical circuits in the ship began to fail.
Everything's gone haywire.
We can't navigate the ship blind. We must be able to see out.
Well, use the observation dome. Open the lock, Lorderick.
Right.
Now what?
The emergency power's failed.
Why's it gone all dark? What's going on?
Well, that's everything except the gyros. Go to your takeoff positions, get your flashlights.
I've got mine, but it doesn't work.
Nor mine.
Well, that's it then. The television circuits don't function, so we can't see. The radio doesn't work. The computers cease to function. There are no lights. The air replenisher has stopped.
The ship has dropped dead.
Like that wreck we saw 5 days ago.
The air supply's running down fast. I'm afraid we only have a few days left.
An interstellar encounter starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tonya Sober. Episode 3, The Silver Strangers.
We must conserve the air.
Nobody move or get up unless instructed.
Who wants to get up? It's pitch dark.
What caused the breakdown?
Well, perhaps it's the influence of the Jovian magnetosphere. It could have upset all the electrical circuits. Thank goodness we'd completed the orbital maneuver before it happened.
Why?
Oh, because at least we are on our set course. In a few hours, we'll begin to pull out of the perigee and head out for the furthest point of our orbit. On the way, we'll move out of the magnetosphere. And if I'm right, the circuits will return to life and the ship should be normal again.
But if the circuits revive every time we head away from the planet, then they'll die again every time we return.
Unless we change our orbit to a much wider, more circular one.
But we can't spare the fuel.
How long before the power returns, do you think?
Oh, we must wait and see. But once we get it back, we can work out when the blackout periods are likely to occur and be ready for them. Chipper, what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
What was that noise?
Mice?
This is no time for joking. There it is again. Coming from the main airlock. That sounds as though it's coming from outside.
Blimey. There's someone out there.
They're trying to get in. They'll be lucky. Why?
Get in through the airlock. With no power. They've got as much chance of getting in as we have of getting out.
If only we could see outside.
It's impossible. Unless Lordric could open the airlock into the observation dome.
How?
By hand.
That's only permitted in an emergency.
This is an emergency. How about it, Lodric? Do you think you can do it?
Total darkness.
Why not? You know all the mechanical installations so well.
Yes, but there's always the chance that opening the lock will upset the electronic settings. It may not function properly afterwards.
We'll risk that.
Let's see what I can do.
If you need any assistance, yell out.
Right. I need a few tools.
I'll help you find them. And so, in total darkness, Lodric toiled at the airlock leading into the observation dome. For what seemed an eternity, we lay in the dark and in silence. Meanwhile, the sounds outside ceased. Whoever or whatever had been investigating us had gone away.
How are you doing, Lodric?
I'd do a lot better if I could see. I have to do everything by touch.
How far have you got?
Not very far. I got the cover to the electrical component off. The mechanical part...
Lodric. Lodric.
I'm all right. Just got an electric shock.
But there's no power in this ship. You can't have... The supply's coming back. We must be out of the magnetic field. Lost. Good. Are you sure you're all right, Lodric?
Yes.
We'll take a break. Meanwhile, the rest of us will inspect the ship to see if there's any damage.
Has everything been checked?
Airlocks, motors, air supply, everything. All in good order so far as I can tell.
Good. All navigation circuits are back to normal. How about you, Chipper?
Radio transmitter's working. I sent the message to Earth, like you said.
How long before they replied?
Well, I sent it 90 minutes ago, so...
Attention. Radio call from Earth in 15 seconds.
Good. Just time to check the televiewer.
Should be okay, I'll try it. There. Lovely picture. The splendor of the heavens in close-up.
Thank goodness, everything's returned to normal.
Stand by. Radio call from Earth in 5 seconds.
Good.
Turn it off!
It's hurting my ear.
Turn it off, Chipper!
What was that? It's like all hell had broken loose. That was her. The voice I keep hearing. What'd she say? She said, Epsilon Solar. Epsilon Solar, thank you for your message.
You heard that?
After all that chaos? Yes.
Well, turn the radio on again, but keep the volume low.
Whether it be best for you to remain in your present orbit or to go into another further from the planet's surface.
That's Earth.
We cannot give you an immediate answer, but shall reply in half an hour. Please keep listening.
So, what's happened to Mrs. Epsilon?
If there is one.
But you must have heard...
No, we didn't. You're the only one who ever hears a voice.
We may not hear voices, Saxon, but we do hear all those strange sounds.
Well, of course we do. Every time the radio circuits are disturbed. What else would you expect?
Well, then it's just a different...
Attention. Radio call imminent. Radio call imminent.
Well, already? They said half an hour. It's her again. Let's get that off.
And what did she say this time?
Same as before. I think it must be a recording which she's played over and over again.
But why so loud?
Because she's so close.
That's what you said on the moon. 500 million miles back.
Well, perhaps she's followed us here.
Saxon,
Quick! What is it?
there, on the televiewer.
Good heavens. It's a ship.
A ship? Where?
What's its position?
At port, 97 degrees.
There's only one.
That's all I've seen.
I'm sure the log is recording all this. I'll go out to the observation dome.
Just one ship. Sailing alongside us.
Computer says it's less than a kilometer away.
So how big would you say it is?
Well, in that case, it's smaller than Space Force.
Any windows?
There seems to be a series of portholes around the middle, but no light behind them. And I can't see any kind of door, can you?
No.
I wonder if it's just an unmanned probe.
Well, we could try to make contact.
Go outside?
No, over the radio.
Did you hear that, Chipper?
Yes.
Well, can you do it?
What frequency can I use?
How about the one your friend, Mrs. Epsilon, comes up on?
Signal's so strong it stretches right across the band, swamps everything.
Well, choose a frequency somewhere in the middle and see what happens.
What shall I say?
Say you are Space Force and ask them what they want.
In English?
What else? You don't speak Jovian, do you?
Oh, all right. Give me a couple of minutes to retune the transmitter and I'll give her a call.
Right. I'm coming back into the main cabin.
This is Space Force. This is Space Force. Can you hear me? This is... Oh, God.
Well, we're certainly getting a response of noises. Can you hear a voice?
Of course I can. I always do. Shall I switch it off?
Yes. God. What did it say?
Almost the same as before.
Almost? What was different?
Well, instead of saying Epsilon Solar, she said, you are Epsilon Solar.
Yeah, you're sure you didn't get it wrong?
I'm certain I didn't. I wish you'd just believe me when I...
Oh, okay, Chipper. It's just that I've got to be sure about what you're saying. After all, you're the only one.
Jackson!
Yes, now what?
Look, quick! To the left! Light issuing from the ship. Like a door has opened.
Magnus, you keep looking with Loderick. I'll go back into the dome.
The image is bigger, isn't it?
The ship's moved closer, and the angle of view is...
Look, there, now.
The door slid wide open.
Can you see it, Saxon?
Yes.
And the lighted interior?
Yes.
And two figures?
Good Lord, yes.
They're coming over. The two strange figures drifted over from their ship to ours. We saw them on the televiewer, gradually getting larger as they drew closer. Then they were no longer in view. Saxon, from his more advantageous position in the observation dome, said they were heading for the main outside airlock, and then he lost sight of them and came back into the cabin.
Whoever they are, they're human in shape.
Are they human in fact?
What do they want with us?
It must be they who keep sending the radio calls.
Who else?
Do you think they're Jovians?
No, nobody, nothing could live on Jupiter.
From one of his moons?
I doubt it. Certainly not the innermost ones.
What about the outer moons? Life on one of those could be a possibility.
But very unlikely.
Where do they come from, then?
Listen.
Must have been them tapping earlier. What did we do?
We should have been armed.
You think they're hostile, then?
They certainly sounded.
They're determined to get in, whether we like it or not.
It's getting louder.
They're battering the hull. I'm going to open the outer lock.
You can't.
You let them in.
If I don't, they'll damage the ship.
This way they might
They've stopped.
That surprised them.
Now what are you going to do?
Well, before I can open the inner door, they must enter the airlock, and then the outer door must be closed.
They'll think it's some kind of trap.
Loderick, go to the observation dome. Tell us what you see.
Right.
Saxon,
Yes, Loderick.
they're floating outside, holding off from the ship. I think they're going away.
We should be that lucky.
Yes, they're going back to their own ship.
Yes, we can see them now on the televiewer. They don't seem to have any means of propulsion.
Can't see any.
They've gone back inside.
Door closed.
We scared them off.
You think they scared that easily?
I can but hope. Well, perhaps they've decided that we're not...
Yes, Roderick.
They're coming out again.
Decided to give it another try.
One's carrying a box, and they're both... Damn, they've gone out of view.
They're heading for the main door. How do they move so fast? I've lost sight of them now, but they must be close.
What's that?
I think they've entered the loft.
Then we've got them.
Do we want them?
Close the outer door, and they're caught.
How would that help? They're trying to open the inner door. But the outer one isn't closed. We must shut it then. If they manage to open the inner one, we'll lose all our air. Chipper, close the outer door.
It won't close. Try again. It's no good. It's not working. They could be through any moment.
Right, get your spacesuits on. If they get that door open, we'll need them. Did you hear that, Roderick?
Yes, on my way.
All helmets on. Right. Intercom check. Magnus?
Okay, loud and clear.
Roderick? Okay. Chipper?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
That's right, that's what I said.
What was that, Chipper?
I said that's right. That's what I said.
What did you say?
I said I was receiving you loud and clear, and you repeated it. Loud and clear, you said. Only you said it quietly.
I didn't say anything except Chipper.
I distinctly...
Chipper.
Huh? Who's that?
Who's what? This is no time for arsing about.
Somebody called my name.
Only to check the intercom.
No, after that. Everybody keep quiet for a minute.
Well?
No. No, it's gone. I don't hear it anymore.
Who are you?
There you are. She's back. Asking who we are.
Who?
I don't know who. Somebody.
Anybody else hear it?
No.
Everybody stay quiet.
Are you Epsilon Solar?
There's, I thought nothing.
No, I'm Chipper Barnett, radio operator, second class aboard a Space Force.
We know that.
Where do you come from?
We're from Earth on a mission to Jupiter.
What are you talking about?
No, don't interrupt him.
How long did it take you to reach here?
A year and a half.
A Jovian year?
No, an Earth year, much shorter.
By how much?
I don't know, but I know it's shorter.
Are you the only one aboard your ship?
No, there are four of us.
Has he
Saxon,
gone crazy?
he's the captain. Loderick is our engineer, and Magnus, he's from DSET B, has been sent to observe.
Can the rest of your crew hear what I'm saying?
No, I don't think so.
Ask them.
Saxon, she wants to know if you can all hear her.
Who does? Chipper, if this is some kind of joke.
We can't hear anybody, Chipper.
No, they can only hear me.
As we thought. Chipper, are you wearing a translator?
A what?
Obviously you are not.
No.
You will have to interpret for us.
Interpret?
Listen to what we say and pass it on to your leader.
All right, but who are you?
My name is Treya. What kind of armament does your ship carry?
Armament? We don't carry any armament. We're a spaceship, not a battleship.
No armament of any kind?
No, they only carry guns in science fiction.
Good. Now ask your leader.
You mean Saxon? He's the ship's commander.
Ask the commander to open this door and let us in.
Saxon, did you hear any of that?
All we heard was you carrying on a one-sided conversation with nobody.
Well, nobody is called Treya. She says, will you open the airlock inner door and let them in?
I see. Tell them we can't open the inner door unless the outer door is closed. Then we have to equalize the air pressure.
We can't get you in until the outer door is shut, and it's not working.
We understand. Wait. It will close now.
Try now, Saxon. You kept it open.
We did not wish to be caught inside.
Door's shut. Will you let them in now?
What guarantee have I that they don't carry arms?
They don't sound hostile.
Open the door or we will blast it open.
Oh. She says if you don't open the door, she'll blast it open.
No, they mustn't harm the ship. I'll open it.
But this is insane. We're playing into their hands.
No, don't stand too close together. Just keep calm. Magnus?
Yes?
Open up. At least 7 feet tall.
Chipper, tell them to stand over by that table.
She wants us all together over there.
She's got a gun.
Move, quickly.
I told you we're not armed. There's no need for violence.
Stand still. Ifwa is going to search the ship. Anybody moving while I'm doing it will be shot.
Don't move while they search the ship.
So they're not hostile, Chipper.
Only said they didn't sound hostile.
Tell them we are satisfied there are no weapons. Now remove your helmets.
Take your helmets off.
What for?
I don't know. She's got the gun. Anyway, they're taking theirs off.
They've got silver hair.
Silver skin. I
I've never seen anything like it.
Here you are, Chipper. These are translators. They must put them in their ear.
She wants you to wear these hearing aids.
What?
So that you can understand them.
Oh, I see.
Now we can communicate.
She's speaking English.
This instrument enables us to talk telepathically. The verbal translation is done in your own head.
Why doesn't Chipper need one?
He's naturally telepathic. We can reach his mind without a translator. Are people not telepathic where you come from?
Some people claim to be, but I never believed them. Till now.
Are all people as tall where you come from?
Are all people midgets where you come from? We are sorry to have behaved aggressively when we came aboard, but we had to be sure you could not attack us. No arms anywhere on this ship, so you can all relax.
How do you come to be in this part of the solar system?
Our mothership is in orbit on the far side of Jupiter.
Mothership?
How far on the other side?
490,000 miles.
The ship alongside ours, that's not your main vessel.
Of course not.
How did you find us?
We've been aware of you for some weeks, but we thought you were unmanned. We didn't realize the ship had a crew until the outer door opened.
Yet I opened it.
That is why we returned to our craft, to contact our mothership for instruction.
And?
We were ordered to board you and take over your vessel and take you back for examination.
Now, wait a minute. We don't know who you are, where you came from, or anything about you.
Now is your opportunity.
But you can't just step aboard our ship and order us to another part of the system.
If Boedica says you go, then you go.
Who?
Boedica, commander of our mothership.
We can't refuse him, Saxon.
We have to. We can't spare the fuel we needed to get home.
Wrong. You will never be returning home. You will come with us.
And if we refuse?
Our orders are to kill the ship electronically and leave you in it. So take your choice. Put your ship into a new orbit, or remain where you are forever.
I need to discuss the situation with my crew.
A few minutes only.
Right, everybody over here.
Now, take these translators out of your ears. We don't want them to understand what we're saying. All right? Now, do we obey them or do we resist? I want everybody's opinion. Magnus?
The ship and crew are better alive than dead. Besides, this is what we came here for.
What is?
To find out who's been sending those radio messages and to learn all we can about them.
We were never expected to make personal contact.
But now that we have, we must take full advantage of it.
Even before we know if they're friendly?
Which they're not, Magnus.
How do you know? They haven't harmed us.
Yet. But they will. Unless we can get away.
How?
We'll think of something.
We've little time for that.
How about you, Chipper?
Roderick's panicking. I think they're friendly.
A funny way of showing it. How about the gun? Now, how about the threat to leave us in a dead ship to perish?
It's all talk.
Talk?
To persuade us to go with them. They don't mean us any harm. They could have killed us all with that ray pistol, but they chose not to.
Better alive on the other side of Jupiter than dead on this.
Possibly. But I think we should make at least one effort to get the ship back under our control.
How?
I have an idea.
Don't tell it to Chipper. They can read his thoughts.
Chipper, you move away.
Okay, Chief.
Now, what we have to do is this.
Well,
Bearing in mind your threat to kill our ship stone dead and have us entombed in it,
yes.
we'll willingly comply with your demand and put Space Force into a new orbit.
Good.
But in order to do that, we must ask both of you to leave our ship.
If we leave it, we kill it. Why can't you move it, as ordered?
We can. But when the rockets fire, the force is enormous. All crew must be strapped into their takeoff couches. Anyone not doing so is liable to suffer serious injuries.
Ifwa will use a couch.
Ifwa?
She will stay and guard you.
But we don't have a spare couch, that's what I'm saying. Ifwa could suffer a terrible injury. You'll both have to go back to your own ship.
Ifwa will stay.
There isn't room.
Room will be found.
But
one of you will give up your takeoff couch for Ifwa.
And where will he go?
He will come with me to my ship.
But to change speed and course, we need a crew of 4.
Tell Ifwa what to do.
What, in 5 minutes? That's impossible. No. You'll have to leave the ship. That's if you are serious about our moving to the far side of Jupiter.
One of you will move, and if I will say...
But I've just explained I can't spare anybody, not in a tricky operation like changing orbit.
You, your name.
Magnus?
No, you can't
Put on your
take
pressure suit. You will come with me. Now. Commander Saxon will instruct IFWA how to crew change of orbit.
But you don't know the risk you're taking.
That is my choice.
Very well. Lodrick, start checking motor and fuel.
Yes, Saxon. So much for talking them into leaving the ship.
Well, at least we got rid of one of them.
Poor old Magnus.
Oh, they'd have taken one of us anyway. It's just as well it's him. He's not so useful as a crew member. Who knows that? I'll get the ship ready. I'll operate the airlock for Magnus and Treya.
In that episode of Space Force, Saxon was played by Barry Foster, Chipper by Nicky Henson, Magnus by Nigel Stock, and Lodrick by Tonya Sober, with Teresa Stretfield and Wendy Murray. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter, scientific observer aboard Space Force. We had reached the vicinity of Jupiter in the outer solar system when Lodrick, who was keeping watch at the forward televiewer, reported that an alien ship was traveling alongside. Two figures, clad in spacesuits, left the craft, drifted over to the Space Force, and forced us to let them in. They held the crew at gunpoint and instructed us to put our ship into a new orbit. We were to travel to their mothership, which lay at anchor 500,000 miles away on the far side of Jupiter. If we refused, they would kill the ship electronically and leave us in it.
Bearing in mind your threat to kill our ship stone dead and have us entombed in it,
Yes.
we'll willingly comply with your demand and put Space Force into a new orbit.
Good.
But in order to do that, we must ask both of you to leave our ship.
If we leave it, we kill it. Why can't we move it, as ordered?
We can. But when the rockets fire, the force is enormous. All crew must be strapped into their takeoff couches. Anyone not doing so is liable to suffer serious injuries.
IFWA will use a couch.
IFWA.
She will stay and guard you.
But we don't have a spare couch. That's what I'm saying. IFWA could suffer a terrible injury. You'll both have to go back to your own ship.
IFWA will stay.
There isn't room.
Room will be found.
But
one of you will give up your takeoff couch for IFWA.
And where will he go?
He will come with me to my ship.
But to change speed and course, we need a crew of 4.
Tell IFWA what to do.
What, in 5 minutes? That's impossible. No. You'll have to leave the ship. That's if you are serious about our moving to the far side of Jupiter.
One of you will move, as IFWA will say.
But I've just explained I can't spare anybody, not in a tricky operation like changing orbit.
You, your name.
Magnus?
No, you can't
Put on your
take
pressure suit. You will come with me. Now. Commander Saxon will instruct IFWA how to crew change of orbit.
But you don't know the risk you're taking.
That is my choice.
Very well. Lodrick, start checking motor and fuel.
Yes, Saxon. So much for talking them into leaving the ship.
Well, at least we got rid of one of them.
Poor old Magnus.
Oh, they'd have taken one of us anyway. It's just as well it's him. He's not so useful as a crew member. Who knows that? I'll get the ship ready. I'll operate the airlock for Magnus and Treya.
Space Force, an interstellar encounter starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tonya Sober. Episode 4. The Time Ship.
Hello? Saxon?
Hearing you, Magnus.
Safety aboard the alien ship. And you should see it. Extraordinary.
You can tell us later.
A set of Whittle, I've never seen anything like it. Betrayal wants to talk to you.
Put her on.
You will follow us. Keep close behind.
No. This ship doesn't operate that way. I need to know the exact orbital angle to aim at. We can fire the motors only when we're in position.
And when will that be?
I can't say until I know the target position on the other side of Jupiter.
If one will give you all that information.
I see.
Tell me precisely what you need to know.
The exact position of your ship, its orbital speed, and distance from the planet's surface.
Computed.
That was quick. What does it say?
We reach apogee in 25 minutes.
No, that's not long enough. We'll never be ready.
You must. You have no choice.
I'm telling you, we
Do
need
not
to be...
dispute with me. Begin work.
25 minutes.
Begin
will not...
working or I fire.
You can't threaten me.
Roderick, do as they
No,
say.
Saxon, they can't force me.
But we can.
Why, you...
Roderick, watch out! The gun! I'll get it. Careful, Chipper! No!
What have you done to him?
Stand back or I fire.
No, Roderick, stay still. I'm not going to let... Roderick! You keep calm.
What's happening, Hitler?
They're attempting to attack me.
You are hurt?
No, they have little strength.
I will report this to Silver Control.
Say they are unarmed, but dangerous.
You all right, Chipper?
I think so. I banged my head on the television. She packs a punch like a mule.
You surprised? 7 feet tall and the physique to go with it. That was a stupid thing to do, Roderick.
Sorry, Saxon.
Lucky for you, Chipper intervened.
You're flung across the cabin for my trouble.
Next time, I will shoot.
Don't do anything like that again.
I couldn't help it. She made me mad.
Well, you can work off some of that aggression by getting the ship ready for orbit change.
I'll check the motor and fuel supply.
If what?
Yes?
I'll show you how to operate the safety straps and position your couch.
No. I will take care of myself.
But
You are not to be trusted.
Good try, Saxon. I wonder how Magnus is getting on their ship.
You can take your helmet off in here. The air is breathable.
Thank you. Tell me, do all people where you come from have silver hair and silver skins?
None of us has either.
But you...
The silver is sprayed on. It's a protection against radiation. Without it, the skin would discolor, even burn, and the hair and hands too.
So what is the true color of your skin?
It is much paler than yours.
And your hair?
Yellow.
Yellow?
I've never seen anyone with dark hair before, nor dark skin. Is the color applied by the wearer?
Oh no, it's natural. A natural protection against sunlight.
The rays from your sun are strong enough to do you harm.
Not from here, they're not. The sun is nearly 500 million miles away. But on Earth, where we come from, it's only 93 million.
The
rays
come from the Jovian planetary system.
No.
Then who is Arecibo?
Arecibo? Arecibo is an old radio telescope that used to operate down on Earth.
But we came to Jupiter to find him.
To Jupiter? Why?
When we pinpointed the direction of the message, it was in this region of the sky. Jupiter is the largest body, so we travelled from our star system.
You're from another star system?
The nearest to this one.
Alpha Centauri?
We come from Corsair.
Where?
Corsair, a planet. It orbits the star you call Alpha Centauri.
But that's more than 4 light years away. How long did it take?
Wait. What's that? Wrist communication to mothership. I have requested the information you require. She advises that the time taken to travel from our star system to yours was 1/12 of the Jupiter year.
1/12? That's about 1 Earth year. 1 Earth year? To travel 4.5 light years?
Including acceleration and deceleration. Actual travel time could not be more than a few seconds.
What?
To break through the time barrier.
Hello, Magnus. Space Force calling.
Oh, hello, Space Force. Receiving you.
We're about to fire the motors.
Motors will fire in 20 seconds.
Well, good luck. We'll keep an eye on you.
Keep out of the way. Could be one almighty crash.
Presumably, we also have to change orbit, Claire.
Yes.
Well, shouldn't we prepare for it?
There is no need.
But surely, when the motors fire and G increases...
Acceleration is gentle. You'll hardly feel it.
Then Space Force will pull away from us.
Briefly. Ship accelerating. We shall overtake your ship in 15 minutes and arrive at the mothership in 19 hours.
Slowly and gently, the little ship gathered pace and swept across the galaxy. After we had passed the Space Force, I spent the journey gazing through the televiewer, observing the terrifying faces of Jupiter's minor satellites. From the tiny, irregularly shaped Almathea, hardly more than a lump of rock, to the larger, smoother, shiny surface of Europa, covered by a layer of ice 60 miles thick. But the most terrifying sight was the close-up view of Io, whose orbit is so close to the planet. The interior of Io is constantly on the boil. There is hardly a moment when a colossal volcano is not spewing red-hot debris hundreds of miles above the satellite surface. By constantly ejecting its red-hot interior onto its own surface, Io is slowly turning itself inside out. I had totally lost myself in the contemplation of Jupiter's fiery and icy children, when Treya tapped me on the shoulder.
Look back, in the center of the frame.
That bright circle of light?
That is our mothership. Bring her closer. We assume control.
It fills the whole screen.
Bigger if you want.
Is that a ship? A spaceship?
A starship.
It must be colossal.
It is average for this type of vessel. We shall soon be there.
How do you slow down?
We have been doing so for some time.
But I didn't see you do anything.
We are completely under the mothership's control. We home in on her beam. She slows us down. She brings us into the landing dock. It is all automatic.
That makes Space Force appear primitive.
How will they slow down to enter the landing dock?
Saxon will handle it. With considerable help from the computer, of course.
Ifwell must not come to any harm.
The starship was as tall as a skyscraper and as long as an ocean liner, its hull being round like a submarine's. Towering high above it was the superstructure, tall, almost as long as the hull, but only half its thickness. We entered smoothly, easily, and came to a halt at our mooring. After donning our helmets, we stepped out onto the mooring platform and crossed it. Passing through the airlock, we found ourselves inside the great ship. There we waited for Saxon and the rest of the Space Force crew.
Saxon! Over here!
What a ship. It's extraordinary. Large enough to accommodate a whole town.
The technology of these people is beyond belief. How did Ifwa react to our primitive efforts?
She didn't like it very much.
Are they all here? Do you know where they have to be put?
Reliving area.
It's not far. We can take the travelator.
Keep close together. Do not attempt to get away. Follow the grey corridor with a silver line.
Where's that?
Entrance over there. We start on the slow platform, change over to the faster one.
How much further?
We are close now.
Who are the people we keep passing?
Members of the starship crew.
Why are they dressed in coloured suits?
Different colours indicate their trade. The colours of the corridors indicate the ship's area.
What do these colours represent?
In this area, mostly domestic. Grey, living quarters. The addition of silver indicates flying crew's living quarters.
All flying personnel are dressed in silver?
Yes. Claire explained to me.
We are now in the grey living area. Enter third door on left. This is where you live. You will remain here until sent for.
Where are you going?
To the briefing room.
And what happens to us?
We must go.
Well, surely you can tell us what's
Silence. Sound fair.
May I ask one question?
Yes.
All the personnel we've seen aboard this starship appear to be women.
There are no men aboard this craft except you.
You mean of all the thousands of crew on this ship, there's not one man?
None.
But how about back home, where you come from?
Corsair.
You must have men there.
I have never seen any.
But there are thousands of you.
Sound fair.
Just a moment.
If you need anything, ask Jenny.
Who's Jenny?
She has been appointed to look after you.
You mean she's here in this apartment?
All queries must be addressed to her. We will see you again.
Hey, wait a minute. There's something else. Open up. I haven't finished.
How do you get this door open? Did you see how they did it?
It just slid open, apparently, of its own accord. I don't think it's meant to open. Not for us.
I suppose not.
Not to worry, we can ask Jenny. Claire said she was here.
Where?
Well, in this room, I suppose, the living quarters.
Pretty sparse for living quarters. One room with 4 chairs in it. Are we supposed to sleep on these things?
There's nowhere else that I can see.
Here, we think all these different coloured buttons are.
Well, you press one and find out.
Here goes, then. There.
Oh, well done, Chipper. Can you put the lights back on, please?
Sorry. There. I'll try this one. What's that?
You've opened another door to another room.
It's a bedroom.
Great area service.
Oh, he made me jump.
Can I help you?
How did you get in here? You weren't there a second ago.
And who are you?
I'm Jenny. You called me. You pressed the service button.
Oh, well, I mean...
Can you get us something to eat?
Very well. I will fetch you...
Wait, and something to drink, too.
Of course.
Oh. She's gone.
Most incredible thing I've ever seen. A real person appeared from nowhere.
I'll just light for a moment. Gone the next. How's it done?
I wish I knew.
Beautiful girl, too.
Watch out, Saxon.
What the... Table. Did you see where that came from?
Well, it seemed to come out of the wall.
Here comes the food.
That was quick.
Looks delicious. Do you think we should try it?
Well, it's either that or we starve.
Right. I'll start.
Oh, it is delicious. Try it. What a change after our rations.
This drink is good, too.
Try some of this. What is it?
I don't know. It's like pork. Really tasty.
Of course, it may be some sort of centaurian serpent.
Oh. Do you think so?
Pippa? You're not eating.
No, I was thinking.
What about?
That girl who came in here.
What about her?
So beautiful. Where did she come from?
She appeared when you pressed that button.
Just like Aladdin's genie. You press the button, she appears.
Aren't you going to eat anything then, Pippa?
Yeah, I'll have a little bit of that, thanks.
Well, anything Chipper doesn't want, I'll have. I've never tasted such good food.
You summoned me?
Yes.
You would like the table removed?
Yes.
Stand clear. Is there anything else?
Well, if you could tell us something about this place, we'd be...
What do you wish to know?
Well, what's likely to happen to us for a start?
You will be examined and categorized. You will then be taken back to Corthia, or cast adrift, in your own vessel. How else did you expect to be treated?
Like human beings.
If your classification is high, you might be taken to Lochtan.
What happens there?
That is where all Centaurian males are banished to.
Whatever for?
To work.
Work?
As slaves.
We can't be
Unless you are lucky enough to be classified in the primary category.
Which is?
Breeding. Centaurian civilization may be all female, but it still has to reproduce. There are very few men lucky enough to be selected for that purpose.
Lucky? Sounds like hard work to me.
Oh, no. They lead a rich and easy life. Receive the best food, best living conditions.
Sounds rather dull, then.
Excuse me, what are the chances of being selected as a breeder?
Do not get a mistaken impression of breeding. The chosen males are merely donors. There is no direct contact with any of the women.
What do you look for in a donor, then?
Not me, the council. To be a breeder, a male must have a supremely high intelligence quota, good physique and disposition.
Oh, I see. Do you think that we would...
No, it is unlikely. You do not even have the simple ability to communicate telepathically. Except you, Chipper. And you can hardly be said to have physique.
I don't know. What about his IQ?
His examination will reveal that.
And where does this...
Where'd she go? She just vanished again. I
I don't understand. How does she do it?
Though Jenny appeared in our common room, looking like a real three-dimensional person, she was in fact nothing more than a projected image. Even so, she carried a charm and personality that conquered us all. Especially Chipper. Whenever she appeared, and he pressed the service button on the least excuse, he spoke to her gently and warmly. She also had a special tone of voice for him, which affected him deeply. Soon it was obvious that Chipper was falling in love with this apparition, and to our consternation, the apparition appeared to be encouraging him. Then one time, Jenny appeared without being called.
You must all be ready for transfer to another part of the ship.
Where are we going?
To meet Voedica,
Who's she?
commander of the starship. She wishes to see you, especially the Space Force leader.
It's about time I met somebody of my own rank and status.
Remember, you were also her prisoner.
That's difficult to forget. And where does this Commander Voedica reside?
On the far side of the starship. You will be escorted.
Naturally.
And remember, when you're interrogated...
Interrogated?
Yes. Remember, you must not...
What?
Another time. Here comes your escort. Be humble and respectful before Voedica.
Yes, but what we...
Come with us! Now!
Very well.
Good luck.
We were taken through a number of moving corridors and carried upwards in the general direction of the front end of the ship. We must have climbed to about half the height of the superstructure when we reached the outer door of an airlock. We passed through and found ourselves in a huge chamber, the nerve center of the starship, its very brain. On a raised platform to one side sat a woman. Like all the Centaurian women, she was very tall, but appeared considerably older than any we had seen up to now. This was Voedica.
Tell the Jovians to sit down. They are not Jovians, Highness. They are from Earth. Which is their commander?
I am. Commander Saxon Berry.
Is what you see on the screen the planet you hail from?
Yes, it is. A remarkable picture.
It's three-dimensional. How can they achieve such an incredibly close-up view?
Is that where the Arecibo message came from?
Yes.
We thought it came from Jupiter.
No. Earth.
Earth is such a tiny planet. We thought it too small to be of any significance.
It's a world full of life.
And it must be the only one in this whole system that is.
More than likely.
How disappointing. Those little unmanned ships that have been flying around Jupiter, are they from Earth too?
Yes. Sent here to investigate your radio signals. But they all died.
That was our doing. We rendered their equipment useless.
You did that to our ship too. The Space Force. Why?
We did not expect to find anybody aboard. But life is what we came looking for. So we are glad to have found you.
And now that you have us, what do you intend to do with us?
That depends on the result of your interrogation.
We were
you,
told...
What is your name?
Huh? Me?
Of course.
Chipper. Chipper Barney.
Take him down to interrogation. Return the others to their quarters.
Yeah. Oh, no. Saxon.
Wait a minute. If one goes, we all go.
Take him away.
Very well. No.
Come with us.
Let go of him.
Help him.
You better. Stand back, or we fire.
Get the gun.
Oh, what have you done? You've killed them.
Disobedience will not be tolerated.
In that episode of Space Force, Chipper was played by Nicky Henson, Magnus by Nigel Stock, Saxon by Barry Foster, and Loderick by Tonya Sober, with Teresa Stretfield, Wendy Murray, Jenny Twigg and Lolly Cockrell. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter, scientific observer aboard the Space Force. After the two silver-clad Centaurian women had taken over our ship, they forced us to change our orbital position. We were to join their great starship, which lay 500,000 miles away on the far side of Jupiter. The starship, with a submarine-shaped hull and tall skyscraper-like superstructure, was big enough to accommodate the population of a small city. Once aboard, we were taken to comfortable quarters, fed and allowed to rest. Then we were summoned before Voedica, the great starship's commander and queen of the Centaurian women.
Tell the Jovians to sit down. They are not Jovians, Highness. They are from Earth. Which is their commander?
I am. Commander Saxon Berry.
Is what you see on the screen the planet you hail from?
Yes, it is. A remarkable picture.
It's three-dimensional. How can they achieve such an incredibly close-up view?
Is that where the Arecibo message came from?
Yes.
We thought it came from Jupiter.
No. Earth.
Earth is such a tiny planet. We thought it too small to be of any significance.
It's a world full of life.
And it must be the only one in this whole system that is.
More than likely.
How disappointing. Those little unmanned ships that have been flying around Jupiter, are they from Earth too?
Yes. Sent here to investigate your radio signals. But they all died.
That is our doing. We rendered our equipment useless.
You did that to our ship too. The Space Force. Why?
We did not expect to find anybody aboard. The light is what we came looking for. So we are glad to have found you.
And now that you have us, what do you intend to do with us?
That depends on the result of your interrogation.
We were
you,
told...
What is your name?
Huh? Me?
Of course.
Chipper Barney.
Take him down to interrogation. Return the others to their quarters.
Yes. Oh, no. Saxon!
Wait a minute. If one goes, we all go.
Take him away.
Very well. No,
come with us.
Let go of him. Help him.
You better. Stand back, or we fire.
Get the gun! Oh, what have you done? You've killed them.
Disobedience will not be tolerated.
Space Force, an interstellar encounter, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tonya Sober. Episode 5, Threshold of the Stars.
Wake up! You're not hurt. Wake up!
What happened?
You have slept, that's all.
Slept? I was shot.
You received a blast from an anesthetizing gun. You're not hurt, are you?
No, I feel fine, I think. How about you, Magnus?
I'm all right.
And me.
Oh, good. Where's Chipper?
He has been taken to Group A Medical Center.
What are you going to do to him? And why Chipper?
Take these Earthmen to
why
Group
Chipper?
B Medical Center.
Very good for it. That's not where they took Chipper.
Take them now.
We can't let them separate us.
Hold it.
That's what we told it.
Those guns might as well walk as be carried. We'll go quietly for the present.
Are you awake now?
Where am I?
In the medical section.
A second ago, I was in the ship's control center.
How do you feel?
Like I've just woken up from a deep, beautiful sleep.
Please lie perfectly still.
Why? What have they done to me?
We have tested your physical and mental fitness. Relax.
How did I do?
Do?
In the tests?
The results have not been computerized yet.
Yes, but you can
I'm
sure.
not allowed to discuss tests with patients.
I'm not asking much, only will I live?
Somebody else will be along to see you soon. Do not attempt to get up. If you need anything, press the button. You understand?
I suppose so. I mean... Oh, she's gone. I don't feel ill. I wonder what they're doing to me. Oh.
Hello, Chipper.
Jenny, where did you come from?
You called me.
The button, you mean?
Yes.
If I'd known it would be you, I'd have pressed it sooner.
I'm glad. Is there something I can get you?
Like what?
A drink? Some food?
Oh, no thank you. I'd just like to talk.
Very well.
Funny you should appear. I was dreaming about you just before I woke up.
Oh, yes. You would.
I would? How do you know?
Far too complicated for me to explain.
Don't let it stop you.
We have much nicer things to talk about.
Such as?
The time when we shall meet face to face. No viewing screen between us.
I see no screen.
I'm nothing more than a three-dimensional projection.
You look solid enough to me. Like I could touch you.
No. Your hand would pass right through.
Oh.
But one day we will meet.
Where? When?
When you have been cleared physically and psychologically. When you are free to move around the ship.
What part of the ship do you live in?
Blue section. Communications.
Is that far?
From here it is, but not from your living quarters. It's quite close to the docking area.
As soon as I get off this bed, I'll come and see you.
No. That would be dangerous.
Why?
You have not been cleared.
For what?
When your tests have been assessed and your category finalized, you may be allowed to come.
And if not?
Then I will find some way of coming to see you.
Won't be too long about it. I'm dying to see you yourself, as you really are.
Your escort is coming.
Hmm?
Trey and Dipwa. They will take you back to your living quarters.
When shall I see you again?
Goodbye.
No, Jenny?
Jenny.
How much further, Trey? Your quarters are just past the blue section, near the docking area.
Blue section? Communications?
Yes. There are the blue guidelines on the walls. We pass through junction in just a moment.
That's where Jenny is.
We're coming to the junction now. That's it, there.
I've got to see her. I've got to see her.
Easy, Freya.
I've got to.
Hold on.
Let go, do you hear? Let go.
Alarm situation resolved. No emergency. Where would you go?
You said that was the way to communications.
That's right.
I was going to find Jenny.
Not in blue section. It is forbidden.
Who says so?
It is the rule. No unauthorized persons allowed. Come. We will return you to grey section.
You're hurting my wrist. Let go.
You cannot be trusted.
No need for you to grab me as well. Oh, why don't you pick on someone your own size? Here he is. At last. Chipper, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You don't sound it. What happened to you?
I had a medical, that's all.
What did they do?
I don't know, I was asleep.
We were tested as well, but yours seems to have taken much longer.
They're trying to decide which one of us is the most able specimen. Survival of the fittest, Ifwa said.
Survival?
Yeah.
And what happens to the others? Not so fit.
She didn't say.
They don't survive. It's obvious they'll be killed.
Listen, all of you. I don't know what they're up to or what they aim to do with us if we fail the test. But one thing is clear. We must stick together. Resist separation at all costs. Plan a way to get back to our own ship and get away.
Escape? From here?
Yes.
Impossible. I'm sure everything we do is being monitored. They're probably listening to us now.
Even so,
even if we did get back to the ship, we'd never get clear.
Why not?
They'd kill us stone dead before we fired the motors, just as they did before they boarded us.
We can't just give up, Magnus.
Why not? Why shouldn't we stay? It's a fascinating experience. Scientifically, I'm discovering something new all the time.
Until one day you discover you've been shot.
That is highly unlikely.
What do you think, Chipper? I support Magnus. Make the best of it. See what happens. What's got into you?
You wanted my opinion, I gave it to you. If you insist on trying to escape, I'll help you, but against my better judgment.
And what about you, Chipper?
I want to stay.
You can't mean that.
Notice that, we've got company.
Jenny.
I'm sorry to disturb you. The commander wishes to address you. Please watch the screen.
I don't see any screen.
In front of me.
Good day, Earthman. Jenny, you may leave. Now, Earthman, I have come to tell you the results of your tests. The fittest man in your crew is Radio Officer Barnett.
Blimey.
The fact that he can communicate telepathically places him way above the rest of you. A person who cannot communicate in this way is of little consequence in our society. Magnus has some potential in this direction, but it is undeveloped.
I see. So, what's going to happen?
Barnett will come back with us to compare.
And the rest of us?
The rest of you. The rest of you will be allowed to leave. You may return to your planet, if you can.
But without Chipper?
Barnett goes with us.
And if we refuse to leave him?
You will die.
I see. We accept your terms, Veronica.
What?
You are wise to do so.
But we need time.
Time?
The time with Chipper. After all, we'll never see him again.
Very well. You have 10 minutes.
What? Is that all?
This ship will take off in 1 hour. If you are not in a docking area by that time, your craft will be unable to leave.
An hour?
But it only takes 15 minutes to reach the docking area.
Not during takeoff procedures. All power is required for charging the engines, so all walkways are inoperative and airlocks must be controlled manually. You have 10 minutes, Earthmen. Summon Jenny when you are ready to move. Farewell.
Ship prevailing blast off. All personnel not involved in preparations to return to their quarters. Firing at 0 miles.
Don't waste any time.
We can't waste any either. And we've got to find some way of taking Chipper with us.
I thought you accepted her terms.
That was just about time. Right. Any ideas?
Don't trouble yourself, I'm not coming.
Talk sense, Chipper.
I prefer to stay.
What for?
For Jenny.
A picture on a televiewer.
She's not just a picture, not her true self.
How do you know?
She told me. Soon we're going to meet face to face.
You must be crazy. Don't you know what's happening?
It's obvious what's happening. He's fallen in love with her.
With an apparition.
She's not an apparition. She's as solid as you are.
Have you ever been able to touch her? Feel her breath on your cheek?
No, not yet, but I will.
She's having you on. She's made you fall in love with her. It's all part of the great Centaurian plot to have you stay here. To take you back to Corsair and to enslave you.
Rubbish. She'd never do a thing like that, would she, Magnus?
I must say I find the girl rather delightful.
That's it.
What's it?
You're both being brainwashed.
Brainwashed? Who? By?
By Jenny, Ifwa, Treya, Boedica, everybody aboard this ship.
But how?
Telepathy. Slowly but surely, they're feeding you with thoughts and desires that make you want to stay here.
I've said I will come with you if necessary.
Well, that's because you're only partially affected, because your telepathy is undeveloped. But Chipper, he's had the full works from the word go.
We've got to get away before they start getting us sacked.
Oh, no, we're not the types. But we've got to make sure Chipper and Magnus come with us.
I'm not coming.
We can't man the ship without you.
Firing time 0 minus 15 minutes. All non-essential personnel to return to living quarters at once.
Well, at least there won't be many people about to stop us. Call up Jenny, Lodrick.
Right.
Yes?
We're ready to go.
Good. An escort is on its way from Red Section to collect Chipper and take him to his new quarters.
Thanks, Jenny. Does this mean I'll see you soon? Properly, I mean.
Very soon.
What about our pressure suits? We can't leave without them.
They will be in the main lock leading to the docking area.
And helmets?
They'll be there.
All chief personnel to control room. All chief personnel to control room.
Right. We've got a deal with Chipper's escort.
From Red Section, she said.
That means they'll be armed with those anesthetizing guns.
That's right. How many do you reckon?
Probably 2. We'll need your help, Magnus.
What do I have to do?
Lodrick and I'll wait behind the door. We'll take them as they come in. You grab the gun and shoot them.
Shoot them? I'm not sure I could shoot a woman.
They're not women. They're aliens, Magnus. Don't let them influence you.
I can't do this.
You'll only knock them out. Will you help us? Please.
Very well. Don't ask me to have anything to do with it.
You stay where you are and keep quiet. All right, Ludwig. Get behind the door. Right.
Barnett, we're here to bring...
What are you? Stand back. Get that gun, Magnus. Come on, Magnus. Good work, Ludwig. Thanks. And you, Magnus.
How long will they be unconscious?
I don't know. We'd better get started. Come on, Chipper.
I'm not coming, I told you.
You're coming whether you like it or not.
Jenny will help me.
Grab him, Ludwig. Right. Stop him reaching the button. Let me go. Let me go. Use that anesthetic gun on me if you need to. Right. Come on, Chipper.
All non-essential personnel to living quarters immediately.
Are you coming quietly, Chipper, or do we need to use the gun?
No, you don't.
Good. Let's go.
Minus 30 minutes. Red section personnel escorting Alien Barnett. Return him to his living quarters.
Keep up, Chipper.
Okay.
So far, so good.
They said they'd let us leave.
Until they discover we have Chipper with us.
Well, that can't be for a few minutes yet. How much further?
We're just coming up to Blue and Silver Junction. Docking area's a couple of minutes from there.
Blue Junction? That's Jenny. Chipper, come back. Stop him, Roderick. Use the gun. I missed. I'll get after him. We'll come with you. No, go to the dock. Open the first airlock. Save time. Wait, you need help. I'll manage, even if I have to carry you.
I'll go with him, Roderick. See you at the dock.
Right.
Which way did he go?
Can't be far ahead. He hasn't passed any other junction. No doors he could have disappeared into.
What about that one? With a blue circle on it.
That must be the communication control center.
Where Jenny lives.
That's where he'll be. Come on. I was told about.
They've all gone to ground because of the blast off.
We'll never find him in here. It's like a maze.
Stop a minute. Listen.
That's him.
Yes. But where is he? His voice seems to come from all around us.
Jenny, where are you?
Jenny, where are you? You in here, Jenny?
Hello, Chipper.
Oh.
How did you get here?
I followed the blue signs.
It is forbidden for unauthorized personnel to enter the communications section. You could get into serious trouble.
Who with? There's nobody here.
You are lucky. They've all gone to their quarters for takeoff. It is dangerous to be about while the motors are charging. Only emergency power is available.
Where are you? I can hear you, but I can't see you.
There is no screen where you are. Walk on a few yards between the control stacks.
Yes, doing that.
And you come to a blue door with lighter blue zigzag lines on it.
I see it.
That is the door to my room. You may come in.
Where are you?
Here, right in front of you.
All I can see is a computer console.
That is me.
No, it's not true. I've seen you. You're beautiful.
That is only my image. Look.
Oh, there you are.
No. Try and touch me. You can't.
But you let me believe you were real.
That was your idea. I never suggested it.
And that I would see you in your quarters.
That is just where you are. In a special computer suite.
But you made me fall in love with you.
No. My program did that.
Why?
To persuade you to come back to Corvair.
And then, when it was too late for me to go back, I'd find out you were not real.
Before then, the desensitizing process would have begun.
The what?
The process by which you would be made to fall out of love with me.
Nothing would have done that.
Look, Chipper.
Chipper!
Look at my face.
Oh, no.
I've made myself even uglier. Look.
No! Stop it!
Chipper, where are you?
Now you know me.
No!
Chipper!
Good heavens, what's that?
Looks like Jenny. What's happened to her? Jenny, can you hear me? She doesn't move. Something's gone wrong with her picture. I did it. What? I smashed the screen. I was trying to smash her face in.
You know she's not real then?
Yes. She was manipulating me. And those faces. She was tormenting me. I wanted...
This is no place for you, Chipper. People created by computers, mind-washing by telepathy. You're best out of it.
We all are.
Come on. Let's get back to our own ship and go home. Here, let me help you up. Come on.
Thanks, Sax.
Now,
Back to the passage, or we'll never get to the dock area in time.
Yeah. She was the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
She would be. She was specially created for you.
Red section escort for Barnett for central control.
There's the dock. And there's Lodrick. He's got the first lock open already.
Thank goodness nobody's chasing us. Keep up, Chipper.
I'm trying to.
Good to see you. I thought you'd never make it.
Pressure suits there?
Yes.
Now get inside, all of you. Put them on.
But only 3.
What?
Chippers isn't here. They didn't leave it.
But he can't leave without it. We have to cross 10 yards of airless space before we reach our ship.
Exactly.
That leaves us no choice.
Huh?
One of us will have to stay behind.
Not on your life.
What are we going to do?
We'll have to share a suit.
Share?
One of us stays here, the other 3 go through the lock, get aboard the ship, then one of the 3 comes back with a spare suit.
Good idea. I'll wait behind. You go.
You sure?
Of course.
They may get hold of him before we can get back.
I know that. Just go.
Okay. Here's the gun, Magnus. If anybody comes after you, at least you'll have a chance of knocking him out.
Thank you. If I don't see you again, good luck.
You'll see us again. Lodrick, close the door. Let's get through this lock and onto the ship.
0 minus 15 minutes. Repeat. 0 minus.
It's good to be back in Space Force. Lodrick, get your suit off.
Doing it.
Chipper, get to the radio. Monitor the Starship's intercom.
Right.
And while I'm gone, Lodrick, inspect the motors and estimate the fuel situation.
You've got less than 15 minutes.
I know. We'll see what we can do.
Here, the helmet.
Thanks. Now, close the door, pump the air out, and keep your fingers crossed.
Good luck.
0 minus 10 minutes. Repeat. 0 minus.
Magnus!
Yes, Actor?
Oh, thought I'd lost you. Come in here.
Right.
Get this suit on. Let me know as soon as you're airtight.
Well, mate, power supply still seems to be operating.
They don't go over to emergency power until just before the motors fire.
Right. How's that?
Sounds okay. Pump the air out. One more operation and we're home and dry.
Why haven't they sent somebody for us?
They're too busy preparing for blast-off.
They could have postponed it.
They can't. The process can't be reversed. Hey, this air pump's taking its time. Should have done the job by now.
This is still working.
Yes, but so slowly. At last. Open the door and let's get out of here.
It's stuck. And the lights are dimmed.
Well, they must have gone over to emergency power. That means there's none to spare for the airlock.
The door's half open. Perhaps we could squeeze through.
No, we'd never make it. Not in an inflated suit.
Then we're trapped.
Looks like it. And with the Starship about to blast off in less than 10 minutes.
In that episode of Space Force, Chipper was played by Nicky Henson, Magnus by Nigel Stock, Saxon by Barry Foster, and Lodrick by Tonya Sober, with Teresa Stretfield, Wendy Murray, Jenny Twigg and Lolly Cockrell. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter, scientific observer with the Space Force. Following our capture by the Centaurian women, we were taken to their mothership and kept under close observation. Finally, we learned that they intended to return to their distant star and take our radio operator, Chipper Barnett, with them. With 1 hour to go before blastoff, we escaped from our quarters and made our way to the section where our craft was docked. When the 4 of us arrived at the mothership's airlock, we discovered there were only 3 spacesuits. Lodrick and Saxon took Chipper through to our craft. Then, with time running out, Saxon returned for me.
One more operation and we're home and dry.
Why haven't they sent somebody for us?
They're too busy preparing for blast-off.
They could have postponed it.
They can't. The process can't be reversed. Hey, this air pump's taking its time. Should have done the job by now.
This is still working.
Yes, but so slowly. At last. Open the door and let's get out of here.
It's stuck. And the lights are dimmed.
Well, they must have gone over to emergency power. That means there's none to spare for the airlock.
The door's half open. Perhaps we could squeeze through.
No, we'd never make it. Not in an inflated suit.
Then we're trapped.
Looks like it. And with the starship about to blast off in less than 10 minutes.
Space Force, an interstellar encounter, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tonya Sober. Episode 6, Marooned in Space.
We can't just give up, Magnus, not now.
But there's nothing we can do.
There must be something. Perhaps we could... Yes, that's it. We've got to remove our life support packs. We can carry them.
But that'll cut off our oxygen supply.
Right. Then we let out the air.
What?
When the suits have deflated enough, we can squeeze through the door.
With virtually no air supply.
Enough to get us aboard Space Force if we hurry.
And death from suffocation if we don't.
So we must move fast. Now, start letting out the air. Are you hearing all this, Roderick?
Yes.
Is the lock prepared?
Doors open.
Come on then, Magnus.
Ship's motors will fire in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All personnel to stay undercover until further notice.
You all right, Magnus?
Yes, I think so.
Into the lock then, quick. Okay, Roderick, we're in.
Closing the door. You can expect to be with us.
Magnus!
What is it?
He's passed out.
Airlock filling.
I'll reconnect his life support. If I can just...
What about your own?
I'll do that next.
Airlock filling. 10 seconds to go.
I can't manage...
Hold on, Saxon. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Door opening. Saxon, are you all right? Chipper, help me get his helmet on. Hurry.
There. Saxon. I didn't think I'd make it. Couldn't make my connector work. How's Magnus?
I'm all right now. I think I must have passed out.
You did. Close the lock.
We've got less than 4 minutes to get away from the dock area and out into space.
Right. Prepare the fire thrusters.
Already prepared.
Good. Fire.
Pulling away.
Starship's motors firing in 3 minutes.
Their radio swamps everything.
3 minutes to go.
We'll never make it. We'll be swamped by the electronic wash.
What's its motive power?
No idea.
Could it be atomic?
I hope not. There'll be nothing left of us if it is.
We're free of the dock area, drifting out slowly.
Yeah, too slowly. Everybody strapped in?
Yes.
I stand by for countdown to motor firing.
Hello, Chipper. Chipper, can you hear me?
Who's that?
Who's what?
Somebody's calling me.
Don't answer.
What are you doing out there? We need you on the starship.
What? Do you?
Chipper, ignore them.
Distance from Starship approximately 600 yards.
The stern of that ship, it's glowing white hot.
Firing time. 2 minutes.
Stand by. Space Force firing in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I'd like to, but
2,
I can't get up, not till our motors are fired.
0.
We're up.
I think we're just in time.
Speed 4,000. 4,500.
Check the television and see what's happened, right?
Chipper. I'm listening.
Roderick, look after Chipper.
I don't believe it. They're coming after us. Like one of their small craft there on the screen.
They haven't time. Their own ship's about to take off.
But the initial acceleration is very slow. Treya told me that.
Space Force.
Oh, yes.
The ship is on its way to you.
We can see it.
Put on a suit, Chipper, into the airlock and wait for us to pick you up.
I'm going with them.
You're coming back to Earth with us.
Starship's motor firing in 10 seconds.
We must get back on board the starship before the critical acceleration time.
What's that?
Coming over the radio. Must be the starship's motors.
That light from the ship's stern is so bright.
Some kind of ray or particle propulsion.
You must do as we say.
You'll have to obey them, Saxon.
Have they started brainwashing you again?
You can't refuse them.
You have 10 seconds, Space Force.
Better let me go.
Why? They haven't got time to do anything.
5 seconds.
I'm coming, Jim. I'm coming. You hold it.
Keep him away from the airlock.
Don't let me go.
Space Force, your time is up.
What happened? Where is everybody? Magnus? Saxon? Saxon? Better get up if I can move. Is that you, Lodrick?
Yes.
You all right?
Banged my head on the televiewer.
I think I banged more than my head. What happened?
Yeah, they wanted you to go with them.
Did they? I don't remember.
Then they must have started shooting at us. Ray guns or something.
Is that what it was?
I thought the ship would break up. Where are the others?
I don't know.
We're here.
There they are, behind the computer.
Oh, good.
How's Magnus?
He's just coming round. He's okay.
Right, first thing we do is examine the ship from bow to stern. Try to get a few things working. It's not completely dead. We've got the emergency lighting.
And gravity for some reason.
Yes, it's very weak, though. Hardly enough to keep our feet on the floor. So, what do we do? You come with me, Lodrick. Right. Let's try and restore the power supply.
What about me?
Try to get the electronics working. Televiewer first, then the radio, then the computer.
If we could get the door to the observation dome working, we could see out.
Yeah, we need a lot of power for that, maybe more than we've got. Magnus, you stay with Chipper. If we need you, we'll call you.
Right.
Come on, Lodrick. First thing to look at is the thermoelectric generators. Chipper seems more his old self, Saxon.
Yes. Seems to have forgotten all about Jenny and the other Centaurians, thank goodness.
Do you think they could still come after us? Try and get him?
It's possible. If they discover they haven't destroyed us. With technology that advanced, they could do anything.
Saxon?
Yes?
What's the verdict on the generators?
One of them is totally out of action.
No hope of repair?
No. They're the one thing we can't tamper with. Too much danger from radiation.
Let's hope there's none leaking out.
We checked that.
So where does that leave us?
With only half the electrical power we need, I'm afraid.
Which means we can run the radio, the televiewer, the computer, all the software, provided they're not damaged.
What about airlocks?
Not enough power for that.
Then we can never open the door. Never get out?
Nope.
I could open the observation lock by hand. That's all.
I see.
We've just got to hope we can get the radio operating. Then we can contact Earth and get some help.
There we are, then. Transmitter and receiver both working. Quite a lot of current in the old aerial.
Enough for Earth to hear us?
It remains to be seen. 400 million miles is a long way, especially on half power.
We may not be that far.
Depends how long we were all unconscious and how fast we've been travelling.
We couldn't have covered more than 1 million miles, though.
No. So any message we send will take up to 35 minutes to reach Earth, another 35 back.
At least.
Right. Switch on, Chipper. I'll try to contact control.
Okay.
And while I'm doing that, see if the televiewer's working.
That's it. It's good. Tiny little more.
How's that?
Should be all right now. I'll switch on. Still the same, nothing but coloured streaks.
Perhaps the screen's damaged.
I don't think we'd see anything if it was. What puzzles me is the way those lines are moving.
What was that light?
I've never seen a televiewer behave like this before.
You sure you've connected it up right?
Of course I have.
You getting a clear picture yet, Chip?
Not up to now. I've checked everything.
Oh, let's have a look at it then.
There's that light again.
It's just hundreds of coloured lines.
All distorted. No picture at all.
But that is a picture.
Huh?
Those aren't lines of distortion, they're star trails.
What?
Pictures of stars crossing the screen at such high speed they appear as lines.
But how can they move like that?
They're not, we are. The ship's tumbling head over heels. And not just tumbling, it's slowly rotating as well. That's why we can feel their little gravity.
Of course.
But we can't establish our position unless we can stabilize the ship. Lodrick.
Yes?
How much fuel do we have left?
The computer said we had just enough to get on course for home.
That was for the main motors. What about the thrusters?
They were still functioning when we left the starship's dock, but there can't be much left in them.
Well, go down and check. We might at least be able to steady this tumbling. That's it. Thrusters are working. Definite star images on my screen. Just a few seconds more. What's happened?
Sorry, Saxon. No more fuel. We'll just maintain a slow tumble from now on.
And we're still rotating.
Yes, we can allow for that. It's far better than it was. Let's get back to work. Roderick, start on the observation dome lock.
Open it by hand.
Yes. Chipper, try to get the computer going. Magnus will help you.
Right.
I'll try to locate position and speed with the aid of the televiewer. I don't understand this. If only I could use the computer.
Sorry, Saxon, it won't function.
Or even a reply from Earth.
If they were receiving us, we'd have got a reply by now.
Isn't the televiewer working?
Forward one is, the navigation screen. But it doesn't make sense.
Why?
With two large sighting objects, such as the Earth and Jupiter, it should be possible to obtain a fix and estimate our position and speed.
So?
I can't find Jupiter.
What?
No sign of it.
But its image should be colossal.
It's not there.
Perhaps we're going backwards. You know, instead of heading earthwards, we're heading out of the solar system and Jupiter's behind us.
We'd still see it.
The televiewer can't cover 360 degrees.
But we're still tumbling, so we can scan the whole sky.
How could a whole planet, one bigger than all the rest of the sun's planets put together, just disappear?
You tell me.
It's impossible. And what about that bright light that kept flashing across the screen when we were tumbling?
It's a star. It sounds ridiculous, but it looks like the sun.
That is ridiculous. The sun must be over 450 million miles away.
I know. Chipper.
Yes, Saxon.
Get on the radio. Give control another call.
It's only an hour since you sent the last one.
Well, keep calling every hour on the hour. Wherever we are, they're our only hope.
Okay.
Is the electronic log working?
I should think so. Why?
In case we don't survive, I'd like to make a record of the expedition. If the Space Force is ever picked up, I'd like people to know what's happened to us. Log entry number 726. This is the story of a journey among the stars. An intergalactic adventure so astounding that even now, as the great drama draws to its close, I find it difficult to believe it actually happened. But the evidence is there. What we have all been through was no bad dream, nor the figment of some crazy imagination. Even now we cannot survive, except by the intervention of a miracle.
Chipper.
Yeah?
Time to send another message.
Okay. I think I might do better listening out in the headphones. Might be a weak response.
All right.
If I get a reply, I'll put it through the intercom circuit straight away.
Good.
Switch off the amplifiers. That saves a little power. And plug in the phones. That's all. Doesn't sound like that. Oh, well, nothing's working properly on this ship. Might as well start calling. Hello. This is Chipper Barnett aboard Space Force. Can you hear me? I repeat, this is Chipper Barnett aboard... Who's that?
Is that Chipper?
Yes. Who are you?
I heard your call for help.
But who are you?
You do need help, don't you?
Who are you?
I'm Jenny.
Oh, no.
That is Chipper, isn't it?
Go away.
But I want to help.
Go away. We don't need any help.
But you said you were desperate.
We're not that desperate. Go away. We don't need you. Go away.
Here, give me those phones. Hello. This is Commander Saxon Berry aboard the Space Force. Come in, please. Come in, please. We need to hear from you. Hello. There's nobody there.
Yes, there is.
Are you sure you're not hearing voices again?
Yes.
You're certain?
Yes, I am.
Who was it then?
Jenny.
Jenny?
What's going on?
He says he heard Jenny calling.
She came up on the radio, answered my distress call.
No, you couldn't have heard her, Chipper. You destroyed her back on the starship, don't you remember? When Saxon found you in the blue section.
Jenny, did he say?
No one else heard her, only him.
But he was wearing headphones.
I put them on. I didn't hear anybody.
She was there, large as life. She knew me.
Well, then she'll most likely come up again, so keep listening.
Yes,
but not on the headphones. We all want to hear. Put your receiver through the intercom.
If you say so.
I do. Now back to work. Hey, Ludwig, what's that?
My telescope, the 18th century Cassegrainium.
You aiming to use it? In the dome?
Why not? Might enable us to identify something, help establish where we are.
Well, good for you. But don't go looking at that bright star. You'll blind yourself.
Assistance urgently. That is the end of the message. This message will be repeated in 1 hour.
No luck then, Chipper?
No, not a whisper.
Jenny never called again?
You would have heard her if she had. The circuit's plugged into the intercom. You'd all hear her.
I doubt it.
You don't believe
Now,
me?
don't get upset. We're under great strain. It's bound to have a bad effect on all of us, some more than others.
Saxon, quick!
You've seen something?
Yes, but I can hardly believe it.
What is it?
Jupiter.
What?
Yes.
But I've been scanning everywhere on the televiewer. There's been no sign of it.
Come to the observation dome. See for yourself.
There. Nothing but stars, millions of them.
That's the background. Look in the telescope.
You're right. It is Jupiter. Moves as well. Or some planet very like it.
There isn't another like it. Not in this solar system.
Yes, but it's millions of miles away.
About 400 million in my estimation.
We can't possibly have travelled that far.
We must have.
But where are we? More important, how did we get here? For some inexplicable reason, we are hundreds of millions of miles off course, and we must have travelled that distance in just an hour or two.
Hello, Space Force.
Radio, quick, we've made contact.
Calling Space Force.
Come on, Chipper, answer her.
Hello, Space Force.
Yes, we all can. Go on, reply. We'll come down.
Space Force calling. Receiving you loud and clear.
Is that Chipper? Chipper Barnett?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Jenny. You remember me, don't you?
Will I ever forget you?
Last time I called you, you told me to go away and not to bother you.
No, that's right.
But you were in distress. Needed help.
We all are.
There's more than one of you.
You know that.
How should I know?
After all you did to us, and to me in particular.
Me? I've never met you.
Move over, Chipper. I'll talk to her.
You're welcome.
Listen, are you Jenny?
Yes, I am.
Then you know who we are and probably where we are. You're the only one that does.
Me?
Are you programmed to torment us?
Programmed? What do you think I am, a computer?
We know you are.
You must be crazy.
Not as crazy as we'd be to accept your help.
Quiet, Chipper. Now, don't you try to fool us. You're from the Centaurian starship.
The what?
Now on its way to Corthea.
Corthea? Centaurian? I don't think that comes in our area. The farthest we saw is Brighton.
Brighton?
Yes. It's a place about 50 miles from London. Greater speed and all comforts. Trips to the continent by special arrangement at a small extra charge.
What are you talking about?
Morgan's private airbus service.
Private airbus?
The commuter's friend. Like you by public transport, and we can drop you in your own back garden. You must see now.
Listen.
Yes?
Is your name Jenny or isn't it?
How many more times? Yes, it is.
Then how can you hear our calls when nobody else can?
Can't they?
If they could, they'd have replied.
I don't know about that. All I know is here I am trying to work, and every hour or so I find it's impossible because I'm swamped by calls from some bloke calling himself Chipper Barnett.
What work do you do exactly?
I'm a radio telephonist in the control room of Morgan's private airbuses.
I see. And you really want to help us?
If you want me to.
And listen carefully, I shall give you a telephone number to ring. When you get a reply, ask to speak to Space Force Control.
Yes.
Tell them the frequency you're working on and ask them to call us.
Is that all?
Yes. Will you do it?
Yes.
And tell us when you've done it and let us know what they say?
Will you keep listening?
Of course.
Very well. I'll call you later.
Thank you.
Not at all.
It's all a trick. She'll never call back.
You still think it's Jenny the computer?
Who else? They're going to keep tormenting us right to the end.
What do you think, Magnus?
I think she's genuine. She's certainly not very far away. There was no delay between transmission and reply.
All the more reason for her to be the computerized Jenny. No call of ours could reach Earth in such a short time.
Unless we were close to Earth without knowing it.
But we're millions of miles away.
Not judging by the view we get of Jupiter.
That wasp that swamped us when the Centaurians took off, and those rays the ship fired at us.
Well?
I thought they intended to blow us to pieces.
So did I.
But they didn't succeed. Instead, they forced our ship into an incredibly high rate of acceleration, so high that it finally broke through the time barrier.
No, that's too fantastic.
Is it? Then what about Jupiter? Why does it appear the same size as when viewed from Earth?
You actually think we're back in the Earth system?
Yes. I think we are.
Hello, Space Force.
She's back. Come on. Hello, yes. Commander Berry here.
I did what you said.
And?
Well, such promotion. You're to keep listening on this frequency until they contact you.
How long will that be?
Now, come in, Space Force.
Commander Berry speaking.
This is Space Force Control.
It is Ben.
Oh, we're pleased to hear from you.
What are you doing calling us on a commercial frequency band?
Chipper.
I don't know if the transmitter must have drifted off.
Well, it has that you've come back early.
What?
You're not due back for another 12 and a half months. Didn't you get to Jupiter?
Of course we did. You received our radio messages, didn't you?
Yes. But if they were genuine, you should hardly have started your return journey yet, let alone finished it.
It's a long story. Right now, we're in need of rescue. Most of the ship is out of action, and we only have enough air for 4 more weeks. Can you help us?
Of course. We have pinpointed your position. We'll have a life vessel out to you in 3 days.
Is that all? Then where are we?
About 500,000 miles above the Earth.
Then why haven't we seen it?
Probably because it lies directly between you and the Sun. You'd never see it, not without filters.
Ours aren't functioning.
We will commandeer this frequency, so keep listening out. We'll contact you again soon.
Of course. Keep watch, Chipper.
Sure.
Do you think they're going to believe it all, Magnus, when we tell them?
I doubt it. I doubt it very much.
Hello, Space Force.
Oh, hello. Chipper Barnett calling.
Hello, Chipper. I have a message for you from Control.
Go ahead, listening.
In 10 minutes' time, Control will be transmitting a signal on red frequency. You'll have to tune your transmitter to it. But don't close this frequency until ordered.
Oh, that means I can talk to you a bit longer.
Yes, so it does.
Your name really is Jenny, then?
Of course it is. Jenny Campbell.
And, is there a Mr. Campbell?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Oh, just wondered.
He's my father.
Oh, I see. In that case, I wonder, would you like to have dinner with me? You know, when I get back to Earth, get both feet on the ground.
Why me?
Well, I'd like to thank you for helping us. Besides, I like your name, Jenny.
Do you?
Oh, yes. It's my favourite. How about it?
Okay. Call me on the video phone when you get back. Morgan's private airbuses. It's in the book.
Oh, I will.
Goodbye for now, then.
Goodbye, Jenny.
In that episode of Space Force, Saxon was played by Barry Foster, Chipper by Nicky Henson, Magnus by Nigel Stock, and Loderick by Tonya Sober, with Teresa Stretfield and Wendy Murray. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
Hello, Saxon. You receiving me?
Loud and clear.
How are you getting on?
We're ready. Coordinates set. How about you?
Yes, we're ready.
Are you focused?
Well, Loderick? Yes. Yes, I am. Computer on. How about you, Saxon?
Come on, Chipper.
Give me time. My fingers are frozen.
You're holding things up.
Oh, I never realised a place so hot in the day could be so cold at night. That's it, isn't it?
Let me look. Yes, okay, Magnus, we're all set. Computer on.
5 seconds from now.
Correct.
4, 3, 2, 1. How's that?
Perfect.
Call you in an hour or two.
Right.
We'll be frozen stiff by then. Can't we go back to the aircraft?
So long as you're prepared to leave it every 2 minutes to check the telescope coordinates haven't drifted.
No.
If you didn't want to work out in the cold, you should have asked to stay with Magnus.
Oh, no, I wanted to come. You're quite right. Out here in the desert is the best way to see the sky at night.
You'll never get a more glorious view of it. Not from this planet.
Oh, I'm sure. If we're going to study the asteroids close up, why don't we wait until we get up there instead of standing around in the cold down here?
We need to know all we can about them, from every point of view. Now, is the telescope still on course?
Yes.
Then switch in the scanner.
Okay, done.
Good. Should have a good set of pictures by morning.
We're here all night, then?
We have to take every advantage of the viewing conditions. Plot the position of every minor planet within view. Analyze its content.
Surely the Space Research College has been doing that for years.
Of course it has, but only from the Earth's surface.
Oh, I see.
We're going to have to do it out in space. With limited equipment and in unfavorable conditions, so the sooner we get used to it, the better.
Saturn?
Yes, Saturn.
Something odd.
Oh?
Another body has appeared right alongside our object.
Huh?
Just came into view.
Out of the way, Chipper. I don't see it. How long's it been there?
About 30 seconds, growing brighter. Could be an asteroid with great eccentricity of orbit.
Lovely, can you check its height?
Doing it.
How close to Ceres is it?
Stand by for a shock.
What?
The point of light is less than 20 miles high. It's nowhere near Ceres. Just happens to be in the same line of sight.
What's its speed?
Couple of hundred, no more.
Keep track of it.
What about the Spanish project?
We'll resume that later.
Height about 5,000. It's new. Right, still coming this way. Sure, we're still faithful to watch.
Where is it now?
That spot overhead. It must be on fire. It's here.
Space Force, an intergalactic adventure by Charles Chilton, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 1. The Return of the Sun God.
Straight over it.
What direction?
Heading for you. You can expect to see it in an hour or so.
What was it?
We couldn't make out anything. I'm steered it blind. Mist too. Must be a meteor of a colossal size. Call us when it comes your way.
Of course. Keep recording. I'll give a description of what I see.
Look! That must be it, see it?
Hello, Magnus is here.
Receiving you.
Estimated height, 1,000. Speed very fast and so bright I can't bear to look. Ah! It passed over heading westward.
What did it mean, John?
Whatever it is, it's going to make a damn big hole.
Is it man?
No, just passed over the horizon. Very low.
Then you'll hear the explosion soon.
It's gone. Funny, didn't hear it crash.
Maybe it's still traveling.
Couldn't have gone far. We'll take the aircraft and track it down. Report to you later.
Right.
Dismantle the telescope, Chipper.
Just a minute. Can't see anything for all these coloured lights.
Barry here.
Commander, Saxon Barry?
Yes?
This is police headquarters, Cairo.
Yes. Any news?
I'm afraid not. Many reported seeing the object, but once it had crossed the river and headed out into the desert, it disappeared.
Not quite. We were 200 miles west of the river and saw it plain as day. It passed right over our heads.
Then that was the last sight.
It crossed the horizon and continued westward. Surely somebody in that area must have seen it.
Nobody lives in that area. It's too barren. A camel couldn't live there.
But an object as bright as that, somebody must have
We
seen
have
it.
searched the area, Commander Barry. Official opinion is that the object was a large fireball. It must have evaporated before it reached the ground and left no trace.
Nonsense.
Commander
A
Barry,
meteorite that size was bound to leave a trace of something. Scattered bits of stone, scorch marks, something.
nothing has been found.
Well, then you haven't been thorough enough. I know exactly the course it took. I shall organize a private search.
Very well. If you find anything, we would need to be informed.
If I find anything, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you. Good day.
Goodbye.
Private search?
We're due back in London in 3 days.
Plenty of time, Magnus.
But the authorities have recalled all their aircraft.
We'll go on our own.
If you say so. Just the two of us?
Yes.
You won't need a communications officer.
Don't think so, Chipper. You and Lodrick take some time off. Relax, see the sights.
Yeah. What do you say, Lodrick?
I say yes. And I know exactly what.
The belly dancers.
No. The pyramids.
Oh, all cultured all of a sudden.
I want to go inside.
Now you could. Oh, yes, Chipper. Organised tours of the inside of the Giza Pyramid go on all day. Well worth going, in my opinion.
Well, what about it?
Well, I'll come to the pyramid today if you come into town with me tonight.
That's what you want.
You can take the small truck. Magnus and I'll see you back here. And don't make it late. We need you fit for takeoff next week.
Don't worry. I'll call the airport. Tell them to get the aircraft ready.
Tell them we'll be there within the hour.
Good morning.
Good morning. May I help?
We'd like to go on a pyramid walk. I wondered if there are any tours of the Giza pyramids.
No. I am sorry. Tours for today and tomorrow are all booked up.
What? Well, we're only here for 2 more days.
Oh, sorry.
How about you? Are you all booked up?
Pardon?
Wouldn't mind doing a little tour around you. I don't care if you're not a pyramid.
Chipper, can't you offer us anything?
Well, drive to Sakra. You may go on the stepped pyramid walk.
What? But surely visitors aren't allowed inside the stepped pyramid.
That is true, but you may be lucky.
How?
Very special tour. Few people. Much privilege.
You mean we might go inside?
If guide takes you, yes. Tell him I send you.
What's your name, then?
No fret.
And, when do you finish?
Come on, Chipper. Thank you for your help.
Yes.
Everybody, keep close together. Keep your lights on all the time. Now, please, follow me. We begin by proceeding down the path.
Well, this is the bit you've been looking forward to. A tour inside a pyramid.
I enjoyed the outside, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't expect it all to be rebuilt. I thought it would be a ruin.
Oh, no, not these days. The policy of the Egyptian Department of Antiquities is to reconstruct everything.
I couldn't quite understand about King Doza.
Josa.
Dashing around the Heb... What do you call it?
Hebstead Court.
What was he supposed to be doing?
Proving his everlasting youthfulness and virility. He had to do it after reigning 30 years, and every few years after that. A kind of a jubilee ceremony.
I can think of better ways to prove my virility.
Well, don't let's lag behind. We'll miss all the interesting bits.
Guy seems to be in a great hurry, I must say. Like he's keen to get it over with.
All the more reason to keep up.
Hang on, Lodrick, look at this.
We can't stop. We're miles behind as it is.
Oh, look. That painting on the wall.
Eh? A dancing girl? No, wait. It's just like the girl from the tourist office. The one we saw this morning. Exactly like her.
Except she wasn't wearing a topless see-through nightdress then.
That's ceremonial dress. Worn by ladies of the upper classes.
Blimey, what do the lower classes wear?
Hardly anything. Like these slave girls. A beaded belt and a necklace.
So I see.
Aren't the colours remarkable?
Huh? Oh, yeah, the colours.
After all these years, goodness knew. You know something?
What?
I've never seen this painting before.
Well, how could you?
I mean, a copy of it. In a book or on the wall of a museum.
Maybe you missed it.
Oh, I'd never have let a scene like that slip by unnoticed.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. But what's the point of the picture? I mean, it was never intended to be seen by anybody, was it? Normally it would be black as pitch in here.
It symbolises some ceremony. It may be part of the funeral procession down to the burial chamber.
Hey, listen.
What?
Nothing. That's the trouble. We got left behind.
Well, they can't be far. We'll soon catch them up.
It can't be this way. We should have overtaken them by now.
Stand still. Be quiet. Listen.
Keep close together. Keep your lights on all the time.
I can hear him.
So can I.
Down here.
He's much fainter,
but still ahead. Listen once more.
I can't hear anything.
No. No, nothing.
Well, we can't stay here. We might get shut in.
Let's not panic. All we have to do is retrace our steps and we'll come to the entrance.
Well, come on then. I'm beginning to get the creeps.
Back to the painting of No Threat. We can get our bearings from there.
Right. But this is a hall of columns. We haven't been this way before.
More of a corridor. It must lead somewhere. There's an opening at the far end.
Oh, look at that. Completely covered with blue tiles.
Made to look like coloured matting.
Why?
That's what the Pharaoh's palace walls were lined with. It makes him feel at home when he walks this way.
You mean he still walks about?
The ancients thought his spirit did.
Well, how long's he been dead?
4,000 years. More.
Well, he should have settled down by now.
Let's try that door there.
No, it's no good. It won't open.
It's false.
Hey?
The Egyptians built dozens of them, hoping to fool tomb robbers, stop them getting in.
Well, we want to get out.
Hang on. This one opens. It'll be the only one.
Oh, look at that. Complete art gallery, shut away in perpetual night. And what's all this furniture, all those statues and vases? Look, a bed.
This is how it would have looked after the king had been laid in it. All those bits and pieces are to help him enjoy his stay in the next world.
Doesn't seem to have used any of it.
The burial chamber must be near. Try to find it. Try all the doors.
I'll try that big stone cupboard in the corner.
I'll try the doors along this wall. One of them should be real.
Oh!
Chipper!
Somebody in there!
Don't be stupid.
There is! He looked straight at me!
How could you see anybody when you didn't open the door?
There's two holes at the top. I shone the torch in.
Ah, yes. It's a statue. Of whoever's buried here, probably.
Why keep a statue in a stone cupboard?
He represents the dead noble. Unusual for a shrine to be kept in a tomb, I must say.
Where then?
One of the mortuary chapels at ground level. Food is placed before the shrine, the cupboard as you call it, and the dead king partakes of it through the statue.
I don't see how.
To the Egyptians, a representative statue was as good as the real thing. Now keep close to me. Let's find the burial chamber. Ah, this is it. And there's the sarcophagus.
Oh, the lid's off.
Yes. It's empty.
Where do you think he's gone?
To the Cairo Museum, probably.
What's that?
The door! It's closing! Quick, we might get squeezed now!
Where's the time? It's closed!
Some kind of portcullis. We've been shut in.
I could have sworn we'd find some trace of that meteorite, Magnus. I don't understand it.
Perhaps the police were right. Perhaps it evaporated.
No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit the data.
Perhaps it changed course then.
How? Turbulence couldn't affect it.
I don't mean turbulence. I mean deliberately changed course.
That would mean you...
Oh, no. It's just a theory. What time is it?
Just after midnight.
What's happened to Chipper and Lodrick? You told them to be back early.
I know what's happened. Chipper's persuaded Lodrick to go to the Oasis Club to watch the belly dancing.
But that closes at midnight.
Yes, so they shouldn't be long. By the time I've had a shower, they'll be back. I've rung the club. They haven't been there.
And the Giza Pyramid closed at 6.
Did they actually go to the pyramid?
Well, it's too late to check now.
We'd better ring the police.
Oh, give them a bit longer. You know Chipper. He's probably found another place. While we're sitting here worrying, they're in some Egyptian pleasure house having a good time.
What are you thinking, Chipper?
I'm thinking, why am I sitting here in a damp 4,000-year-old tomb when I could be in the Casbah watching the dancing girls? What time is it?
Almost 1 a.m. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Sleep? I'm so scared I can't stop shaking.
There's nothing here can harm us.
Oh, yeah.
Alfred, listen. Can you hear it? Yes. Put the light on. There. It stopped.
Must have been the wind.
Well, there's no wind down here. It came from the shrine.
The shrine?
Yes. Let's investigate.
What? We're going to open it.
If we can. Chipper. It's only a statue.
I hope so.
There's nothing else in here.
Oh no!
God, what's that?
Hear you. Hark to the voice of Marianne.
The shrine. It's coming from the shrine.
Who are you?
Keeper of the sunboat of the great god Ray.
This is something to amuse the tourists. It's just a tape.
You are of the expedition Presaris.
That's no tape. He knows who we are.
Answer.
Yes.
Then you are the one that knows the mystery of the power of the sunboats.
What? I'm a space engineer.
You are the one.
The one what?
To the right of this shrine is a door.
It's false. I tried it.
Above it is a metal bar.
Yes, look. Where?
Insert it into the slot by the door. There, down.
Go on. I'll hold the torch.
It's opened. Now what?
Go through to the passage outside. Follow the gallery down.
And then? Marianka! Can you hear me?
He meant this way. Definite slope downwards.
Hello! Can you hear me?
Come on, he's not going to answer. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll get out.
Blimey, where are we?
Looks like another kind of mortuary chapel.
Welcome.
No fret.
Come from the pyramid walks.
Oh, I'm dressed up.
Told you. That's the ceremonial dress.
Come. We must prepare for the funeral ceremony of the king.
What king?
The king whose tomb you were in.
There's no one there. The sarcophagus is empty.
Yes. He is here.
Where?
In the boat grave. Waiting for his journey to begin.
Journey to where?
The next world, of course.
Greetings.
So that's what he looks like.
I am Marianka, keeper of the sunboat of the great god Ray.
You look just like the guide.
And the others. They look just like the people you were showing round.
You see us as we truly are.
But what are you? Chipper, look. Look over there. An ancient boat. Egyptian. In perfect condition.
It is the royal sunboat. It does not float on water. It sails across the sky.
Look, could you please... You did say sails across the sky.
Yes.
When your boat flies, does it give off a bright light?
As bright as the sun.
And when did your boat make its last trip?
2 nights ago.
I thought so.
That was the fireball everyone's looking for.
But now, it has lost its power. That is why we brought you here. You see, we need your help.
Our help?
You understand the magic which makes the sunboat fly.
Magic? Me?
We're just down-to-earth astronauts. We don't know anything about magic.
Your companion, he knows. The power of the sunboat is no mystery to him.
No. I'm a practical astronautical engineer. Don't deal in mysteries.
You will look at our boat, make it fly again.
That thing?
Please, come on board. Just look.
Well, it goes out of here any quicker.
Thank you. Please remove your shoes. This is a holy place.
Sorry. I don't understand these mechanisms. I don't know how anything functions, so I cannot tell if anything is wrong. And even if I could, I wouldn't know how to put it right.
You cannot help us.
No.
I see. We thank you for your efforts. You may depart this place.
You mean we can go?
Yes. And may the gods go with you.
Up this way, she said.
What were they doing all dressed up like that? Nofrit and Mary Yankee.
They were attending a funeral.
Funeral?
Well, that fellow from the tomb upstairs.
How do you know?
He was on board the boat, in the deck house. Or at least his coffin was, and I presume he was in it.
What? And the boat would fly?
Probably. The coffin rested on what looked like a sarcophagus. But inside was some kind of power pack. A heat pile. I don't know what to call it, but it was very hot. And probably hasn't cooled down since it was last used. How it worked, I have no idea, nor what was wrong with it. It's all very strange.
I expect Saxon and Magnus will be able to throw some light on it, especially Magnus. He's really into ancient Egyptians.
I'm not sure these people are Egyptians.
What?
I think they might have been ancient before even Egypt was ancient.
Well, the fact is, I find it hard to believe.
Yes, I know it sounds...
Guides have been working inside that pyramid for years.
Yes,
They've never come across anything such as you've described.
Didn't they explore the hole we came out of?
Yes, on the cliff above the river.
Didn't lead anywhere. After a few yards, they came up against a wall of solid rock.
Well, what about the agency? The girl who sent us down there? Nofrit.
Yeah, there's no one at the agency by any such name, and they don't organise any visits inside the step pyramid.
Then what about the boat? The kind of boat you describe is 3 or 4 times longer than any known ancient Egyptian craft. Boat graves that could hold so large a vessel don't exist.
It would have to be a grave of colossal proportion.
It was.
Was it roofed over?
Yes. But the ceiling was painted to represent the sky. Groups of stars in recognizable constellations.
What was the motive power of this ancient flying boat?
Solar power, I suspect.
Why?
Well, because of the power pack and the steering oar.
Where did they come in?
Well, I think they were solar power panels that convert solar energy into motive power. Only something had gone wrong and they weren't working.
If such a vessel exists, the authorities will find it.
If you'd only let us go back, then I'm sure...
We're not letting you out of our sight again tomorrow we leave for England. I'm not risking nearly 2 years' hard work and training by allowing you to lose yourselves again.
But all we need is to show where we found the painting and lost the guide, and from there...
No, you've told them enough. You've got more important things to do.
This is the log of Magnus Carter. Space Force is on an expedition to the asteroids by way of Mars. A landing will be made on Mars, where a working base will be established. Various exploratory expeditions will then be launched, first to the larger asteroids, and then the smaller, to ascertain their mineral content and how it may be extracted. At the same time, a space platform using the latest Hayden-Howell system will be put into operation as a permanent space laboratory. Accompanying Space Force on this journey will be another large space vessel carrying the working crews of the Mars base and space platform, and a cargo vessel carrying the parts from which the base and the platform will be built. The takeoff of our momentous flight was perfect. The ships leaving from different launching sites to rendezvous hundreds of miles above the Earth.
4, 3, 2, 1. We have takeoff.
Let's boost away.
Welcome back. That's it. Now in free fall. Check the ship.
Right.
Chipper, check the fleet.
Righto.
And check time of rendezvous. Then we'll switch to automatic watch and have something to eat. Well, that was good. Let's have some coffee, lovely.
Oh, no.
See to it, Chipper.
Hello, trader number 1.
We wish to pass a report.
What now? We're in the middle of our dinner.
Situation is urgent.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll just switch on the recorder. Right. Where you go?
Trader number 1.
I don't know what it's about. Usual panic, you know that lot.
Report number 1. Text is as follows. Begs to report. Stow away the board freight craft. Repeat.
What was that? I think they reported stowaways.
Here, let me talk to them. Hello, Freighter number 1, Commander here. Repeat your message, please.
Beg to report stowaways aboard freight craft.
How many, for Pete's sake?
2.
Where did they stow away?
In number 3 hold, the airtight one.
Might have been killed. Have they any spacesuits?
No, neither of them.
Well, they're really asking for trouble. Who are they?
They claim to be Cometians.
What?
Cometians. People from Kemet.
Where's that? Never heard of it. Have you?
Yes, I have.
What? Have you? Where is it?
Kemet is the ancient name for Egypt.
Ancient Egypt? How could stowaways possibly come from there? Hello, Freighter 1.
Receiving you.
I'll have to come over to interrogate the stowaways.
Very good, sir.
Meanwhile, keep them under strict surveillance. Magnus, you better come over too. Get your suit on.
Very well. Hello, Freighter 1. Loderick Sincere, flight engineer calling.
Receiving you.
Would you mind asking the stowaways their names?
Already done that.
What are they?
Don't laugh. He says his name is Marianka, and hers is no friend.
Just as I thought.
In that episode of Space Force, Saxon was played by Barry Foster, Magnus by Nigel Stock, Chipper by Nicky Henson, and Loderick by Tony Osoba, with Wendy Murray, Willoughby Goddard, Bernard Brown, and Mia Soterio. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter, aboard Space Force, en route for the planet Mars. The preparations for takeoff were not without incident. Whilst out in the desert some 200 miles west of Cairo, we sighted a giant meteorite. It crossed the western horizon and seemed to crash, but an intensive search failed to find any sign of it. Next day, Chipper and Loderick got lost in the intricate system of passageways beneath the ancient step pyramid at Saqqara. There they encountered 2 strange figures and a huge ancient Egyptian sunboat. This, Loderick believed, was the colossal meteorite of the night before, but apparently it could no longer fly. Loderick and Chipper had been directed to the boat grave in the hope that they could repair the vessel. When this was found to be impossible, they were released. There was no opportunity to investigate their experience, because our expedition began the next day. Then, less than 24 hours out from Earth, freighter number 1 reported 2 stowaways aboard.
Well, who are they?
Do you know, they claim to be Cometians.
What?
Cometians. People from Kemet.
Where's that? Never heard of it. Have you?
Yes, I have.
What? Have you? Where is it?
Kemet is the ancient name for Egypt.
Ancient Egypt? How could stowaways possibly come from there? Hello, Freighter 1.
Receiving you.
I'll have to come over to interrogate the stowaways.
Very good, sir.
Meanwhile, keep them under strict surveillance. Magnus, you better come over too. Get your suit on.
Very well. Hello, Freighter 1. Loderick Sincere, flight engineer calling.
Receiving you.
Would you mind asking the stowaways their names?
Already done that.
What are they?
Don't laugh. He says his name is Marianka, and hers is no friend.
Just as I thought.
Space Force, an intergalactic adventure by Charles Chilton, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 2, The Red Planet.
Do you know these 2 stowaways?
Not really. I encountered them briefly a few days ago.
Oh? Where?
In a boat grave.
A what?
A grave for boats. Something ancient Egyptians used to build to bury funerary boats in.
What's that got to do with stowaways?
Well, that's what I'm hoping Saxon and Magnus will find out. They're already on their way over.
Then I'd better get ready to receive them. Call you later.
Yes, sure.
Okay, Chipper. Fill the ammo.
Air on. Airlock filled.
Open the door. Thanks.
Ah, that's better. Here, Chipper, take the helmet. Loderick, help Magnus.
Thank you.
What did they say, the stowaways?
Nothing. At least nothing sensible. The man, Mary Anchor, kept repeating a lot of nonsense about his being keeper of the sunboat of the great god Ray.
That's right.
What do you mean, that's right?
He is the keeper of the sunboat.
Oh, you believe him?
I saw the boat.
Chipper said it was just a replica of an ancient Nile boat.
Made of bundle of reeds tied together.
Yeah. They may have looked like reeds, but they weren't. The boat was made of some kind of metal. I couldn't identify it, but it would never have floated, that's for sure.
Mary Hankey said it flew across the sky with the sun.
That's what he told us. He must be crazy. What do you think, Magnus?
The things he says certainly make him sound crazy, but... yet in some ways, if you made some very liberal allowances, he could be talking sense.
Oh, an ancient boat that sails across the sky.
What he's saying ties in exactly with what ancient Egyptians believed, that every day the sun sails across the heavens in a boat piloted by gods who were once kings on earth.
Mary Anchor doesn't appear very godlike.
He's a priest of a very high order.
But he can't be an ancient Egyptian. What about all that nonsense of the sunstone? That was the craziest thing I've ever heard.
When you examined the boat, Loderick, what exactly did you find?
Nothing much. I soon saw the boat wasn't made of reeds, nor wood, nor any of the conventional boat materials.
Nothing else?
Oh, there was the deck house.
Yes?
It contained a coffin, probably from the sarcophagus in the tomb we found in the pyramid. It stood on another sarcophagus which opened at one end. Inside it was unbearably hot.
What was in it?
I don't know. But if the boat could fly, I'd say the sarcophagus contained its motive power.
What kind?
Atomic. Light particle, magnetic. Could be anything. Whatever it was, it gave off a tremendous heat.
And light, too.
You mean that the meteor that passed over Cairo was a flying boat?
Very likely.
And the one you say you saw in the boat grave?
Yes.
That's too fantastic.
The meteor's direction of flight would have taken it right over the position of the boat grave.
Except it didn't pass over. It landed and went in.
No.
It would explain the brightness of the meteor.
It was like looking directly at the sun.
Exactly.
No, I'm not convinced, and I'd need a lot more evidence before I were.
Well, we've plenty of time to collect it between here and Mars.
We've taken those nutcases with us.
We have no choice, Chipper. It would ruin the expedition to turn back.
What about somebody coming up and collecting them?
There's no spacecraft fast enough to overtake us.
Then maybe Freighter 1 can find them something useful to do.
They're not staying in Freighter number 1.
Huh?
They're coming over here.
What?
Where we can keep an eye on them and interrogate them further.
Well, you're the fleet commander.
Any objection to their coming?
No. It's just they give me the creeps. Especially him. She's not so bad.
Objection overruled. Now clear the computer. I want to send a report back to base.
Yes, sir. While I'm here, I might as well collect in the news bulletins. See what's happening down on Earth.
Is that the news coming in, Chipper?
Yes, Magnus.
Put it up on main screen. Then we can all see it.
All righto.
Any cricket?
Hello, what's this?
That's Cairo, isn't it?
Yes. Egyptian Museum.
What's been happening down there, then?
Looks like a robbery.
Turn out the sign, Chipper.
Okay.
And at first it was thought the prime motive was the theft of the golden objects associated with the king and his tomb.
What's happened?
But as the most precious of these were not disturbed, it is assumed some other motive must be behind the theft.
I wonder.
The museum has stated that they have as yet no idea how the thieves managed to break through the tight security that surrounds the exhibition, nor how they managed to remove the objects. Cairo police are leaving no stone unturned to track down the thieves and have the national treasures restored. This is the first time an attempt has been made to rob the museum of the Tutankhamun treasures since they were discovered nearly 100 years ago. Now back to London.
That was Colin Westchurch from Cairo, reporting on the recent robbery of Tutankhamun's mummified body and some of the ancient treasures from the Egyptian Museum.
Well.
And now, more home news. As the miners' strike entered its...
Turn it off, Chip.
Mummified body, eh?
Stolen. Could this bear any relation to our two stowaways?
I don't see how.
Loderick, you said they took a body from a tomb in the Step Pyramid.
Yes, but they left the treasure behind.
That seems to be the case in Cairo, too. Chipper.
Yes, Saxon.
Get on to control, get a full report on the robbery, find out exactly what treasures were taken and how, if they know that much.
Right away.
Meanwhile, we'll have the stowaways transferred over here.
What? Now?
We'll ask them about the robberies. Their replies may give us a clue as to what they're really up to. Have you had enough to eat?
Thank you, my lord.
Lord?
We are honored by your concern for us.
I'm not your lord. How about you, Nofret? Would you like some more?
I am satisfied and equally honored by your lordship's kind attention.
Why do you keep calling me lord?
Are you not lord of this mighty fleet of gunboats? We are humbled to be in your illustrious presence.
Well, there's no need. Just settle down and relax. We must ask you a few more...
Permission first for us to ask you.
Very well.
Is this boat sailing for Kemet?
No, for Mars.
And the boat we just left is sailing beyond?
Into the asteroid belt, which is where we'll all end up eventually.
Yes. No one escapes. It is the will of the gods.
Huh?
What do you mean? We thank you for your kindness in taking us to Kemet and not the Netherworld. But as you say, we all arrive there in the end.
Netherworld? Kemet?
What are you talking about? We're going to Mars and then to the asteroids.
That is so, my lord.
Would you like to have a go, Magnus? I'm not getting any sense out of either of them.
I'll try. Now, listen, both of you.
I hear you.
After we got back from Freighter 1, we received some news from Earth that will probably be of great interest to you. Yesterday, the Egyptian Museum at Cairo was robbed. The body of King Tutankhamun, along with the chest containing the canopic jars, were all stolen.
Recovered.
What do you mean, recovered? The museum was robbed.
No. King Tutankhamun's tomb was robbed, and the plunder was placed in the museum.
What do you mean?
Now it has been recovered.
You had something to do with it?
It happened yesterday. Nofret and I were aboard Freighter 1. How could we be in a museum on Earth?
You seem to be pleased at the news.
The king has been lost and then recovered. That is a time for rejoicing.
To us, it is just robbery. You robbed a tomb yourself, didn't you?
Marianka robbed a tomb? That is blasphemous. You must apologize. You have hurt him deeply.
Well, then I'm sorry, but according to Lodric, Marianka removed, or had removed, the body of a high-ranking noble from a tomb in the Step Pyramid at Saqqara and put aboard a boat.
That was not robbery. That was his holy and bounded duty.
To remove bodies from tombs? What for?
To carry them to the netherworld. That is the right and hope of all persons of high rank and pure blood.
She just said that the asteroids are the netherworld.
No, my lord. You said the netherworld was the asteroid.
Is that where you claim to come from?
We are from Kemet.
Which we call Mars?
Yes.
There's no life on Mars.
That is true. Yes. Yes.
But you claim to have come from there.
We have.
All the way from Mars to Earth just to rob a museum.
This beats anything on TV. Quiet. Oh, sorry, but this is stupid.
Your lord said to be quiet.
My lord? Who did...
Silence. Your pardon, my lord. We are not robbers. Earthmen are the robbers. They have been plundering for thousands of years. Whenever we come to recover the remains of our ancient kings, we find that Earthmen have plundered their tombs and stolen and scattered the holy relics.
So they could be seen and admired. They're of great historic as well as monetary value.
It is declared that the dead shall dwell in their sacred houses forever. They are not to be plundered and exposed to public show. Only Earthmen would plunder the dead. They are savages. From the very beginning, when our people first went to Earth, they have been savages.
When was that?
When the desert was still green and the land was rich, before Earthmen learned to grow corn, before he learned to make fire.
We who taught him.
To make fire? You?
Our ancestors.
Why don't you tell us what you're really up to?
Right.
Tell it straight, without the imaginative bits about sun gods and ancient kings and teaching prehistoric man to make fire.
We came to collect the remains of our illustrious dead and carry them to their eternal home. Our ship broke down and would not fly, so we are unable to return.
What are you doing aboard this fleet, the stowaways?
You are our only means of getting back.
For which we owe you much thanks.
Thanks, nothing. You could jeopardize the whole trip. I must report all this to control down on Earth. Meanwhile, we have made temporary quarters for you in number 2 hull. May not be very comfortable, but at least it's heated.
Thank you.
You'll receive a fair ration of food, with the use of a spacesuit should that be required. We shall find some work for you to do throughout the voyage. Skipper, show them the way to the hull.
Yes, this way, into the airlock.
In you go. While we're waiting for the air pressure to even up, Nofret, I'll be glad if you'll tell me something.
If I can.
What is a canopic jar?
When a body is mummified, the viscera must be removed. The organs, the liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines are placed in separate jars, each guarded by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The jars are canopic jars.
Yes, well, ask a silly question.
Further questioning of the stowaways failed to throw any more light on their claims. They soon settled into the ship's routine, and we began to accept them almost as bona fide members of the expedition. They proved very helpful and willing, and treated Saxon with an almost embarrassing deference. Their approach to him was as to a very superior being. They seemed in many ways to regard themselves equally superior to Chipper and Lodric, though this cut no ice for them. At last, after a flight of almost a year, we reached our first destination, the planet Mars. Pictures of its grim orange surface had been filling our televiewer and navigation screens for some time. We were all looking forward to landing on its surface. We were to set down on the rocky plains in the vicinity of the Vallis Marineris, where the first of our preliminary tasks was to be carried out. The 2 freighter spacecraft which accompanied us from Earth would continue their journey into the asteroid belt. At last the day came when we were forced to part company and prepare for our Martian landing.
800. Pressure rockets fired. 1000.
Release landing tripod.
500.
How does the surface look, Magnus?
It's rocky, but we'll be okay, I think.
300. Landing support up holding. 200.
Increase thrust.
100. 50. 25.
Hey, stand by. Sit down. Cut gyros. Cut loaders. 10 we've made it. We're on the red planet, Mars.
Hello, flagship. Freighter number 1 calling.
Hello, freighter number 1. Receiving you.
Are you down?
Yes, I'm in one piece.
Hello, Freighter 1. We've landed safely. You can leave your Martian orbit and proceed towards the asteroid belt as scheduled. Thank you for your company.
Thanks for yours. See you in 6 months. Hope to have the asteroid ship ready for use by then.
Thank you, number 1. Good luck on your trip.
And to you. Over and out.
They seem happy enough. I wonder how the stowaways fared down there in the hold.
Hello, number 2 hold. Can you hear me?
We hear you very well, my lord.
How was the landing? Not too rough?
No. It was an excellent landfall for such an improbable device.
And no threat? She all right?
I thank my lord. Yes, you are very kind to inquire.
Good. Well, get yourselves up here as soon as you can. There's plenty to be done.
We are coming. Right away.
And that applies to the rest of us. We'll be working to a very tight schedule from now on. Well, that completes post-landing schedule. I suggest we have supper and then turn in.
We're keeping a watch.
Huh? What for? Nothing lives up here.
Very achy and no threats there, they do.
How could they? No air, no water, nothing growing, nothing to eat. If they think they can live under these conditions, I'd like to see them do it. Where are they, by the way?
Down in number 2 hold, presumably.
Oh, Chipper, give them a call.
Hello? Hold number 2, bridge calling. Hello? Hold number 2, bridge calling. They don't answer.
But they couldn't have left the ship.
Shall I go down and see if they're all right?
Yes.
Hello, Bridge. This is Marianne.
Oh, there you are.
I'm very sorry. I had gone to sleep.
And no threat?
She is sleeping too.
Sorry to have disturbed you. Don't you want any supper?
No, thank you.
Oh, very well. We have an early start in the morning. You can help us prepare for our first expedition on the surface.
It will be an honor to be of any assistance.
That is all. Good night.
Good night, my lord.
I'd like him to miss his supper. All eats like old.
Yes. Hey, Chipper. You awake?
Oh, Wait. Yeah. Oh, sure. I haven't slept a week. Then you won't mind getting up. What time is it? 5 a.m. Martian. 5 a.m.? You want me to get up? To see a wonderful sight. What? The sunrise. I saw the sunrise years ago. Not over Mars, you didn't. Come on. Magnus is already in the observation dome. You can't miss it. Well, if you say so. I'll be there in just a minute. Well, that is something, I must say. What are all those coloured rings in the sky?
Caused by the ice crystals in the atmosphere.
Ice? I thought there wasn't any water on Mars.
Very little, if any.
Then how can you have ice?
There may be enough of some atmospheric crystals to form, but those are probably crystals of carbon dioxide, and there's plenty of that.
How red it all is. Just like early morning in the Egyptian desert. And the soil looks just like sand.
Yeah, it does.
Should make Mary Yankee and No Fred quite homesick. Why aren't they here?
They must be still asleep. Go and get them, Lodrick. I'm sure they wouldn't want to miss a sight like this.
Right. That canyon over there.
The Valles Marineris.
Valles Marineris? What's that mean?
Valley of the Sea.
I've seen no sea.
Not now, but there might have been one long ago. It was probably water that cut the canyon. That's where we'll begin the main survey.
Oh, down there?
Not in it. Along its rim.
How deep is it?
4 miles. 4 times the depth of the Grand Canyon in America.
Really?
And more than 30 times as wide. And it's 3,500 miles long.
That's pretty big for a small planet. And the mountains higher than those on Earth.
The volcanoes are.
Volcanoes?
Don't worry, they're all extinct now.
Yeah, well, let's hope so.
Hello, Magnus. Lodrick calling.
Hello, Lodrick. What is it?
Trouble.
What do you mean?
They're not here.
Hey, what?
They're gone. Vanished.
This is the most incredible thing.
There's not a sign of them.
How could they get out?
They got in.
What?
Before we left Earth, they got into Freighter 1. They stowed away.
They could have slipped past the guards before takeoff when the doors were still open.
Most unlikely. And how about the museum? Nobody's explained how they got in and out of there.
They were already spaceborne while the robbery was taking place.
They were. But their friends, those who formed the crowd for Chipper and Lodrick's fake pyramid walk, they weren't spaceborne. They must have robbed the museum.
You think they can walk through closed doors?
No, but they obviously have some way of opening them. And ship airlocks, too.
It is incredible. An eccentric old man and an innocent girl.
I wonder what their next move will be.
Eh?
Well, they must be up to something. And I reckon we'll be the victims of it.
Blimey. But if they did go out through an airlock, how did they manage to breathe? In a... That's the way Mary Anchor and No Fred got out.
Looks like it. We'll continue our reconnaissance. You're receiving all this, Chipper.
Every word.
Surface a mixture of rocks and red sand. Sand supports land vehicle well. Rocks small enough to present only minor obstruction. Larger rocks visible on horizon. Some very large indeed. Now climbing gentle inclines.
We can see you.
You're very close to our horizon. You're too far over it. Now you're on the horizon.
What a view! Such colours, never saw such colours.
What, the sand?
No, the rocks. Absolutely brilliant. Astonishing. We'll take a closer look, collect a few samples. The valley is rather deep here. You'll lose sight of us for a while.
Right.
There's a large rock ahead. Must be a good 200 meters long. Just such an odd shape.
Oh?
almost pyramidal and very weathered. Well, you must be able to see the top of it.
We can see the tops of lots of things. Give me a bearing from the ship.
I'd say roughly 24 degrees left.
Yes, 24.
Yes, I can see a peak. Look, there, Magnus.
Oh, yes. Somewhat pointed.
That's it. Can you see its base?
No, horizon blocks a view.
Well, we're going down. Keep listening.
Hello? Hello? Chipper calling.
What's the problem?
No problem, really, Saxon, but it's more than 10 minutes since you called.
Oh, sorry. This is such an interesting spot. The mineral content of these rocks is extraordinary.
Where are you precisely?
On the far side from you.
In the Land Explorer?
No, on foot. The transporter can't go everywhere.
Are you close together?
Of course. We're going to move up the rock face a little way.
What, in spacesuits?
Oh, don't worry. The way this rock is formed is really like walking up a flight of shallow stairs. We'll call you again in a minute or two.
Right.
Pyramids, steps. Next thing they'll be telling us I found a step pyramid.
Oh, good heavens! Look, that's up! Lightning like a gun steam! Look at eyes! Where did it come from?
Emergency!
Quick, step out, sir! Wait till I press it! Quick, I'm as blind as a bat!
They can't hear us, nothing.
Hello! Saxon, hearing you!
Oh, no!
Saxon, what is it?
In that episode of Space Force, Magnus was played by Nigel Stock, Saxon by Barry Foster, Chipper by Nicky Henson, and Loderick by Tony Osoba, with Wendy Murray, Willoughby Goddard, Mia Soterio, and Bernard Brown. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter. Space Force and its crew are now on Mars, but only after a strange sequence of events. Before we left Earth, Chipper and Loderick visited the Great Step Pyramid in Egypt, and there encountered two strangers who appeared, behaved, and spoke like ancient Egyptians. These figures then turned up in one of our expedition's freight ships. Little could be learned from the stowaways, except that they claimed to come from a planet called Kemet, which the Space Force identified as Mars. At last, the red planet was reached. The very next day, it was discovered that the stowaways had jumped ship, though where they'd gone remained a mystery. Meanwhile, the schedule for the exploration of Mars, within the vicinity of the Valles Marineris, was put into operation. Saxon and Loderick left the ship in the land vehicle and went in search of rocks and minerals. Then they caught sight of a huge pyramidal-shaped rock situated in the valley below the horizon. Where are you precisely?
On the far side from you.
In the Land Explorer?
No, on foot. The transporter can't go everywhere.
Are you close together?
Of course. We're going to move up the rock face a little way.
What, in spacesuits?
Oh, don't worry. The way this rock is formed is really like walking up a flight of shallow stairs. We'll call you again in a minute or two.
Right. Pyramids, steps. Next thing they'll be telling us I found a step pyramid.
Oh, good heavens! Look, that's up! Lightning like a gun steam! Look at eyes! Where did it come from?
Quick, step out, sir! Wait till I press the switch, I'm as blind as a bat! Hello! Saxon, hearing you!
Saxon, what is it?
Space Force, an intergalactic adventure by Charles Chilton, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 3, The Great Martian Pyramid.
I'm blind. Can't see a thing. Loderick! Do you hear me, Loderick? Hello, flagship. This is Saxon calling Space Force 2. Come in, please. Hello. This is Saxon. My radio must have failed, but in case the transmitter's still functioning, I'll continue to talk. The blindness appears to be only temporary. It's beginning to clear now. Just above me, I can see an opening. An entrance into the pyramid.
Still nothing on the radio. What could have happened? Can you see yet? Hardly. But it's clearing. Me too. Hello, Saxon, Loderick, flagship calling Saxon. What happened? If they can hear, then they can't reply. Why? What did Saxon say? Back, Loderick, back to the ship. Then he sounded as if he was being strangled. And then, not a word. And that was over 5 minutes ago. We must go out and look for them. Don't be too hasty, Chipper. You know the rule. We can't. The ship must not be left unmanned except in extreme emergency. But that's what this is. Saxon said so. Give them one more call. Yes, but we can't. Give them one more call. Hello, Saxon. Hello, Loderick. This is Flagship Space Force calling. Can you hear me? Over. It's no good. We'll have to go out and look for them. How's your vision? Coming back fast. Mine too. Put your spacesuit on. Yes, well, how do we get to them? They've got the Land Explorer. We use the emergency solar mobiles. There. Look. You can see where they swerved round that rock.
How are your eyes?
Almost clear. Few bright-coloured spots, that's all. And you?
The same. And just as well.
Can't we go faster?
Not on this terrain. There's no point in inviting trouble. It's from the top of the slope. Now, what can you see?
Nothing but red dust and boulders.
Now, that one over there must be the pyramidal rock that Saxon described.
That's where they are, then.
No, wait.
What for?
Carefully, does it? No point in our rushing into disaster as well. Now, scan the valley.
There's nothing there.
Very well. We'll go down.
About time at all.
But take it slowly and keep your eyes open.
Can't see them.
We'll do a little searching on foot. Leave your automobile here.
Did Loderick get back to the Land Explorer?
I don't think so. There's only 2 sets of tracks and they must lead to the rock.
That's where we better look next.
Right.
Last thing Saxon said before the emergency call was that they were going to climb that rock.
Easy as a flight of steps. Well, that's just how it appears.
It is a regular step pyramid after all.
Could be. Look at it. Without the weathering, it would be a perfect solid geometrical figure.
What weathered it?
The wind, sandstorms, thousands of years of their storms could reduce the largest pyramid in Egypt to a crumbling ruin.
I didn't know they had them on Mars. The storms, I mean.
Oh, yes. Now, step carefully. Look for tracks.
Okay. Here's some.
Well done, Chipman. This is where they must have started to climb, come on.
Up there?
They couldn't have climbed far if I had the time.
I think we'll find them.
We must. Come on. A higher viewpoint will allow us to see much more.
It's no good. They could be anywhere out in that desert. Lying behind any one of those rocks. We'll have to examine the lot.
No need. They were already climbing the pyramid when Saxon gave his call.
Then if they're here, we should see them.
Right.
So where are they? They could have just vanished into thin carbon dioxide.
No, they must be somewhere on these steps.
We'd have seen them.
One more search. We'll go from here to the end and back. And the same for the next 3 rows.
Climbing even higher.
There's nowhere else to go. No. Not a thing. Come on. Let's try around the corner.
Round the corner? They said they were on this side, the far side from the ship.
That was the
But they might have...
Wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
An opening. Like into a cave.
What?
They might have gone in. It's a long gallery. Leads into the depths of the rock.
Magnus, this can't be natural, you know.
I think it can. I've seen galleries that were formed as this in England, under the Mendips, and all cut by nature. The constant wear of water for thousands of years.
But there's no water on Mars. You said so.
I want to ask you. And this could be proof of it.
Let's go back, Magnus. Saxon and Lodrick couldn't have had time to come this far, assuming they came in here at all.
Just a few yards more, they may be here. It gets much wider up ahead.
The roof gets higher, too.
Yes. You're right, Chipper. This can't be natural. It's too symmetrical. The walls are too smooth.
I'll say it's not natural. Look over here, on the wall.
What?
A picture, a painting.
Show me where.
Here.
What an incredible thing.
More incredible than you think.
How?
I've seen this picture before.
Impossible.
Inside the step pyramid at Saqqara, down on Earth.
This very picture.
And that's not all. See, there. Who's that?
The very image of Noflet.
Except for a see-through robe. No wonder when I came in I had the feeling I've been here before. The gallery, the picture, they're all the same.
Then this must be where Saxon and Lodrick are. Where does this gallery, the gallery down on Earth, lead to?
To an ancient tomb with a mummy and treasure in it. Except that the mummy had been removed just before we got there. I'm Merry Anchor in his crowd, most likely.
Show me the way.
Now, wait a minute. We got locked in that tomb all night. Who knows what might happen here?
We have to find Saxon and Lodrick. There's no sign of them being outside, so they must be in here.
Not necessarily. There was more than one entrance into the Saqqara pyramid.
We don't know where the other entrances are. Finding this one is our best luck so far. We must exploit it.
Oh, come on then. This way.
We seem to be walking forever.
We've come about the right distance. Entrance to the tomb should appear any second. Ah, there it is.
What a doorway.
Yeah, much bigger than the one in the Saqqara pyramid, but the same shape. They're usually fake. You can't go through them. But there's always one that works.
That's the one we have to find. Let's try this for a start. No good. There's three that don't lead anywhere.
Keep trying. There's bound to be one.
What about that one? Look, with ancient picture writing all over it.
Yeah. It's bigger than all the others.
It won't be easy to open it either, even if it is the right door. Wearing spacesuits is no help. Put your torch down and let's try now. Ready? Torch!
So easy. You going through?
Of course. Be on your guard.
You bet. Crikey. All the columns.
You've seen this before too?
Yeah. In the Saqqara tomb, there was a...
Oh, God, what's that?
Oh, it's a man with a bird's head. It's hideous.
Keep calm, Chipper.
No, it's horrible.
Calm down. It's not uncommon, you know.
Hey?
Many of the ancient Egyptian gods are portrayed as human with animal heads.
Well, who's this then?
A hawk-headed human. That represents Horus, god of the sun and sky.
Gave me quite a fright, thank goodness he's not real. Blimey, he is real.
Chipper, come back.
The door's closing. Oh!
Look upon his eye and wait with
Oh, God! The light! Turn it off! It's blinding!
Look, turn your head away!
All men bow down.
I can't bear it!
All men prostrate themselves at his side.
Stop the light! Stop!
He is all-powerful. Yet he is merciful.
No!
Chipper, it's all right, Chipper. You can look up. The light has gone.
He makes his light to shine on every man and every creature. Blessed is the name of praise.
Thank goodness for that. That light, I couldn't bear it. I don't know. Let's just get out of here. Please, you can try and open the door.
You cannot escape. The door is barred.
Oh, you can hear us.
Ray hears all things.
Ray?
He is Lord of all things.
You said that.
Blessed be the great God Ray.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
You can't go now.
Wait. Go on. Callis dropped down in front of him.
Really trapped.
Just like in Sakara.
Only worse.
Hey? How?
Mr. Carter's have an air to breathe. Here, there's only carbon dioxide.
But we're wearing spacesuits. We've got our own air supply.
For 8 hours, and 2 hours of that has already been used.
Oh, I see.
How long were you trapped in the tube, Mr. Carter?
About 15 hours.
Now, if the Cometians leave it that long this time, they'll find a couple of dead Earthmen on their hands.
How long have we been here now?
5 hours. Just over 5 hours.
They've left us to die, haven't they? They must have done. Why not? Why should they care if we die? They're not really human.
Exactly. That's why they should want us alive. We should be of interest to them.
Well, we're obviously not. But we can't just give up, Magnus. There must be some way of opening this entrance, some way of escape.
There isn't. It's a replica of the pyramids on Earth. The only mechanism is on the outside.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it. We must be able to... What's that?
What is it?
There. Behind you. In the wall. It's a lever. Look.
You're right.
Come on, Magnus. It must operate a door. One push and we'll be out of here. It's working. It's working. That entrance over there, it's opening. Thank goodness. I knew we'd be able to get out of here somehow. Stay close behind, Magnus. I'll just... Oh! The entrance. It just leads into another chamber, even smaller than this one. You're right, Magnus. There is no escape. Magnus, look, the door's open.
There's no use now. We'd never make it back to the ship.
We might as well try. Oh no, who's this?
The King-Co. They're humanoid.
Not from the neck up. They better not lay a hand on me.
You'll be wise not to try and lay a hand on them. They're King-Co. Do we know what they want?
The great God King, Ray, Ornatum, summons you to his presence. You must follow us.
They may have animal heads, but they have very human voices.
This way.
Come on, Chipper.
What are they going to do to us?
Whatever it is, it can't be worse than suffocating when you'll have them in about 30 minutes from now. Do as she says. There's no turning back now.
You may take off your helmets.
What? In this atmosphere? How do we breathe?
Within the city, the air is pure, even for Earthmen.
What do you think, Magnus?
It's certainly not doing him any harm.
All right, then. I'm going to test it and see. Get ready to lock my helmet back on if I pass out.
Let me take hold of it then. Right.
All right, then. Here I go. Yes. Yes. It is breathable. Quite safe. Well, up to now. Come on, Magnus, take your helmet off. Ah, yes. Beautiful air. Oh, is it oxygen? Where did it come from? I don't know. And how are these creatures able to breathe air and carbon dioxide?
Take care.
Looks just like an ancient tomb.
This
are your quarters.
A tomb?
It is a dwelling place.
It's just like a tomb I saw down on Earth, even the furniture.
You must prepare to meet the God King Ray called Natum. Garments are in the next room. Handmaidens will assist you.
What are they supposed to do?
If we go into the next room, we'll find out. Come on. Help me push the door. There. Good gracious. Saxon and Loderick.
Hello, Magnus. Chipper.
Look at Loderick.
What kept you?
What's going on?
These ladies are seeing that we're suitably attired.
Suitably attired?
To be shown into the presence of the great God King Ray called Natum.
But where are your spacesuits?
Stowed away.
Is that what you intend to wear? To kill the pair of hands?
More than these girls were.
So I see. And, what's that sweet smell?
It's us. Scented oil. Come on, you'd better be anointed and dressed.
What, me? But suppose I don't want to be.
If you take my advice, you'll go quietly and get it over.
And you, Magnus. I don't think there's any way to avoid it.
I see.
Very well. If they insist. How do I look?
Fine.
I feel a right idiot, especially in this wig.
That goes for all of us. Now sit down. Whilst we're alone, we have a lot to talk about.
We certainly have. The first thing is how you and Loderick landed up here.
We were captured and brought here by a crowd of animal-headed humans, if you can call them human. How about you?
We found our way in here by accident while we were searching for you. A hawk-headed man trapped us in a kind of mortuary chapel, and then had us brought here to meet the God King, they said.
It's those handmaidens. Just look at that food. What a feast.
Put it right here.
And who's this?
Musicians. They've sent us music with our meal.
Yes, they're certainly treating us well. What with the beautifully tiled walls, the elegant furniture, the scented oil, the food, and the music, I'm beginning to feel just like a pharaoh.
But why are they treating us this well? How much longer are they going to leave us here? Must be 2 hours since we ate.
How should I know? Why don't you just relax and enjoy the music?
Well, what if I can understand it? Think she knows anything else?
Why don't you ask her?
Ask them a question, and all they do is stretch out their arms, put their hands together, and bow their heads.
A sign of obeisance.
So why don't they talk?
Probably not allowed to. They've been told that we're too high and mighty for a conversation to take place between us.
Greetings.
May the light of Ray shine upon you.
You are bathed and refreshed?
Yes, thank you. What happens now?
Follow us.
The God King awaits.
We passed along a lengthy corridor until we came to a large stone door, which rose to let us pass through. We entered a great palatial hall, whose roof was supported by many rows of pillars carved to represent lotus plants and palm trees. At the end of the hall, we came face to face with a number of elevated platforms, and seated on the top on a large throne of stone was a hawk-headed man. Once we had come into the presence of the God King, we lined up before the bottom step of the dais and faced him. One of our escorts, the jackal-headed creature, bowed low before the God King, climbed to the top step, and turned to face the hall.
Hear ye the words of Sekhmet, the mighty one, goddess of war, whose body emits the fiery glow.
Look upon the face of the great God King, Horus called Natum, the ever-merciful. Look upon the eye of red.
Down! Quick! Blood on the floor, cover your eyes! Inside the light again! She's got ghost on her cross with a loop at the top like an eye. Called an anchor. Whatever it's called, whenever she turns it on us, it emits this incredible light.
Look upon the eye of red.
So that's where it comes from. Everyone get down in time, no one hurt? All right.
Hear his voice and tremble.
Amen. We welcome you to Kemet. Which of you is lord of the great sunboat?
God has spoken. Who is lord of the great sunboat?
I am. I'm called a commander, not a lord. Commander Saxon Berry. But tell me.
Silence.
What?
Speak only when addressed.
All I want.
Silence.
Everybody down! There's no need to blind us again.
It is your seeing eye. Men tremble at its glance. Arise and hear the word of your God. Do not speak until addressed.
Lord Commander Saxon Paul Berry, do you know the secret of the Sunstone?
I've never heard of the Sunstone.
Lord, I have never heard of the Sunstone.
Lord, I have never heard of the Sunstone.
Is there no one among your servants who knows?
I do, my lord. You, Roderick? It means the motive power of the sunboat in the boat grave done on Earth.
Who are you that knows the Sunstone?
Loderick Sincere, my lord. Flight engineer of Space Force.
You are more than welcome to Kemet. The blessing of rain go with you forever.
The hawk-headed creature questioned us for a long time, mostly about the ship and our duties aboard. Then, at long last, the audience came to an end, and he left amidst great pomp and ceremony. Then we were ordered to our feet and escorted back to our sepulchral but beautifully furnished quarters.
Well, what was all that about? He seemed mainly interested in the ship. He wants to use it. But why?
To get away from here. Did you ever see such a place? No water, no air, everybody forced to live underground.
Where would he go?
Well, anywhere would be better than here.
There are plenty of worse places in the solar system.
No, Fred, what are you doing here?
Greetings.
And Marianka.
May the blessings of rain shower upon you.
Where did you two come from? And how did you manage to get out of our ship?
We are the bearers of joyful news.
You're releasing us.
The great King God, Ray called Martin, receives you into his service.
How do you know?
He himself commanded us to bring this news to you.
He is our God and our Lord.
Well, he didn't see you at the audience he gave us.
I stood at the God's right hand.
What? You were one of those creatures with animal heads?
The priest of Seth, the King God's defense in the mighty sunboat against the great serpent and the powers of darkness and evil.
But your animal head looked so real.
So will yours.
Mine?
You are to be priests of rain, whose eye is the sun. You are all to be honored and given new names.
You are to be appointed high officials in the King God's court and serve by his side as lords of the great sunboat.
What about our release?
Yes. Release?
Back to our sunboat.
There is no release.
What?
No servant of the God King Ray can ever be released.
Never? You mean he expects us all to serve to the death?
Unto death and beyond.
In that episode of Space Force, Chipper was played by Nicky Henson, Saxon by Barry Foster, Magnus by Nigel Stock, and Loderick by Tony Osoba, with Wendy Murray, Willoughby Goddard, and Bernard Brown. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter. Space Force is on Mars.
where we discovered a much-weathered step pyramid very similar to the one at Saqqara in Egypt. Whilst examining this pyramid, we were captured by a group of animal-headed humans. They resembled the portraits of gods to be found inside many ancient Egyptian tombs. In spite of our new home being an exact replica of a royal mausoleum, we were treated with hospitality by our captors, the Cometians. Then we were taken before the great god Re, called Natum. Upon our return to our quarters, two of the high priests at the court announced that they were the bearers of joyful news.
You are to be priests of Re, whose eye is the sun. You are all to be honored and given new names.
You are to be appointed high officials in the king god's court, and serve by his side as lords of the great sunboat.
What about our release?
Release?
Back to our sunboat.
There is no release.
What?
No servant of the god King Re can ever be released.
Never? You mean he expects us all to serve to the death?
Unto death and beyond.
Intergalactic Adventure by Charles Chilton, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 4, A Test of Endurance.
We're prisoners. You can't do that to us.
The god King needs your help.
Help? But what help can we give him?
Sunboat. You must make it fly again.
It must bear him to the place of truth.
Oh? Where's that?
To the west, below the setting sun.
That could be anywhere.
The netherworld, the realm of the dead.
And the king wants to go there?
It is his holy right and privilege, and you must assist him.
Me?
You are the Lord of the sky. You are blessed with knowledge of the great magic contained in the sunstone.
I'm an engineer. I only recognize its power. I don't understand it.
Loderick. What? You must try and help them. It may be our only chance of survival.
But I'm not sure that I can. That boat I saw down on Earth at Saqqara. Marianka wanted me to get that into working order, but I couldn't.
That doesn't mean it couldn't have been repaired.
I know, but
You must do your best.
I see. All right.
Marianka, this sunboat you want Loderick to look at, where is it?
I am to take you there.
Very well. But I shall accompany him.
As you desire, my lord.
We seem to have been walking for hours. It's much further than down on Earth. The corridor from under the pyramid there was only a couple of miles long.
Well, at least it's an interesting walk. Paintings and tiles. And also beautifully lit.
Where does the light come from?
From high up on the wall near the roof.
Yes, but what's its source? How's it created?
That's what I'd like to know. Ah. Well, looks as though we're arriving somewhere at last. A door.
That's it.
What?
That door. Exactly like the one that led to the boat grave at Saqqara.
Please pass through.
Oh, what a magnificent place.
Look at the roof. It's beautiful. A wonderful night sky.
Yes, but not the Martian sky. The constellations are those we see on Earth.
And there's the boat.
No craft that big ever sailed the ancient Nile.
This is no river boat. It is for sailing among the stars.
But it doesn't function.
No.
You would like to go aboard now?
Yeah. Where's the entrance?
Along here, by the God King's cabin.
Come on, Loderick.
If you need help, call up the peasants. They are here to serve you.
I can't think how.
They are strong. They will fetch and carry less things.
Good. Well, if we need anything like that, I'll call you.
Thank you, my lord.
Where do we go now?
Into the cabin. Door should open. Good Lord. A sarcophagus. It looks like one, but inside will be the power pack.
How'd you get at it?
On Earth, this end opened.
Well, there's nothing there. Just a square block of, well, I don't know what it is.
Well, somewhere in there is the clue to the magic that Ray called Natoon keeps on about.
You think you can find it?
Most unlikely, but I'll try. And we'll start by examining every inch of this insulating block.
Where are you, Lodrick?
I'm still here. I think I found something.
Oh, what?
Could you pass me the big grips? Thanks. Up there.
What? Hey! Lodrick, I'm taking up!
Well, I found it.
You all right?
Oh, I think so. It started to get unbearably hot in just a few seconds.
What was it you found?
Oh, something very simple. A broken metal rod. Oh, it must connect to a control somewhere in the stern. I'd like to go and find it.
Well, come on.
It's connected to the steerboard.
You mean a simple steerboard like this controls a flying ship?
Seems like it. Push that one over. That's it. Now that would keep the rod in the off position. You hold it there while I go back and reconnect it. But don't move it, or you'll start the whole thing up again and I'll be roasted alive.
You fixed it?
Yes. Now both these steerboards are connected to the power pack. I'd better just test it. Push yours over. Gently. Oh, we're off again. Shut it down.
Right. There.
Good Lord. Did you see the light from the ship's hull as we took off?
I couldn't miss it.
My lord, it flies! It flies!
All it's done is rise up 2 feet from the ground. In any case, there's nowhere for it to fly to. You can't go far in an underground grave.
That's it. The time has come to open up the sky. I have given orders. Quick, into the cabin.
Why?
The sky is about to split asunder.
But
we shall move out into the desert whose sand is red, and whose atmosphere it is poisonous to breathe.
What about you? How do you breathe?
With this.
An animal mask?
I told the mask of Seth.
Those animal masks are space helmets.
Into the cabin, quick!
Come on, Lodrick.
The roof! It's opening! Look! The real sky!
Yeah.
The stars, galaxies, it's all there!
Where did Marianto go?
Sir, he must be going to pilot the ship. Here! Hold on!
Did you ever feel anything so unstable?
Never. All my life.
And then the heavens opened, and up we rose straight out of the ground. It must have looked like a fiery chariot straight from hell.
Except it was a boat. Bigger than the one we saw at Sakara. 10 times bigger.
How's it controlled?
Very simply, by the steerboards in the stern. One of the blades appears to open and close an iris in the bottom of the hull. The wider it gets, the more power the ship gains, and the higher and faster she goes.
The other steerboard controls direction. It's just like steering a boat through water.
And with such a small area devoted to the motive power, it must be able to carry 100 passengers at least.
Where do they all go? Below deck. There are beds, chairs, tables. A regular home from home.
Exactly where is the grave of this boat located?
About 3.5 miles west of the pyramid. It took us nearly an hour to walk there.
Like the boat grave on Earth?
It's strange how everything is duplicated.
Except everything seems much more ancient here.
Like the ship, you mean?
Yes. I think that's the main reason why it couldn't fly. It's worn out.
Why don't they maintain it properly?
I don't think they can. After all, a simple fracture of a control rod went undetected. If they couldn't mend that, what hope had they of maintaining a motor that even Lodrick doesn't understand?
They constantly refer to it as magic.
No scientific builder of space boats would do that.
You don't think they built it then?
No.
Well, then who did?
I've no idea.
But before we leave Mars, I aim to find out.
The king was so pleased with the news that the Sunboat had flown, he immediately called a special audience and promoted all members of Space Force to the highest official positions that law and custom would allow. Amid a great deal of pomp, and in the presence of all the court, Saxon was raised from a commoner to a high-ranking priest. In order to receive the honor, which Merianka and Nofret advised him not to refuse, he reluctantly allowed his head to be shaved. Then the king arose and spoke.
Lord of the solar bar of bleeding gold, the right eye of the Lord of heaven, priest of Horus of the Falcon called Ray, you shall stand on the right hand of the God King Ray called Martian, and everyone shall call you Lord.
There was a loud cry and a clash of musical instruments as Saxon was handed his most significant badge of office, a falcon head. It was to be worn at religious and ceremonial functions. It also served as a breathing mask, should he venture out onto the Cometian or Martian surface. Having been, as you might say, ordained, Saxon took his place at the king's right hand while he ceremoniously promoted Loderick to a somewhat lesser but nonetheless exalted rank.
You are keeper of the sacred sarcophagus, conserver and preserver of the magic sunstone which lies within, and you shall be called Son of Belu, whose task it is to drive away the shadows of darkness from the morning sky.
Loderick's animal mask was the head of a phoenix. He put it on and took his place below the throne. Then came my turn.
You shall be called the Son of God, Lord of the moons, the reckoner of the years, the scribe of rays, the protector of Osiris, the keeper of all records.
Which was indeed very similar to my position aboard Space Force. Chipper was appointed my bearer. His task was to carry my writings to the God King for him to read, and then to the library, situated in the depths below the pyramid. Chipper was delighted with his newly appointed position until he received his mask.
A baboon? Why should my mask be a baboon?
The baboon is sacred.
Huh?
The patron of the scribes, the god of learning, and the son of Hom, lord of the young moon. When the moon is full, his face looks down upon us.
That's not a baboon, that's a man.
That's the Earth's moon, Chipper. Nofred is talking about a Cometian moon.
Which one? There are two.
Next full moon, why not look? The one with the baboon's face will be yours.
Oh, very funny.
The talk about moons and baboons took place some hours after the initiation ceremony, when we had returned to our quarters. Nofred had called to tell us that now we enjoyed such high rank and privileges at court, there were certain duties we were obliged to carry out.
What kind of duties?
You must officiate at the King's Jubilee, a most important celebration.
What's he celebrating?
60 years of continuous and loving rule over the two lands.
Two?
The two Kemets, upper and lower.
Oh, there's another, besides the one we're on?
Yes.
Where?
The one you inhabit.
The Earth?
We claim to rule only part of it. The part you called Egypt, known to us as Upper Kemet. This is Lower Kemet.
Why do you call Earth upper?
It is nearer the sun, which we worship.
I see. Tell us about this Jubilee.
After the king has reigned 30 years, he celebrates his achievement. He also undergoes many tasks to prove his virility and his ability to remain king.
What kind of tasks?
Running, dancing, and fighting. They take place on separate days. He must accomplish them all if he is to continue his reign as king.
And what if he doesn't?
Then he will be put to death.
Put to death?
And a new king elected.
I'm glad to hear democracy still lives.
You say Narton has reigned 60 years?
Yes.
How old was he when he came to the throne?
He was a young man.
By now he must be quite an old one.
Cometian kings seldom live so long.
I'm not surprised. But what about our part in this? What are we expected to do?
There are many rituals to be learned, many religious duties to be performed.
We don't know how.
The king will instruct you.
Are we to go to him?
Oh, no. No one must look upon him until the first day of celebration. He will send you all instructions by letter.
I see.
And you, son of Thoth, called Magnus, will translate them.
I'm not sure that I can.
With the help of Marianka.
Ah, yes.
If you send your messenger to the king's apartment, the first letter of instruction is waiting.
Did you hear that, Chipper?
Yeah, old monkey chops at your service.
Then run along, there's a good chap.
Run along, I like that. The king's apartments are a good mile from here.
Think of all the exercise you'll be getting.
Who rattled your hutch?
Pity these Cometians haven't invented the wheel. You could have gone on your bike.
Oh, my aching ribs.
What are you so busy on, Chipper?
This messenger lark's got out of hand. Twice I've been down to the king's apartments today, only to find there was nothing to pick up.
So what are you doing?
Intercom.
What?
I've taken the intercom out of my suit and Lodric's, and I'm going to fix up a two-way communication between here and the palace.
Oh.
Then whenever there's anything to collect, the palace doorkeeper can give me a call.
Very ingenious, but you've forgotten something. What? The batteries. Unless they're frequently recharged by exposing the solar cells to the rays of the sun, they'll run down.
I know that. At least I'll get a respite from running a marathon every couple of hours and finding nothing at the end of it. Ah, done it. Hey, isn't science wonderful? Hello, Sekhmet, I'm here. Thank you, Sekhmet. Be right down.
Didn't sound as though there was much power in those batteries.
They need cooking in the sunshine.
How are you going to do that? We're not allowed outside. They think we might try to escape.
Well, of course we would. Give me half a chance. What's up?
Sekhmet, he can hear.
Oh, hello, Sekhmet. Can you hear me?
Speak, my lord. Sekhmet is listening.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Magnus, another one.
Thank you, Chipper. As soon as Marianka gets here, I'll start on it. You did call him.
Yeah.
What have you got there?
Sekhmet gave it to me. Present from the king.
The king?
Yeah. Seems he's heard about my rigging up the intercom. He's so knocked out by my ingenuity that when he heard I needed to expose the batteries to the sunlight, he decided to send me some.
What? Sunlight?
Yeah, in here.
Oh, that's an anchor. The cross of life and eternity.
Sekhmet says the sun's inside. You open this.
Look out!
Oh, stop! He's blinded himself!
Chipper! Chipper! How are you, Chipper?
I feel all right, but I can't see.
It'll pass off, I'm sure it will.
How long has it been now?
Nearly 3 hours, but you received the full impact of that beam.
What happened?
That anchor you opened, that's what the Cometians used to blind us.
We think it must contain a stone that emits a powerful light which is as strong as the sun itself.
A sort of sunstone.
Oh. Now, you just lie still and keep your eyes closed.
filled the room with enough light for all to read by.
The power of this tiny stone is incredible. It's only the size of a pinhead. Oh, wait a minute. The cavity in which it's kept is about 1 inch across.
Well,
I think that must have been the size of the stone when it was first put in there.
So it's reduced in size.
how long do you think it's taken?
It probably loses a few atoms every time the glass is opened.
Could have taken hundreds of years.
Well, in case we're wrong, don't use it. Unless you have to. Keep it for emergencies only. We need it for our escape.
The first day of Jubilee arrived. We entered the said fest area via a hall of columns and a mortuary chapel. After long incantations and ceremonies involving incense and the spreading of sand, we passed out into the bright sunshine of the courtyard itself. It was empty but for 2 horseshoe-shaped structures, one at each end of the courtyard, and a line of false fronts of buildings which were probably meant to be mortuary chapels. At the far end was a throne of stone. Seated on it was a small, thin man, enclosed in a tight-fitting wrap and a small red hat or crown. We took our places, wearing our masks, and lined up on either side of the courtyard, facing inwards. There was no sound. Saxon, who was only a foot or 2 from me, whispered,
"He's so frail. He must be very old. When do the tests begin? As soon as Marianka gives the signal." Now.
Marianka, who held a scepter high above his head, had lowered it. Immediately the frail figure on the throne sprang to life. He leapt to the ground, his cloak falling from him, and then, stark naked but for his hawk head and crown, began to run as fast as his legs could take him. He ran round the perimeter of the courtyard 4 times, and then, exhausted almost to the point of collapse, returned to where he had begun. He picked up the wrap from the ground, put it round his shoulders, and slumped back onto his throne. We returned underground. The peasants knew, by the psalms the priest chanted, that the first day's virility test had been passed. They danced and sang, drank deeply, and began to eye the handmaidens. We returned in stately formality to our quarters.
That poor old bloke forced to run around that courtyard like he was an Olympic champion.
He easily could have been.
Even so, it's a grueling test to put an old man to. How he managed so well amazes me.
He was running for his life. If he fails, he dies.
What does he have to do tomorrow?
The dance. A ritual dance, lasting hours, apparently.
Do you think he'll last out?
Oh, yes.
And what's the final test?
The fight. He's attacked by 4 spearmen at once, all approaching him from the 4 cardinal points of the compass.
And that's when all the priests gather at the far end?
Yes.
Then that's the day we make a run for it.
How?
The courtyard runs along a north-south line. That means the Land Explorer and the Solomobiles are on the other side of the wall behind us. It's partly in ruins and easy to scale. Now, while the king's fighting and the priests are watching, we hop over the wall, pick up the transport, and make for the ship.
Great plan.
But what if they come after us?
I'm banking on their thinking their religious ceremony is too important. But if they follow, we give them a blinding flash of the anchor and run harder.
The next day we attended the dance test. While he danced, the king carried a heavy stone mace and a long, heavy scepter of solid gold. The sun rose, and the heat welled up from the red sand floor. The sweat poured off the old man's back. As he passed close to me during one of his wildest gyrations, I could hear him gasping for breath inside his mask. He staggered, made an effort to dance on, and staggered again. Nobody moved. No helping hand was offered. No word of encouragement. Martin gave a violent twist. His knees crumbled as he fell to the red dust. It clung to his sweating body the color of blood. He rolled onto his back, his hawk head staring glassily at the sky, his chest heaving violently. Saxon made to go forward, but he was stopped by Marianka. The sun rose higher, and hours passed. It had begun to dip towards the horizon before Marianka decided that Nartom was unable to rise. He was no longer king. We carried the god King Ray, called Natum, back to the boat grave. He was still breathing. Once underground, he was handed over to the servants of the bedchamber, who took him to his quarters and placed him on the royal bed. The moment the peasants heard that the king had failed on only the second test, they ceased celebrating and shrank back to their own quarters. So did the musicians, bearers, and handmaidens. We decided that quarters was the best place for us, too.
Well, so much for our escape tomorrow.
Forget the escape. What about the king?
What about him?
He has failed the test.
I'm not surprised at his age. Remember what we were told?
The inevitable consequence of failure is death.
That's right. Nofret told us.
But that's not all. When he elevated us to high-ranking court officials, we swore an oath.
Of course.
We swore that we would serve him as long as he lived, in this world and the next.
Eh?
When he dies, I think we will share his fate.
Oh, no. What are we going to...
Well, he's not dead yet, so let's turn our minds to escaping from here.
Oh, no, Fred.
I bring joyful news.
Yes?
The king has departed this world. You are to travel with him to the Golden Land.
In that episode of Space Force, Saxon was played by Barry Foster, Magnus by Nigel Stock, Chipper by Nicky Henson, and Loderick by Tony Osoba, with Wendy Murray, Willoughby Goddard, and Bernard Brown. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter, scientific observer with Space Force. Following our capture by the ancient Cometians on Mars, we were taken to their pyramidal citadel. There we repaired one of their sunboats, and in gratitude, their god King Ray, called Natum, created us lords of his court. This honor, however, was fraught with danger, a danger that became acute when the god King suffered a heart attack. When he elevated us to high-ranking court officials, we swore an oath.
Of course.
We swore that we would serve him as long as he lived, in this world and the next.
Eh?
When he dies, I think we will share his fate.
Oh, no. What are we going to...
Well, he's not dead yet, so let's turn our minds to escaping from here.
Oh, no, Fred.
I bring joyful news.
Yes?
The king has departed this world. You are to travel with him to the Golden Land.
Space Force, an intergalactic adventure by Charles Chilton, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 5, Living with Death.
You will travel with him to the land of truth. Dwell with him in the house of gold.
Where exactly is the land of truth?
In the west, beyond the setting sun. We have many duties to fulfill before we leave. I must return to the temple at once.
But what about us?
You must fast and pray and undergo the ceremony of purification.
I see.
When you are required, you will be sent for.
Wait, what? Fat lot of information we got out of her.
Well, we better find out what's likely to happen from somewhere.
Magnus could find out.
Me?
That's right. Must be 3 months since you became court scribe.
Yes, a little more.
Well, you must have discovered quite a lot about their customs. Even begun to learn something of their picture writing by this time.
Yes, I must admit I'm beginning to understand a great deal of it.
And you're constantly working with Marianka on interpreting the king's letters.
Yes.
Well, then it can't be too difficult for you to find out what's going to happen to us.
You might even learn where this netherworld is located. If we knew that, it might help us plan our escape.
Yes. I'll see what I can do.
Well, find out all you can. Anything. Anything at all.
Saxon, it's Magnus!
At last. You've been gone nearly a week.
You can blame Marianka for that. Once I began to ask him questions, he wouldn't let me go until he'd answered them all in detail. Up half the night, every night, explaining rituals, tomb texts, coffin texts, mummification.
Mummification? They're not going to do that to me.
This Cometian obsession with death, it's beyond belief. It's sick.
Oh, Marianka explained that the Cometian obsession with death is due to his devotion to life.
What?
Well, the best existence a man can hope for in the next life is one that contains all the things most desired in this. He can ask only that things continue just as they were.
Not for anything better?
No. If you're a peasant in this world, you can expect to be a peasant in the next.
Very nice if you're a king or some high-ranking court official.
For which the peasant should be grateful.
I don't see how.
Only a god can enjoy the full pleasures of the afterlife. When he dies, a king automatically becomes a god. But he's also still a king. And he needs his court, his priests, his peasants, his whole entourage round him. He takes them all with him after death, and his servants are grateful. For only by serving the god can they even hope to reach the next world.
What about the others, the ones left behind?
They know only one life, and then oblivion. In the word, there is life. Without it, there is nothing.
Charming. But suppose in spite of all that, they don't want to go.
Well, that's too bad. All servants swear to serve their king in this world and the next. There is no escape. How remote were our chances of escape was demonstrated only a few days later. Marianka ordered us to attend a special court within the precincts of the old royal quarters. We had been called to witness a trial. In an elaborately carved chair, placed upon a dais, sat Marianka, clad in the simplest of his many priestly costumes. He signed for us to take up positions behind him. At his side stood Nofret. And below us, on the ground at the foot of the dais, were 3 prostrate peasants. Each peasant had the foot of an armed guard placed firmly on his neck, intent, it seemed, on grinding the prisoner's face into the floor. Another guard stood by, spear at the ready, should any prisoner attempt to escape, which appeared most unlikely, as all 3 were trembling with fear. Then Nofret spoke.
Sons of accomplice, demons, eaters of hearts, defilers of the sacred soul, lower than the serpent's belly, traitors, look upon your blood.
There was a flash of light from Nofret's anchor, and cries from the prisoners as they were blinded by its brightness. Then their cries turned to shrieks, as each of them was run through by the guardsmen's spears.
For heaven's sake, Marianka, what's going on?
When a man becomes servant to the king, he contracts to serve him forever. These men were servants to the god king. When they heard of his death, they tried to avoid the responsibility of their contract by running away. May others who have ideas of doing likewise profit by their example.
It was almost as though he knew we were planning to escape, as though the whole trial and execution was put on just for our benefit.
They were genuine deserters. They tried to avoid their responsibilities. Now they've been forced to accept them.
By being blinded and then speared to death.
According to Marianka, they've gone to the underworld to await the king at the door of the House of Gold, where they will serve him forever. He also says that as the officially appointed court scribe, I am to record all the events as they happen and leave them in the king's tomb.
I see. What else does he say?
Soon we're to witness the placing of the king's mummified body into its 3 coffins.
Why does he have to be mummified?
A body is just as essential to existence in the afterlife as in this. Therefore, it must be preserved. At least that is what the Cometians think.
I shall be quite happy to preserve my body just for this life.
Same here. I'd rather continue it down on Earth.
Marianka.
Good. You are ready. Now, we witness the placing of the mummy in the coffins.
Do we need 8 armed guards for that?
My lord, they have been appointed to watch over and protect you. You must not come to any harm before the funeral. You are essential.
None was so powerful as the word.
At the opening of thy mouth thou bringest forth the word, and the word giveth life to all creation. To speak the name of the dead is to make him live. Let thy name, O Martian, be spoken forever.
Marianka chanted throughout the ceremony, after which, having been suitably purified by being sprinkled with holy water, we retired to our quarters.
Another major ceremony over, and we're no nearer getting out of here than before the king died.
We must be patient.
With 8 armed guards standing over us, observing every move.
For our protection, so Marianka said.
Yeah, you try making a run for it, see how much protection you'll get.
We've got to reach the surface somehow. On our own, unseen.
The boat grave is the only way out.
How's that opened?
By an incredible amount of manpower. It takes the combined strength of 50 peasants just to open the roof.
Where's the mechanism?
In one of the chambers leading out to the grave, presumably. But even that must be closed and airtight before the roof can be raised. Yeah. Otherwise they'd lose all their breathable atmosphere.
It all seems hopeless. What's the next religious ceremony we're expected to attend?
The funeral procession, and then the funeral itself.
Which involves a journey to the underworld.
So I understand.
If we only knew where that was.
Well, we shall soon find out.
Oh?
The purification ceremonies begin tomorrow.
For how long?
6 days. Then will come the moment of truth. Six times we were purified. On the 7th day, the great procession wended its way towards the boat grave, where the mummified body of the god King Ray, called Natum, was to be ceremoniously laid in the airtight cabin of the sunboat. The royal household staff and a number of representative artisans and peasants made up the greater part of the procession, each carrying an article or tool to indicate his or her trade. The cooks carried knives and cooking pots. Attendants of the bedchamber bore a model of the king's bed, tables, chairs, and wall matting. Then came the peasants with their hoes and scythes, the boat builders with a model of the very boat they were now boarding, and brickmakers bearing 4 magic bricks to place in the king's tomb. All boarded the boat and descended to the spacious area below deck. We took our place with the king in the boat's airtight cabin in the middle of the upper deck. This also contained the artificial sarcophagus on which the king's coffins were placed. We grouped ourselves around the bier in positions that represented the 4 cardinal points. Nofret took up a position to the south of the king, which was at his feet. We then had to wait while Marianka and his minions walked around the ship and purified it by sprinkling it with water.
Brought there, Chipper.
The intercom set. Marianka insisted on it. The insignia of my royal duties, he said.
Oh, yeah.
Very useful to the king in his new life. And the anchor may be useful to us.
Nofret, does the king really need all the people who boarded this boat? There can hardly be room to move down below.
As in the old life, so in the new.
But why did they bring all that furniture?
The king must sleep, sit, write, read, pray. Nothing is different.
And all that food?
The journey is long. We shall all need sustenance until we reach the house of gold.
Beyond the setting sun?
That's right.
Do we really fly to this mythical place?
To reach the land of truth, we must first overcome the powers of darkness.
The powers of darkness?
Yes. They are...
Prepare yourselves for the dark and dangerous journey.
Are we actually going to take off?
Of course. How else can the God King, Raycalled Natum, conquer death and experience regeneration? In just a few moments, the heavens will open and we shall be on our way. You must remain here at all times and defend the God King against his enemies.
But he's already dead. Who can harm him now?
The powers of darkness that would consume the sun would also prevent the resurrection of Raycalled Natum and condemn him to the underworld forever.
You must be quick, my lord. The time is near.
Give me my spear and the mask of Seth. I must take my position on guard.
Outside?
I must. How else can what is written be fulfilled?
He's going to stand guard out there in the bows. And it is all pretense. He'd never stand out there if we were really going. It'd be impossible.
But at the very moment Chipper was expressing his doubts about our taking a genuine flight, the star-painted roof of the boat grave rolled back to reveal the jet-black, diamond-studded Martian night sky. Immediately the sunboat gave a slight shudder, rose slowly from her berth, and began to gain height. Then we heard a great wailing from 100 voices down in the hold.
What's that terrible sound?
The people below deck know our journey through the underworld is just beginning. They are afraid of what might happen.
Can you see out, any of you?
I can make out the top of the pyramid. We've just risen above it. I can see it too, but where's the light coming from? What's lighting it up?
We are. It's the light from our power packet. It's coming from the ship's hull.
Oh, did you feel that?
Yeah, we're changing direction towards the east.
East? Marianka and Nofret have always insisted that the land of truth, the Neverworld, lies to the west.
Beyond the sunset.
Then why are you heading away from it?
Before we reach the light, we must drive away the evil powers of darkness.
We're building up quite a speed to do it.
What's our altitude, do you reckon?
A couple of 100 meters, no more. Can you see Marianka out there?
Yeah, I could just make him out. Standing stiff as a statue, spear at the ready. For what?
I don't know, but he and Nofret certainly seem to be expecting trouble. How long have we been flying now?
About 11 hours.
All on the dark side of the planet. This must be the world of darkness they keep on about.
We should meet the sun any moment.
Going round the other way.
What?
Well, appearing to come round the other way, if you must be technical.
Marianka's still there. How can he stand so still for so long?
How do we cope with the cold? Ship's covered with ice. Ice?
Dry ice. Carbon dioxide. There's no water on the surface of Mars.
Well, there is under it.
Otherwise... Great Scott, what was that? What did we hit? Look at Marianka. Blimey! He's gone bonkers. He's shadow fighting with his spear.
The Hookus, the great invisible darkness. The monster serpent, the evil one. Every morning he tried to devour the sun and leave the world cold and without stability.
But what's Marianka doing?
He is fending off the serpent.
With just a spear?
I see no serpent.
He is there. Look! Marianka! He is winning.
Huh?
Look at the sky, red with the serpent's blood, redder than the sand of Kemet.
First rays of light from the morning sun.
It is staining the whole sky.
Typical Martian sunrise. Who does she think she's killing?
What did we hit?
I don't know.
Marianka's kneeling down. What? Her? Oh, just exhausted. He's getting up. He's coming back to the deck house. I think the fight's over. How did he maintain his balance? I don't understand how
Marianka has trained all his life for this. It is his family's duty. His father fought the serpent 3 times.
He's into the airlock.
Marianka!
Fight's exhausted him.
He's covered with blood. Where's it all coming from?
A lot of double punctures all over his body.
Just like the bites of a very large serpent.
It's impossible.
Help me clean him up.
Leave him.
What?
Only I know the magic words for the healing of the wounds inflicted by Apophis. Let him lie where he is.
Well, if you say so. If you ask me, it'll take more than a few words to heal that lot.
Out of the darkness and into the sunshine.
Almost directly over the place we started from. Look, there's the boat grave.
And over there, look, to the north, the ship.
It doesn't look as though anyone's been near her.
No, and there's the Land Explorer and the Solomobiles.
They look so close, but we'll never get to them.
Don't give up, Chipper. Now we've killed off the dragon, we'll be landing again. We'll get our chance.
Hello, we're slowing.
About to land, I shouldn't wonder.
No, we're not. We're only changing course.
Huh?
No threat, where are we going?
We have passed through the underworld. We now go to the land of truth.
Aren't we going to land?
Not on Kemet. Never again. Ever.
How long is it now?
5 days and 4 hours, roughly.
Estimated speed?
I'd say 1,000 an hour, again, roughly.
Which means we've come about 120,000 miles. We must be heading for the asteroid belt.
I can't believe that. Provided we are on the correct path, we could only reach it in about 13 years.
13 years?
We won't last a tenth of that time.
You don't understand.
Food will run out in about 3 months.
It must be hell down in that hole. All those people and so little room.
We must turn back, otherwise this will be a ship of the dead.
But this is a ship of the dead. That is its sole purpose, to transport the dead to the land of truth.
Well, there's one corpse only on this vessel. Everyone else is alive and kicking.
But not for long. Soon they will join their lord and master in the netherworld, where they will serve him as they did on Kemet.
In my estimation, the nearest planet we can land on, other than Kemet, is 13 years away.
No, not 13 years. 13 days.
What?
I've just remembered something Marianka told me. 13 days to the House of Gold.
Saxon! Saxon, wake up!
What is it?
We think we can see it. The House of Gold.
Where?
Directly ahead. Come and look.
A lone asteroid not 1,000,000 miles from Mars.
And undetected on Earth.
How large do you estimate that body to be, Loderick?
I'd say about 500 miles diameter. Almost as big as Ceres.
Perfectly formed. A beautiful globe. Unlike most asteroids.
Gorgeous colour.
Yes, due to some freak reflection from its surface, I should think. Are we definitely landing there?
Yes, Marianka says so.
He's recovered then.
Yes, quite remarkable.
He was right. 13 days, not 13 years.
He's not often wrong.
When does he say we land?
Tomorrow, at a golden sunrise. Somewhere on the surface there is a boat grave, just like the ones on Kemet and on Earth.
A step pyramid too, I suppose.
Very likely. According to Nofret, once we've landed, sufficient men wearing animal masks will be allowed off. They'll enter the necropolis, go to the boat grave and open it up. Then we sail in.
They certainly know what they're doing.
We landed and entered the boat grave, whose painted roof then closed in on us. We disembarked and held another funeral procession, but in reverse. The god King Ray, called Natum, was laid to rest in a magnificent chamber, reminiscent of his bedroom in the royal palace. Other chambers leading from the bedroom were also very familiar. In them were stored the funerary furniture, religious objects, and jars of food, water, and wine, enough to feast his whole court for a year. The walls were adorned with scenes of Kemetian life. Then, the final ceremonies over, we were led towards a vast hall, where, we understood, a superb feast was to be held.
What are these other chambers? Who's buried in those?
Ancient kings who died on Earth.
How did they get here?
We brought them back, first to Kemet and then to their golden home.
And who is the king in that chamber we've just passed?
He is known as Cheops, the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza.
But he was never buried in it.
He was.
Hundreds of years before the pyramid was broken into, my ancestors removed his coffin and his mummy to Kemet, and then here.
Since then, the plundering of tombs has been so constant we have been unable to restore them all.
Yes. but we intend to retrieve all we can.
Oh, blimey, this looks more like an orgy than a feast.
In ancient Egypt, I understand it was often much the same thing.
Here, enjoy yourself.
Oh, no, thank you. We have strict orders. We are not allowed to partake.
Look at this. A model coffin full of food.
Look upon this, then eat, drink, and be merry.
Yes, for tomorrow we die.
The way they're whooping it up, you'd think they'd all been told they had another 100 years to live instead of only one day.
Which brings us to our own precarious position.
Precarious?
Marianka and Nofret were here. They left us these.
What are they?
Gifts, games mostly. To while away the last hours. They said we had a choice. We could take poison and then go to our allotted place to die, or we could just wait for death to overtake us. I chose the latter on all our behalfs.
Thanks a bunch. By the way, where are Marianka and Nofret now?
Gone to perform some religious ceremony deep inside the planet.
Which death did they choose? Quick poison or slow starvation?
Didn't ask them.
I wonder.
What?
Something Nofret said just after the sacred fight with the serpent Apophis.
Well?
She said Marianka's father had fought the serpent 3 times. That must mean he'd attended 3 funerals.
Yes.
Well, if he attended 3... it means he must have come back from at least 2.
So you think Marianka will be returning from this one?
Exactly.
More than possible. Marianka and Nofret do not serve the king. They serve the gods. And so long as the gods live, they live.
The boat grave! Come on!
Do you know the way? It was a very complicated route getting here.
We'll split up into 2 pairs. Give us twice the chance of finding it.
How can we keep in touch?
With my royal intercom will take 1 each. To carry a fair distance even inside this planet.
Come on, before it's too late! Yes, I can, but very faint. Contact's very difficult. We may have some news any minute. You know the way you talk? I've marked it. It's easy to follow. Now, wait a minute, I think we're here. You found it? The first portcullis. We'll call you back. Roger. Come on, Chipper. You've had experience opening portcullises.
It's finely balanced. Once it starts moving... There. There she goes. Oh, that's one. There's the other. That leads to the boat grave.
Yeah, well, we must put our masks on first in order to breathe.
Not if the roof's closed.
We can't take a chance. Now, put it on.
Okay. There. How's that?
Good. You hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Then let's open portcullis number 2. One more push. Now.
And there's the boat grave. Oh, blimey.
They've gone. Back to Kemet. Without us.
I knew we couldn't trust those 2. Now what do we do?
I don't know. With no boat to fly us out, we're stuck here for the rest of our days.
In that episode of Space Force, Magnus was played by Nigel Stock, Saxon by Barry Foster, Chipper by Nicky Henson, and Loderick by Tony Osoba, with Wendy Murray, Willoughby Goddard, and Bernard Brown. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
This is the log of Magnus Carter. The crew of Space Force are in the depths of the Golden Planet, a remarkable asteroid which orbits the Sun in a regular path less than 1 million miles from the red planet Mars. We have been brought here by our captors, the ancient Martians, or Cometians. This is the Cometians' royal cemetery, and as royal servants we are expected to be buried with the dead king. We are determined to escape, however, and will if Saxon and Chipper can reach the sunboat before the Cometian High Priest take off.
Come on, Chipper. You've had experience opening portcullises.
It's finally balanced. Once it starts moving... There. Up she goes. Oh, that's one. There's the other. That leads to the boat grave.
Yeah, well, we must put our masks on first in order to breathe.
Not with the roof's closed.
We can't take a chance. Now, put it on.
Okay. There. How's that?
Good. You hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Then let's open portcullis number 2. One more push. Now.
And there's the boat grave. Oh, blimey.
They've gone. Back to Kemet. Without us.
I knew we couldn't trust those two. Now what do we do?
I don't know. With no boat to fly us out, we're stuck here for the rest of our days.
Space Force, an intergalactic adventure by Charles Chilton, starring Barry Foster, Nigel Stock, Nicky Henson, and Tony Osoba. Episode 6, Unto Death and Beyond.
Yes, just go ahead.
Did you find it?
We found it all right.
And do Marianka know it?
No, nor the boat.
So what do we do now?
We'll come back to you.
Then mark the route well. Find a way round the banqueting hall, not through it.
Why?
The food and drink were poisoned. Nearly all the royal entourage are now dead.
Good God.
A handful of retainers who knew better than to eat the food are busy carrying them to their appointed doom.
Oh.
Then they've sworn to lay themselves in their own coffins and take the fatal draught. One of them said we die in order that we may continue to live.
We'll find another way back. Then we'll hold a council of war and plot our next move. So, that's the plan. Move to the other apartments, taking as much of the king's furniture as we need to keep us comfortable.
And his food?
Yes.
How long will it stay fresh?
2 or 3 weeks, no longer.
And in that time, we have to find our way to the surface.
And then?
Oh, heaven knows. But remember, carry your animal masks at all times. If we should be lucky enough to break out, they are our only means of survival. Hello, Magnus.
Roderick and I have made an incredible discovery.
Oh, what's that? A painting.
Is that all?
You don't understand. It's a painting such as I've never seen. You must come and look at it.
What's so special about it?
I think it contains the answers to many questions that have puzzled us these last few months.
Such as?
Who the Cometians are, how they got here, and their links with Earth.
It tells you that.
A couple of days studying and interpreting the picture script would tell me a great deal more.
Where are you?
End of number 7 gallery. Bottom of steps leading from corridor reached by the left-hand fork.
We'll be with you soon. I must admit it is very remarkable.
And very ancient. Why so many boats? They're all sunboats.
Just like the one we came in.
Yes, a whole fleet of them. And all packed with people.
You can interpret that picture writing.
Yes, I think I can. Marianka was a good teacher.
Well, don't take too long. We haven't the time.
I realize that.
And while you're doing it, we'll carry on exploring. You'll be all right alone? I'd like Loderick to come with us.
Oh, perfectly all right.
Come on then, Chipper. And you, Loderick.
Right.
Let's see what we can find. Corridor leading upwards would be most encouraging.
Downwards, always downwards. We'll soon be at the very centre.
A few hundred miles before we get there.
Do you know something?
Hey?
I think the walls are beginning to glow. Look. How far can you see ahead?
I thought it was my eyes getting used to the darkness.
I wonder where this leads to.
Straight to hell. The way's steep enough.
Hell or high water, let's follow it. Come on.
Hello, Saxon. Receiving you loud and clear.
Hello, Magnus. What do you want?
I don't want anything. You called me.
No, we didn't.
But I distinctly heard.
I must have switched the intercom on by mistake. You heard us talking. Call you again later.
Right.
It's getting brighter and hotter.
The walls are positively glowing.
You could read newsprint by this light.
Never heard of anything like this down on Earth.
Except in volcanoes.
But there the heat would be unbearable. Here it's a little hotter than the summer sun.
Maybe that's what it is. The sun.
What?
Glowing rocks lie inside the sun. Gas, Chipper. There are no molten rocks in the sun.
Oh. Well, what about the rock and the anchor? Mary Anchor always called it the sunstone.
Maybe this is where the Cometians mined it.
Then why didn't they replenish their ships and all the anchors the priests carried?
Receiving you.
Magnus.
Hello?
I didn't call.
But I distinctly heard you.
Perhaps we'd better come back.
No, I'm sorry. You carry on. I'm all right.
You sure?
Absolutely.
Right. Let's get on.
I don't think we can go any further. It's getting too hot.
How deep are we?
About a mile, I'd say.
What must the temperature be like a few miles below here?
We'll press on a little further, just as far as we can see.
How far is it?
Oh, about 1,000 meters, at a guess, to where the gallery begins to bend.
I'm having difficulty breathing.
Me too. But put on your masks. See if that helps.
Yes, much better.
Roderick?
Much easier.
And let's go.
It stretches on forever. Brighter and hotter. Oh, look!
What?
A mummified body walking towards us.
Where?
There. No, it's gone.
Quick, after it.
Hey!
Come on, Chipper, there's no such thing as a walking mummy.
But I saw it. Oh, white, like it was bandaged from head to foot, and a horrible round hole for a face.
Did you see it, Roderick?
I caught a glimpse of it. It was certainly all white. It retreated as soon as it saw us. Yeah. This is about where it is.
Well, there's no sign of it.
Well, it was here.
Well, maybe there's another gallery leading off this one. No, nothing.
Could be another turning off that.
Well, if we indiscriminately follow every turning we see, we'll get lost for certain.
And roasted.
Yes. We've come far enough.
You gonna let that thing get away?
Well, whatever it was not a mummy. Now let's get back to where it's cooler, where we can take these masks off.
Better than a Turkish bath down there.
Hello, Magnus. Saxon calling.
Commander Berry, where are you?
You know where we are. Wait a minute, that's not Magnus.
Magnus? No.
Who is it?
This is Rogers, captain of freighter number 2.
Rogers?
Captain Rogers?
I can't believe it. Where are you?
I'm in freighter number 2, 20 miles above the surface of a golden asteroid. Is it true that you're on it?
Yes.
Then you could be in great danger.
More than we are already.
I sent Lieutenants Emery and Aldred down. Emery reports seeing animal-headed humans inhabit the galleries, so be on your guard.
That's us. He saw us.
You?
Yes, wearing masks, and we saw him, then we lost him. How did you know that we were here?
Magnus. He heard us calling each other. He thought it was you. Now wait where you are. How can Emery and Aldred locate you?
At the end of the long gallery.
And this is where you've been living? In a tomb?
All tombs are replicas of the places where the deceased lived during his lifetime, Lieutenant. This is the replica.
to be held in the comfort of our luxurious, if sepulchral, quarters.
Let's hear your theories then, Magnus. We're all ears.
The painting is an historical document. It tells where the Cometians came from and what has happened to them over the last 10,000 years or so.
10,000?
That's when they first introduced the Earth to civilization.
What?
The Cometians did not originate on Mars.
And they have a flourishing civilization going under its surface.
They have now. But they originated on another planet entirely.
Where?
Where the main asteroid belt now orbits, between Mars and Jupiter. The golden asteroid we are on is all that's left of it.
What happened?
Its orbit was a little too eccentric. It moved a little too close to Jupiter and became subjected to the gravitational influence of that giant planet. That proved fatal. Jupiter not only pulled the golden planet out of its original orbit, it caused its interior to boil. Great volcanoes erupted and spewed the golden inside over the surface. The orbit became more and more eccentric, and as it did, so the planet's path round the Sun became more elongated. Soon its orbit was similar to that of a comet, and it was returning to the area of Jupiter only once in 100 years. Each time it returned, if its orbital position coincided with that of Jupiter's, it suffered dreadfully from the giant planet's gravitational pull. Finally, it was literally torn apart.
But what about the people who were living on it?
They realized that sooner or later their planet must break up, so they made plans to leave it. They built a fleet of sunboats propelled by the powerful energized stone found beneath the golden surface and headed for Mars. Well, as many as the boats could carry.
How many was that?
As far as I can make out, only a couple of hundred or so. Only 2 boats actually reached Mars. They found the planet so inhospitable they were forced to live under its surface, as they had done on the Golden Planet. In fact, they even duplicated the pyramids and underground complexes they'd known in their original home.
And did any follow these Martian pioneers?
I don't think so. The next time the Golden Planet passed close to Jupiter, it was split asunder. Its fragments, including the one we're on now, have been drifting in eccentric orbit round the Sun ever since.
But how did those who reached Mars come to introduce civilization to Earth?
They found Mars so inhospitable, they decided to find a new place to live. They came to Earth.
When?
About 7,000 years ago. They landed somewhere to the south of the Nile Delta. They immediately felt comfortable. The golden sand reminded them of home.
Weren't there any people there already?
Only the most primitive of Earthmen. Hunters, mainly, with crude stone tools. The Cometians soon overcame them. But at the same time, they taught them the refinements of civilization, to sow and reap, to build, to control the waters of the Nile, to write, paint, and make music. In return, the Cometians ruled over them. They were the king gods of the ancient world, whose main ambition in life was to be taken back to the Golden Planet after death. Contact between the royal rulers down on Earth and their near relatives living on Mars was maintained. Whenever the Golden Planet returned to the asteroid belt, the Cometians on Earth and Mars tried to carry as many royal dead to the Golden Necropolis as possible.
Including some who have been dead for thousands of years, like Tutankhamun and Cheops.
Exactly. One reason why Egyptologists find so many empty tombs is that the deceased have already been carried away by their Martian descendants, ready for transfer to Golden Comet.
But you said there are only 2 boats.
They are all that have survived. The power of the sunstone that drives them has slowly diminished. After 7,000 years, it must be nearly exhausted.
Like the sunstone in the anchor the king gave me.
Quite.
But they still have some power in them, possibly enough to get at least 1 boat to Earth.
And another from Mars to here.
And back, if that's where Marianka and Nofret have gone.
Where else?
We must get after them, get hold of their ship.
What for?
For the sunstone, of course. It could completely revolutionize energy supply down on Earth. And space travel.
I thought you said the core of this asteroid was full of it.
It probably is, but how did you get it without being roasted?
Somewhere in the ancient records, the method must be recorded. Wouldn't you think so, Magnus?
Yes, probably. Yes.
And Marianka is the man who knows where those records would be kept.
But right now, Marianka is back on Mars.
Right. Then we'll just have to follow him. Switch to telescopic lens.
We're closing in on the Martian surface.
Good. And there's Space Force, just as we left her.
So I see.
There's the transporter, and you could just make out the Solomobile, see? On the sun side of the pyramid.
Looks like an ordinary hunk of rock from up here. Well weathered, too.
It is well weathered. Now, how many does this capsule hold?
3 maximum.
Very well. Drop Lodrick and me over near the pyramid, go back to Chipper and Magnus, and drop them near Space Force, which they'll board. Once we're in contact, we shall endeavour to salvage the vehicle.
What about the spacesuits?
Oh, they're deep inside the pyramid. We'll wear the masks.
Hello, Saxon. Chipper calling.
Hello, Chipper, receiving you.
Magnus and I are safely inside Space Force.
How does she look?
Exactly as we left her. Nobody's been in here.
Hi.
Lodrick and I are at the base of the pyramid. We're about to collect the Solomobiles.
They appear to be exactly as we left them, too.
We'll lift them onto the transporter. How on...
Wait a minute. Look! At the base of the pyramid. A row of animal heads. Good God. There's 50 of them.
Keep calm. Do any of them have an anchor?
I don't know. I can't see.
Well, mine's ready.
They're advancing. We'll never stop them all.
Be ready to run, then.
Too far to the vehicle. We won't... Look, Saxon, look. They're all prostrating themselves.
Bowing down to us.
Who's this approaching?
Hawk's Head, High Priest, it must be.
Son of Rayford Saxon, Lord of the Sunbird, the eye of heaven.
Our greetings to you, servant of Horus, keeper of the holy anchor.
Why are they honouring us?
I think I know.
The priests of Comet, having seen Saxon and Lodrick, were convinced the Earthmen had returned from the dead, and were overawed by their power. Once Saxon realized this, he and Lodrick decided to take full advantage of the situation.
Yes, it is true. We have returned from the House of Gold, where it dwells in the land of truth. We have returned to collect our white body cases and to make offering at the boat's grave to the spirit of Re, son of Horus, called Natun. You have food and wine suitable for the occasion.
We will bring it, Lord.
We also wish to speak to Merianka, keeper of the Sunboat, he who knows the ancient records of your race.
That is not possible. He and no threat are no longer here.
Where are they?
They are journeying to Upper Kemet.
Upper Kemet?
Egypt. The Saqqara Pyramid. We must follow them there. Hello, Freighter 2. Flagship here.
Hello, Flagship. Lieutenant Aldred calling.
We've taken off and are bound for Earth. You're quite clear about your duties from now on.
To rejoin Freighter 1 at the asteroid belt and continue constructing the Hayden-Howells observational platform in vicinity of Ceres.
Right. Space Force will rejoin the expedition as soon as our business on Earth is completed.
Message received and understood. Good luck, Space Force.
And to you. Over and out. Finished with the transmitter now, Chipper. What's the matter?
It's his anchor.
What's wrong with it?
It won't work. The stone's in there, but it doesn't emit any light.
Try opening it more.
Wide open. Nothing.
It's come to the end of its life.
When we reached Earth some months later, Saxon told our story to the Space Expedition's headquarters. It was received with a considerable amount of skepticism. However, at his request, we were allowed to return to Egypt, where, in collaboration with the Egyptian Department of Antiquities, we began a search for the lost tomb and the boat grave. Only Chipper and Lodrick had actually been there. They led the Egyptian antiquarians to the spot where they thought the boat grave lay, but hours of searching failed to reveal it. It was then decided to search from inside the pyramid.
This is it. I remember this door, with the writing all over it and a relief carving of Nofret.
This door is well known to us. It does not lead anywhere. It is false.
Oh, no, it isn't. What we need is a lever, a crowbar.
Like this?
The very thing. Now, place it here. Come on, Lodrick. Help me push it down.
Sure.
You can all help. Push. There she goes. Hey, what I tell you? False, eh?
Remarkable. Not seen for thousands of years.
We've seen it. We've been here before.
Then where are your footprints? This dust has lain undisturbed for centuries.
He's right, Chipper.
No sign of your having been along here?
Then let us lead the way. That will show whether we've been here before or not.
Yes, lead the way. This is most extraordinary.
And here's the stone cupboard with the statue of the dead noble inside.
A setup. A setup. It is not a stone cupboard. It is called a setup.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say that.
And where is the tomb?
That's next door. We have to lift another portcullis to get into there. And here's the sarcophagus, just as we found it.
But there is no coffin in it.
That's right. That's in the boat grave way below here.
This is the most incredible find. The biggest discovery since the tomb of Tutankhamun.
We may even find him if we're lucky.
What?
Come on, this way to the boat grave.
I can't believe it. 2 boats from one of such immense size. Nothing like this has ever been imagined. We shall have to rethink all we know about funerary boats.
Should we go aboard?
No!
What?
No one is to go near those vessels.
That's the whole point of our coming
These
down.
boats have lain here for thousands of years. By now they must be extremely fragile. We cannot let anyone go aboard them.
It's very important for us to go aboard.
Not without written permission from the Department of Antiquities.
Who's authorized to give that?
I am.
Oh, well, in that case.
But I do not give it.
What?
I cannot allow such precious national antiquities to be damaged by amateur foreign archaeology.
We're not archaeologists.
Precisely. We thank you for your assistance in helping us to find this monument.
But listen...
No! It must now be resealed until the department's experts can excavate it, value its contents, and have been removed for full archaeological examination.
This is absurd. We discovered it. You can't just let us...
It is the rule. All new archaeological discoveries may only be handled by the department.
That's ridiculous.
If ever the contents of this boat grave are put on public display, you will be more than welcome to be our honored guests and to view them. That is all.
In spite of all his arguments, Saxon was unable to break down the barriers put up by antiquarian officialdom. Neither was Space Force HQ, who also appealed to the Egyptian authorities on our behalf. So we returned our attention to Mars and landed once more on the Red Planet. Cautiously, we approached the well-weathered step pyramid and even found our way back into it. But there was no sign that any kind of life had ever existed there. Corridors appearing to lead into the heart of the rock were soon found to be impassable, the ways having been blocked by fallen roofs and other debris. After some weeks, we took off from the Red Planet and headed for the asteroid Ceres, where the crews of Freighters 1 and 2 had been working on building the observation platform. 3 weeks out from Mars, we received a long communication from Earth. Saxon summoned us all to hear its contents.
It's from headquarters. It contains a précis of a report issued by the Egyptian Department of Antiquities.
Oh, good. What does it say?
It says a warrant was issued for yours and Loderic's arrest.
What?
What for? It seems that in the large boat in the royal cabin, they found the body and coffin shrines of King Tutankhamun.
They thought we'd stolen them?
Apparently.
Why?
Because you were so knowledgeable about where the undiscovered tomb and boat grave were.
But when King Tut and the other one was stolen, we were spaceborne on our way to Mars.
When that was pointed out, they dropped the charge.
I should think so.
What else does it say? It says that in the large boat they found, besides the king, the desiccated bodies of a priest and priestess. The priest was wearing the mask of the god Horus, and the priestess the lion head of the goddess Sekhmet.
Marianka and Nofret. How long do they estimate that they've been there?
More than 3,000 years. They claim the boat grave has been undisturbed in all that time.
What?
All the evidence suggests that the boats, the boat grave, and Marianka and Nofret's corpses are more than 3,000 years old.
Then how did we get mixed up in it all?
I don't know. I've no idea.
Nor have I. Unless we've been caught up in some extraordinary time warp.
A time warp? Of course. Magnus is right. Strange things can happen to time out here in space.
But if that's the case, how do we know we won't get caught up in it again?
Yes.
Next time, we might not be so lucky.
In that episode of Space Force, Saxon was played by Barry Foster, Magnus by Nigel Stock, Chipper by Nicky Henson, and Loderick by Tony Osoba, with Willoughby Goddard, Wendy Murray, Bernard Brown, and Mia Soterio. Space Force was written by Charles Chilton and produced by Paul Mayhew Archer.
You lock the front door and check the windows before you go to sleep? Of course you do. Because all of us are naturally afraid of violence, murder. But imagine, if you can, a civilization wherein homicide has been eliminated by a mechanical device. No more shooting, no more strangulations, no more killings of any kind. That's the kind of civilization our descendants may enjoy in the next century. Sounds great, doesn't it? And yet the effect is murder. I think you'll see what I mean as we listen to a remarkable tale from Galaxy Magazine, a story called Watchbird.
Gelson speaking.
Gelson, this is John Monroe.
Yes, Chief?
It's happened, Fred. By George, it's finally come through.
What, you mean you got the go-ahead from Washington?
The green light, complete with trimmings. With consent of Congress, the President has ordered Watchbird divisions for every city and town in the country. He's given us top priority on strategic missiles, manpower, and every kind of electronic equipment we'll need. Well, now, how does that sound to you?
Oh, great, Chief. Just great.
This is our chance, Gelson. A chance to strike a blow not just for Watchbird Incorporated, but for all humanity. Now, how soon can you get those assembly lines rolling?
We're all tooled up and ready to go. The first Watchbirds, Model X2, should be coming off the assembly lines within a week.
Good. Remember, Gelson, we're making history, so make the fur fly. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to call on me.
I'll do that, Chief. Goodbye. Hey, Mac, have you got a bottle of good whiskey stashed away in your desk?
Well, it so happens I have, but what's the occasion?
Washington just flashed us the okay, Mac. That crime-killing bird you designed will soon be in the air. It won't be long before the crime of murder is a thing of the past. That's how it seemed to me, Fred Gelson, Vice President in charge of production of Watchbird Incorporated, on the morning of March 26th in the year 2003. That's how it seemed to all of us. Hadn't Jed McIntyre, our chief engineer and one of the finest scientists in the country, testified before a special commission set up by the President of the United States?
To sum up, gentlemen, we have in the Watchbird a mechanical flying policeman capable of staying aloft for months at a time. The Watchbird's electronic brain is tuned to the peculiar brain waves thrown off by the potential murderer. With its tremendous speed, the Watchbird can reach the murderer before he puts his criminal impulse into action. And with its electrical immobilizer, the Watchbird can stop the act of violence before it takes place.
The commission had been impressed by McIntyre. And 1 month after we got our go-ahead, the Watchbirds were installed all over the country. On a given date, they were released simultaneously into the sky. We followed the bird assigned to our district by televiewer and radar. Over the city, the Watchbird soared, its aluminum hide glistening in the sun. Then something happened. The bird spun into a dive. Its electronic brain had picked up a murder wave from below. Built-in kinesthetics guided the Watchbird in the direction of the killer, a small man standing in an alley waiting for his victim. He didn't see that streak of aluminum lightning rushing toward him until it was too late. Before he could raise his gun to fire at the Watchbird, a bolt of man-made lightning knocked the gun from his hand. He scrambled for it. But before he could reach it, the Watchbird knocked him flat on his back. He lay there helpless, immobilized, with the bird hovering over him until the police arrived and took him away. The Watchbird had prevented its first murder. Headlines, of course, in all the newspapers. Photographs of the Watchbird in action. An interview with the would-be killer and another with John Monroe, who claimed that the millennium had arrived. Just about the only people in town who weren't hailing the advent of the Watchbird era were Jim Spinner, the chief of police, and Norma, my wife. Jim had come over to play chess that evening, but his mind wasn't on the game.
Huh? Well, what did you say, Fred?
Said it's your move.
It is? Oh, I can't concentrate. I've been thinking of those blasted Watchbirds. Those things have got me worried.
Well, you saw the birds in action today, Jim. What is there to worry about?
That's it. I don't know.
Jim's right, Fred. There's something peculiar about mechanical birds flying around, knocking people down with electrical immobilizers.
People? You mean killers, don't you, Norma? Now, don't be old-fashioned, dear.
Well, old-fashioned or not,
there's a special Watchbird broadcast on right now. Switch on the set, will you, dear?
All right. You can laugh at me as much as you like, Fred, but I don't care for the idea of electronic gadgets taking the law into their own hands.
Isn't that just like a woman? Taking the law into their own hands. Those birds are our agents.
This is Washington. At this time, we have a report here, a roundup report from the first day of National Watchbird operation. And the news tonight is very good indeed. For the country as a whole, the rate of homicide has dropped 38%. In every case where Watchbirds reached the criminal, the crime was prevented.
Wait, I want to hear this.
Turn it off. You ain't getting all that in the morning newspaper.
Pennsylvania,
You know, I
down
just thought what it is about the Watchbirds that bothers me.
Yeah,
Ohio down.
Fred, this Wonderbird of yours has electronic learning circuits in addition to all the others, hasn't it?
That's right. The Watchbirds are built to respond to certain stimuli and to carry out certain operations when they receive that stimuli.
And the learning circuits?
Yes, I'm coming to that. Only certain murderers give out these stimuli. Without learning circuits, the Watchbird would only be 70% efficient. To stop all murders, the Watchbird has to search out new definitions of murder and correlate them with what it already knows. See?
I see this much. You've given a mechanical device the power to think and learn. And I don't like it, Fred. I don't like it.
Complaints like Jim's were few and far between in the early days. How could you complain with the homicide rate going down 50% and more? It began to seem as though the boss's prediction about the millennium might come true. But then a flaw appeared. Jim Spinner phoned and asked me to meet him at the city morgue. What's up, Jim?
Plenty. Oh, I'll show you in a minute. You hear about that fellow Walker who tried to kill his wife this morning out in Sunnydale?
Did I? The afternoon papers are full of it. Watchbird did a great job in that case, Jim. Stopped that man dead in his tracks.
Dead is right. I want you to have a look at his body. Here we are.
Well?
Now look close, Fred. What do you suppose was the cause of death?
How should I know? Heart attack caused by fright?
No. The coroner tells me death was caused by electrocution.
What?
Walker was trying to strangle his wife when the Watchbird appeared. But he wouldn't let go when the bird fired its first immobilizer charge at him, so the bird kept on shooting till he was dead.
I see.
You still think there's nothing to fear from this contraption of yours?
Well, look, Jim, it's pretty clear how this happened. The Watchbirds are constructed to protect the victim of violence at whatever cost to the murderer. That bird was only following orders.
By taking the law into its own hands, by killing?
Well, that's unfortunate. But see here, suppose Walker had succeeded in killing his wife and was arrested for it. What would have happened to him?
He would have been electrocuted at the state prison.
Exactly, Jim, exactly. This way, the bird did the job for you. What's the difference?
The difference is this. When the state condemns a killer, it's only after due process of law. A jury of men decide, and after that a man pulls the switch. But this way, it's inhuman.
Yeltsin speaking.
Fred, this is John Monroe. Come into my office, please.
I'll be right there, Chief.
Sit down, Kelson. Fred, I've called you and Mac in because we're up against a bit of a problem. These blasted watchbirds have gotten some peculiar ideas into their heads lately. Here, read this, Kelson.
Yeah, National Association of Slaughterers and Meat Packers.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It has come to our attention by way of reports from member companies that watchbirds have been interfering recently with the orderly operation of their slaughterhouses. On numerous occasions, the birds have attacked workers slaughtering cattle, and in several other
That's the gist of it. The watchbirds won't let the slaughterhouse workers do their job. How do you account for that, McIntyre?
Sounds like the trouble is in the learning circuits. Look, Mr. Monroe, we provided the watchbirds with learning circuits to make them more efficient. Every day, their thinking centers correlate new facts that they've learned about murder. Now, apparently, they've come to the conclusion that slaughtering cattle is murder.
I think I've got the answer, Chief. We figured the watchbirds would think of murder as we do. But they don't think. They merely react to stimuli.
Is that right, Mac?
I'm afraid so, Chief. We should have defined murder very carefully and precisely when we installed the learning circuits. As it is, the birds are making their own definition.
Well, this is a fine time to discover it. Why didn't you think of it? Hello. Yes, speaking. Who? Oh, yes, indeed. How do you do, Mr. Monday? What's that? Say that again, sir? What? That's impossible. Look here, sir. I'm in a conference right now. Can I call you back in half an hour, sir? Good. Yes, I'll certainly do that, sir. Goodbye. You know who that was, McIntyre? Mr. William Monday, head of the United States Department of Fisheries.
What did he want, Chief?
A flock of watchbirds gathered over Gloucester Harbor this morning. They won't let the fishing boats put out to sea.
Well, it stands to reason, Chief. Watchbird reason, anyway. That if slaughtering cattle is murder, why shouldn't commercial fishing be murder, too?
Oh, but this is ridiculous. It's insane. Monday is ready to blow his top. The biggest fishing port in the United States is tied up by those birds, and he wants to know what we're going to do about it.
Now, take it easy, Chief. It's nothing to get alarmed about. We'll just have to adjust the thinking circuits and make the watchbirds more discriminating.
And how long will that take?
Well, the birds operate independent of any central control, you know. They come back once a week for a repair checkup. We'll just have to adjust them one at a time.
One at a time? But what about the slaughterhouse people and the Gloucester fishermen and the United States government breathing down my neck? I promised to call Monday back in half an hour.
They'll all have to wait until the birds come in, Chief. Until then, there's not a blessed thing we can do about it.
the Watchbird situation. For the third straight day, rampaging Watchbirds have kept the United States in a state of confusion and panic. In New York City, a crucial operation was interrupted by a Watchbird which refused to permit the physicians to continue surgery. At the Pennsylvania State Prison, the electrocution of a condemned convict was halted by a Watchbird which immobilized the executioner. After meeting this afternoon with the President of the United States, Mr. John Monroe of Watchbird Incorporated stated that...
Fred, I was listening to it.
I can tell you what Monroe said. I wrote the statement for him. We're proceeding with countermeasures as fast as we can. So that'll help much.
But didn't you say McIntyre has worked out a limiting circuit?
Yes, but even so, we won't be able to do anything until the first of the Watchbirds comes in for their weekly checkup on Friday. Oh, and I think how smug and cocky I was a month ago. Well, I've learned the lesson. The world was better off before those blasted birds were invented.
I'm afraid the whole country has learned a lesson. Fred, why don't you ask Mr. Monroe to ground the Watchbirds permanently?
I did, but he won't hear of it. He says a minor adjustment of the circuits and everything will be fine.
Hold still, Fred.
Why?
There's a mouth on your shoulder. Oh, wait, I'll get a newspaper.
Hold it, Norman. Don't touch that newspaper.
I'll only be a second.
Now, never mind. There's a Watchbird outside the window.
Oh, good heavens.
Now, sit down, dear. Sit down and get all thoughts of killing that moth out of your mind, and maybe that darn bird will go away. Well, there it goes.
Oh, Fred, thank heaven.
Gotta be careful with those things around, Norma. Very careful. Hello?
Fred, this is Jim Spinner.
Hello, Jim. Well, go ahead and say it. You told me so, all right.
That's not what I called about. Have you heard the latest?
You mean that execution that was stopped at the Pennsylvania State Prison?
No. This just came over the teletype here at police headquarters. A man named Olson tried to park his automobile a half an hour ago in the center of town. He was about to switch off the engine when a Watchbird hit him. He tried again, and the Watchbird hit him again. This time for keeps. Fred? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Jim. What can I say? What was there to say? The Watchbird had reasoned perfectly, but not in human fashion. An automobile was a moving, functioning organism, therefore it was alive. To shut off the engine seemed to the Watchbird like killing it. Therefore, the right of an automobile engine to go on running must be protected, even if the driver died. It went on like that. Cars, trucks, buses, and planes were forsaken by their drivers. No one would dare start an engine for fear of the danger involved in stopping it. Farmers stopped plowing the fields because the Watchbirds had decided the earth was full of living organisms which had to be protected. The entire country was tied up. It was monstrous, madness, and nothing could be done about it. Something had to give.
Gilson?
Yes, Chief.
Well, you're going to have your way about the Watchbirds. Adjusting the learning circuits won't be enough. Tell the service boys to ground them permanently as they come in. That's orders from the White House.
On Friday morning, I got to the service center early. I wanted to be the first man there when the Watchbirds came in. But McIntyre was there before me, lying on the floor.
Fred, sure I'm glad you're here. Help me up.
Sure. Are you all right?
Oh, I think so. The whole bone's broken anyway.
Well, what happened, Mac?
It was a Watchbird.
What?
It was waiting on the floor when I got here. So I went to work disconnecting the kinetic system from the thinking center. But before I could pull a single vital tube, the thing let go with a blast from its immobilizer and knocked me out.
And the bird?
When I came to, it was gone.
But why, Mac? I don't understand it. They don't have any sense of self-preservation.
They don't need any sense of self-preservation, Fred. They've got something just as good. Didn't the Watchbirds come to the conclusion that automobiles and so forth are living organisms, even though they are made of metal, because they run?
That's right.
That Watchbird must have applied the same logic to itself. It could fly. It even had a kind of a thinking brain. Therefore, it must be a living organism.
compelled to protect itself from murder.
Well, what are we going to do?
Nothing. I don't think any more watchbirds will come in for a checkup. That bird will warn all the others to stay away. We might as well go home.
I'll hate to face my wife with this news.
Your wife, eh? We've got to face the entire country.
Where's McIntyre? By heaven, Gelson, where's McIntyre?
He was notified of the meeting, Chief. He should be here any minute.
Are you sure no birds came in for checkup? Are you absolutely certain?
Only the first one, Chief.
Oh, then we're licked. Mac, where have you been?
Trying to figure a way out of this thing.
Have you come up with anything? Do you have any suggestions?
Only one. Without repairs, the watchbirds are bound to run down.
How long would that take?
Oh, about 6 months.
6 months? You call that a solution?
That's the only one I could think of, Chief.
Don't you realize the country's at a standstill? In 6 months, we'll have starvation here.
Uh-huh. Unless we can think of a way to bring them down sooner.
Some way to bring... That's the idea, Mac. Couldn't you design a super watchbird that does everything the watchbirds do and does it better? And couldn't you fix its thinking center so that it would hunt down the watchbirds and destroy them?
A hunter watchbird, eh? Yes, like a hawk.
That's the idea.
Chief, I think you've got something. Yes, sir, that sounds like a workable solution.
Work on it, Mac. Put the entire research and development staff to work on it. You've got to come up with something fast.
And that's how the Hawks were born. It took McIntyre less than a week to build the prototype of the Hawk. He showed it to us on the floor of the factory.
As you see, Mr. Monroe, the Hawk is more heavily armored than the Watchbird. By the use of new tubes, we've been able to increase its speed by 40%. Its immobilizer guns are designed to kill. And the Hawk's learning circuits are specially designed for hunting.
Splendid, McIntyre, splendid. Gelson, how soon can you get the Hawk into mass production?
I'm against it, Chief.
What?
The plan is no good.
Don't you think it'll work?
Oh, it'll work all right. But I'm afraid the cure will be worse than the disease. Haven't we learned yet? Don't you see, Mr. Monroe, we can't cure human problems by mechanization.
Mr. Gelson, I would enjoy hearing you philosophize, but unfortunately people are being killed. Crops are being ruined. Unless the watchbirds are stopped, the country faces famine.
Didn't we once say that murder had to be stopped? And look what that got us into. I tell you, Chief, this isn't the way.
Very well, Gelson. What would you suggest?
Let the watchbirds run down by themselves.
But that'll take 6 months.
Gelson, are you serious?
Let's face it. Admit we were wrong trying to cure human problems by mechanical means. These Hawks are...
Ridiculous. Gelson, you've been working too hard. Maybe you want to take a week off.
As you say, Chief.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't mean right now. We can't spare you until you put the Hawks into production. The assembly lines must be rolling by the 1st of next week. Is that clear?
I'll do my best, Chief. 10 days later, the first batch of Hawks were released. From the top of the tallest building in the city, I watched the first encounter between a Hawk and a Watchbird. The Watchbird was soaring over the housetops, unaware of the Hawk overhead. Suddenly, a power bolt from the Hawk slammed into the Watchbird's wing. The Watchbird was hurt, but it fought back. It had time to fire one bolt at the Hawk, a bolt that bounced harmlessly off the Hawk's heavily insulated body. And then the Hawk zeroed on the Watchbird and hit it with the full force of its firepower.
Turning now to the Watchbird plague, the news today is favorable. To date, the Hawks have destroyed 4,023 Watchbirds, leaving only 780 to go. Here is a special report just handed to me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrible. In Boston, Massachusetts, a hawk went berserk this evening, killing 47 people. Toll of death might have been far higher.
Hello? No, I don't want to speak to him. Look, Miss Evans, I don't want to talk to anybody. Just say you can't locate me.
Who is that, Chief?
Washington Justice Department. This is incredible. Isn't there anything you can think of, McIntyre?
I don't know what to say, Chief.
More than 1,000 people killed so far this week. Maybe another bird, something that would hunt down the hawks.
Your next gadget would have to be even more self-sufficient and murderous. Haven't you learned yet, Chief?
You're right, Gilson, you're right. But why? How did this happen?
It's simple. The hawk is a murder machine with improved learning circuits. But all it learns is more and better ways to kill. Since the hawk has to kill and all the watchbirds have been wiped out, the hawks have turned their attention to human beings.
Heaven help us.
This is what comes of giving a machine the job that was our responsibility in the first place.
Fred? Fred, is that you?
Yes, dear.
Oh, dear, I'm so relieved that you got home safe. With those terrifying hawks up there in the sky.
I know, dear. Anyone hurt in the neighborhood?
Fred, Mrs. Matthews was almost killed.
No.
Yes, she just stepped out the front door when a hawk dived at her. She got back into the house and slammed the door just in the nick of time.
No, she was lucky.
Lucky? Oh, you bet she was. Fred, we aren't going to have much for dinner tonight.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
I was afraid to go shopping. I'm afraid to leave the house.
I don't blame you.
Well, we can't have
Wait a minute,
scrambled
Norma.
eggs and...
Wait a minute. You give me an idea. Hold everything.
What sort of an idea? Fred, who are you phoning?
McIntyre.
Hello?
Mac, this is Fred Gilson.
Oh, hello, Fred. Glad to see you got home okay.
And that's what I'm calling you about. Now, Mac, listen. Those hawks are constructed to kill. They've got to kill. Now, isn't that right?
Right.
Now, what would happen if they couldn't find anything to kill? No human beings, livestock, horses, anything like that.
Well, they turned to killing each other, I guess.
That's my idea, Mac.
What's that?
If the entire country were to stay at home behind locked doors and shuttered windows for a couple of days, we could get rid of this plague. The hawks would exterminate each other.
Yes, I think they probably would. But getting 200 million people to stay at home, how could that be arranged?
Easily, Mac. By presidential proclamation.
Proclamation issued by the White House today reads as follows. By the authority vested in me, I, the President of the United States, call on all residents of the United States to remain indoors during the 3 days commencing at sunrise August 10th and ending at sunrise August 13th. During this period, no one is to leave his home for any reason.
On the night of August 9th, Monroe, McIntyre, and I slept at the factory. Like everyone else in the country, we'd prepared enough food to last 3 days. On the morning of August 10th, the life of the country came to a standstill. All city streets were deserted. And in the countryside, all livestock was safe in the barns. We were at the teleset in Mr. Monroe's office, waiting to see what the hawks would do when they discovered that their potential victims had disappeared.
Monroe, Fred, look at the vid screen. What is it, Mac? By heaven, those hawks are in a fight.
I'll say they are. They're hitting each other with everything they've got. They can't last long at that rate, Mac.
No, I don't think they can. Look, Fred, one of them must have been hitting a vital spot. Yes, there he goes. He's going down.
For 3 days and nights, there was war in the sky. War without mercy as hawks destroyed each other. The sky was full of man-made lightning as hawks dueled and shot each other down. On the morning of the 4th day, when people emerged from their homes, the landscape was littered with aluminum shells and fire-blackened tubes and wires. But the skies were clear, not a hawk in sight. We had saved ourselves from ourselves.
That's it. Watchbird by Robert Sheckley, thanks to wonderful Galaxy magazine, now in the stands. Next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow out of Galaxy magazine called Inside Earth by Paul Anderson. The story of an interplanetary agent provocateur whose job was to stop rebellion by starting a revolution. This is your host, O Mentor. Until next week, then,
Be kind to all birds.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were Leon Janney as Gelson, George Kluge as Monroe. Others in the cast were Mary Michael, John Raby, and Gerald Keane. Special sound effects by Ed Blaney and Bob Prescott. Technical supervision by Joe Durante. Your host, Omater, was Raymond Edward Johnson. Music composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Michael Sklar. Produced by ABC in association with George Foley and directed by Warren Somerville.
Do you lock the front door and check the windows before you go to sleep? Of course you do. Because all of us are naturally afraid of violence, murder. But imagine, if you can, a civilization wherein homicide has been eliminated by a mechanical device. No more shootings, no more strangulations, no more killings of any kind. That's the kind of civilization our descendants may enjoy in the next century. Sounds great, doesn't it? And yet the effect is murder. I think you'll see what I mean as we listen to a remarkable tale from Galaxy Magazine, a story called Watchbird.
Gelson speaking.
Gelson, this is John Monroe.
Yes, Chief?
It's happened, Fred. By George, it's finally come through.
What, you mean you got the go-ahead from Washington?
The green light, complete with trimmings. With consent of Congress, the President has ordered Watchbird divisions for every city and town in the country. He's given us top priority on strategic metals, manpower, and every kind of electronic equipment we'll need. Well, now, how does that sound to you?
Oh, great, Chief. Just great.
This is our chance, Gelson. A chance to strike a blow not just for Watchbird Incorporated, but for all humanity. Now, how soon can you get those assembly lines rolling?
We're all tooled up and ready to go. The first Watchbirds, Model X2, should be coming off the assembly lines within a week.
Good. Remember, Gelson, we're making history, so make the fur fly. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to call on me.
I'll do that, Chief. Goodbye. Hey, Mac, have you got a bottle of good whiskey stashed away in your desk?
Well, it so happens I have, but what's the occasion?
Washington just flashed us the okay, Mac. That crime-killing bird you designed will soon be in the air. It won't be long before the crime of murder is a thing of the past. That's how it seemed to me, Fred Gelson, Vice President in charge of production of Watchbird Incorporated, on the morning of March 26th in the year 2003. That's how it seemed to all of us. Hadn't Jed McIntyre, our chief engineer and one of the finest scientists in the country, testified before a special commission set up by the President of the United States?
To sum up, gentlemen, we have in the Watchbird a mechanical flying policeman capable of staying aloft for months at a time. The Watchbird's electronic brain is tuned to the peculiar brain waves thrown off by the potential murderer. With its tremendous speed, the Watchbird can reach the murderer before he puts his criminal impulse into action. And with its electrical immobilizer, the Watchbird can stop the act of violence before it takes place.
The commission had been impressed by McIntyre. And 1 month after we got our go-ahead, the Watchbirds were installed all over the country. On a given date, they were released simultaneously into the sky. We followed the bird assigned to our district by televiewer and radar. Over the city, the Watchbird soared, its aluminum hide glistening in the sun. Then something happened. The bird spun into a dive. Its electronic brain had picked up a murder wave from below. Built-in kinesthetics guided the Watchbird in the direction of the killer, a small man standing in an alley waiting for his victim. He didn't see that streak of aluminum lightning rushing toward him until it was too late. Before he could raise his gun to fire at the Watchbird, a bolt of man-made lightning knocked the gun from his hand. He scrambled for it. But before he could reach it, the watchbird knocked him flat on his back. He lay there helpless, immobilized, with the bird hovering over him until the police arrived and took him away. The watchbird had prevented its first murder. Headlines, of course, in all the newspapers. Photographs of the watchbird in action. An interview with the would-be killer and another with John Monroe, who claimed that the millennium had arrived. Just about the only people in town who weren't hailing the advent of the watchbird era were Jim Spinner, the chief of police, and Norma, my wife. Jim had come over to play chess that evening, but his mind wasn't on the game.
Huh? Well, what'd you say, Fred?
Said it's your move.
It is? Oh, I can't concentrate. I've been thinking of those blasted watchbirds. Those things have got me worried.
Well, you saw the birds in action today, Jim. What is there to worry about?
That's it. I don't know.
Jim's right, Fred. There's something peculiar about mechanical birds flying around, knocking people down with electrical immobilizers.
People? You mean killers, don't you, Norma? Now, don't be old-fashioned, dear.
Well, old-fashioned or not,
say, there's a special watchbird broadcast on right now. Switch on a set, will you, dear?
All right. You can laugh at me as much as you like, Fred, but I don't care for the idea of electronic gadgets taking the law into their own hands.
Isn't that just like a woman? Taking the law into their own hands. Those birds are our agents.
This is Washington. At this time, we have a report here, roundup reports on the first day of National Watchbird operation. And the news tonight is very good indeed. For the country as a whole, the rate of homicide has dropped 38%. In every case where watchbirds reach the criminal, the crime was prevented.
Wait, I want to hear this.
Turn it off. You ain't got all that in the morning newspaper.
Pennsylvania,
You know, I
down
just thought what it is about the watchbirds that bothers me.
Yeah,
Ohio down.
Fred, this Wonderbird of yours has electronic learning circuits, in addition to all the others, hasn't it?
That's right. The watchbirds are built to respond to certain stimuli and to carry out certain operations when they receive that stimuli.
And the learning circuits?
Yes, I'm coming to that. Only certain murderers give out these stimuli. Without learning circuits, the watchbird would only be 70% efficient. To stop all murders, the watchbird has to search out new definitions of murder and correlate them with what it already knows. See?
I see this much. You've given a mechanical device the power to think and learn. And I don't like it, Fred. I don't like it.
Complaints like Jim's were few and far between in the early days. How could you complain with the homicide rate going down 50% and more? It began to seem as though the boss's prediction about the millennium might come true. But then a flaw appeared. Jim Spinner phoned and asked me to meet him at the city morgue. What's up, Jim?
Plenty. I'll show you in a minute. You hear about that fellow Walker who tried to kill his wife this morning out in Sunnydale?
Did I? The afternoon papers are full of it. Watchbird did a great job in that case, Jim. Stopped that man dead in his tracks.
Dead is right. I want you to have a look at his body. Here we are.
Well?
Now look close, Fred. What do you suppose was the cause of death?
How should I know? Heart attack caused by fright?
No. The coroner tells me death was caused by electrocution.
What?
Walker was trying to strangle his wife when the watchbird appeared. But he wouldn't let go when the bird fired its first immobilizer charge at him, so the bird kept on shooting till he was dead.
I see.
You still think there's nothing to fear from this contraption of yours?
Well, look, Jim, it's pretty clear how this happened. The watchbirds are constructed to protect the victim of violence at whatever cost to the murderer. That bird was only following orders.
By taking the law into its own hands? By killing?
Well, that's unfortunate. But see here, suppose Walker had succeeded in killing his wife and was arrested for it. What would have happened to him?
He would have been electrocuted at the state prison.
Exactly, Jim, exactly. This way, the bird did the job for you. What's the difference?
The difference is this. When the state condemns a killer, it's only after due process of law. A jury of men decide, and after that a man pulls the switch. But this way, it's inhuman.
Yeltsin speaking.
Fred, this is John Monroe. Come into my office, please.
I'll be right there, Chief.
Sit down, Gelson. Fred, I've called you and Mac in because we're up against a bit of a problem. These blasted watchbirds have gotten some peculiar ideas into their heads lately. Here, read this, Gelson.
National Association of Slaughterers and Meat Packers.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It has come to our attention by way of reports from member companies that watchbirds have been interfering recently with the orderly operation of their slaughterhouses. On numerous occasions, the birds have attacked workers slaughtering cattle. And in several other...
That's the gist of it. The watchbirds won't let the slaughterhouse workers do their job. How do you account for that, McIntyre?
Sounds like the trouble is in the learning circuits. Look, Mr. Monroe, we provided the watchbirds with learning circuits to make them more efficient. Every day their thinking centers correlate new facts that they've learned about murder. Now, apparently, they've come to the conclusion that slaughtering cattle is murder.
I think I've got the answer, Chief. We figured the watchbirds would think of murder as we do, but they don't think. They merely react to stimuli.
Is that right, Mac?
I'm afraid so, Chief. We should have defined murder very carefully and precisely when we installed the learning circuits. As it is, the birds are making their own definition.
Well, this is a fine time to discover it. Why didn't you think of it? Hello. Yes, speaking. Who? Oh, yes, indeed. How do you do, Mr. Monday? What's that? Say that again, sir? Well, that's impossible. Look here, sir. I'm in a conference right now. Can I call you back in half an hour, sir? Good. Yes, I'll certainly do that, sir. Goodbye. You know who that was, McIntyre? Mr. William Monday, head of the United States Department of Fisheries.
Well, what did he want, Chief?
A flock of watchbirds gathered over Gloucester Harbor this morning. They won't let the fishing boats put out to sea.
Well, it stands to reason, Chief. A watchbird reason, anyway, that if slaughtering cattle is murder, why shouldn't commercial fishing be murder, too?
Oh, but this is ridiculous. It's insane. Monday is ready to blow his top. The biggest fishing port in the United States is tied up by those birds, and he wants to know what we're going to do about it.
Now, take it easy, Chief. It's nothing to get alarmed about. We'll just have to adjust the thinking circuits and make the watchbirds more discriminating.
And how long will that take?
Well, the birds operate independent of any central control, you know. They come back once a week for a repair checkup. We'll just have to adjust them one at a time.
One at a time? But what about the slaughterhouse people and the Gloucester fishermen and the United States government breathing down my neck? I promised to call Monday back in half an hour.
They'll all have to wait until the birds come in, Chief. Until then, there's not a blessed thing we can do about it.
Developments on the watchbird situation. For the third straight day, rampaging watchbirds have kept the United States in a state of confusion and panic. In New York City, a crucial operation was interrupted by a watchbird which refused to permit the physicians to continue surgery. At the Pennsylvania State Prison, the electrocution of a condemned convict was halted by a watchbird which immobilized the executioner. After meeting this afternoon with the President of the United States, Mr. John Monroe of Watchbird Incorporated stated that...
Fred, I was listening to it.
I can tell you what Monroe said. I wrote the statement for him. We're proceeding with countermeasures as fast as we can. Though that'll help much.
But didn't you say McIntyre has worked out a limiting circuit?
Yes, but even so, we won't be able to do anything until the first of the watchbirds comes in for their weekly checkup on Friday. Oh, and I think how smug and cocky I was a month ago. Well, I've learned my lesson. The world was better off before those blasted birds were invented.
I'm afraid the whole country has learned a lesson. Fred, why don't you ask Mr. Monroe to ground the watchbirds permanently?
I did, but he won't hear of it. He says a minor adjustment of the circuits and everything will be fine.
Hold still, Fred.
Why?
There's a mouth on your shoulder. Oh, wait, I'll get a newspaper.
Hold it, Norman. Don't touch that newspaper.
I'll only be a second.
Now, never mind. There's a watchbird outside the window.
Oh, good heavens.
Now, sit down, dear. Sit down and get all thoughts of killing that moth out of your mind, and maybe that darned bird will go away. Well, there it goes.
Oh, Fred, thank heaven.
Gotta be careful with those things around, Norma. Very careful. Hello?
Fred, this is Jim Spinner.
Hello, Jim. Well, go ahead and say it. You told me so, all right.
That's not what I called about. Have you heard the latest?
You mean that execution that was stopped at the Pennsylvania State Prison?
No. This just came over the teletype here at police headquarters. A man named Olson tried to park his automobile a half an hour ago in the center of town. He was about to switch off the engine when a Watchbird hit him. He tried again, and the Watchbird hit him again. This time for keeps. Fred? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Jim. What can I say? What was there to say? The Watchbird had reasoned perfectly, but not in human fashion. An automobile was a moving, functioning organism, therefore it was alive. To shut off the engine seemed to the Watchbird like killing it. Therefore the right of an automobile engine to go on running must be protected, even if the driver died. It went on like that. Cars, trucks, buses, and planes were forsaken by their drivers. No one would dare start an engine for fear of the danger involved in stopping it. Farmers stopped plowing the fields because the Watchbirds had decided the earth was full of living organisms which had to be protected. The entire country was tied up. It was monstrous, madness, and nothing could be done about it. Something had to give.
Gelson?
Yes, Chief.
Well, you're going to have your way about the Watchbirds. Adjusting the learning circuits won't be enough. Tell the service boys to ground them permanently as they come in. That's orders from the White House.
On Friday morning, I got to the service center early. I wanted to be the first man there when the Watchbirds came in. But McIntyre was there before me, lying on the floor.
Fred, sure I'm glad you're here. Help me up.
Sure. Are you all right?
Oh, I think so. No bones broken anyway.
Well, what happened, Mac?
It was a Watchbird.
What?
It was waiting on the floor when I got here. So I went to work disconnecting the kinetic system from the thinking center. But before I could pull a single vital tube, the thing let go with a blast from its immobilizer and knocked me out.
And the bird?
When I came to, it was gone.
But why, Mac? I don't understand it. They don't have any sense of self-preservation.
They don't need any sense of self-preservation, Fred. They've got something just as good. Didn't the Watchbirds come to the conclusion that automobiles and so forth are living organisms, even though they are made of metal, because they run?
That's right.
That Watchbird must have applied the same logic to itself. It could fly. It even had a kind of a thinking brain. Therefore, it must be a living organism, compelled to protect itself from murder.
Well, what are we going to do?
Nothing. I don't think any more Watchbirds will come in for a checkup. That bird will warn all the others to stay away. We might as well go home.
I'll hate to face my wife with this news.
Your wife, eh? We've got to face the entire country.
Where's McIntyre? By heaven, Gelson, where's McIntyre?
He was notified of the meeting, Chief. He should be here any minute.
Are you sure no birds came in for checkup? Are you absolutely certain?
Only the first one, Chief.
Oh, then we're licked. Mac, where have you been?
Trying to figure a way out of this thing.
Have you come up with anything? Do you have any suggestions?
Only one. Without repairs, the Watchbirds are bound to run down.
How long would that take?
Oh, about 6 months.
6 months? You call that a solution?
It's the only one I could think of, Chief.
Don't you realize the country's at a standstill? In 6 months, we'll have starvation here.
Uh-huh. Unless we can think of a way to bring them down sooner.
Some way to bring... That's the idea, Mac. Couldn't you design a super Watchbird that does everything the Watchbirds do and does it better? And couldn't you fix its thinking center so that it would hunt down the Watchbirds and destroy them?
A hunter Watchbird, eh? Yes, like a hawk.
That's the idea.
Chief, I think you've got something. Yes, sir, that sounds like a workable solution.
Work on it, Mac. Put the entire research and development staff to work on it. You've got to come up with something fast.
And that's how the Hawks were born. It took McIntyre less than a week to build the prototype of the Hawk. He showed it to us on the floor of the factory.
As you see, Mr. Monroe, the Hawk is more heavily armored than the Watchbird. By the use of new tubes, we've been able to increase its speed by 40%. Its immobilizer guns are designed to kill. And the Hawk's learning circuits are specially designed for hunting.
Splendid, McIntyre, splendid. Gelson, how soon can you get the Hawk into mass production?
I'm against it, Chief.
What?
The plan is no good.
Don't you think it will work?
Oh, it'll work all right. But I'm afraid the cure will be worse than the disease. Haven't we learned yet? Don't you see, Mr. Monroe, we can't cure human problems by mechanization.
Mr. Gelson, I would enjoy hearing you philosophize, but unfortunately people are being killed. Crops are being ruined. Unless the Watchbirds are stopped, the country faces famine.
Didn't we once say that murder had to be stopped? And look what that got us into. I tell you, Chief, this isn't the way.
Very well, Gelson. What would you suggest?
Let the Watchbirds run down by themselves.
But that'll take 6 months.
Gelson, are you serious?
Let's face it. Admit we were wrong trying to cure human problems by mechanical means. These Hawks are...
Ridiculous. Gelson, you've been working too hard. Maybe you want to take a week off.
As you say, Chief.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't mean right now. We can't spare you until you put the Hawks into production. The assembly lines must be rolling by the 1st of next week. Is that clear?
I'll do my best, Chief. 10 days later, the first batch of Hawks were released. From the top of the tallest building in the city, I watched the first encounter between a Hawk and a Watchbird. The Watchbird was soaring over the housetops, unaware of the Hawk overhead. Suddenly, a power bolt from the Hawk slammed into the Watchbird's wing. The Watchbird was hurt, but it fought back. It had time to fire one bolt at the Hawk, a bolt that bounced harmlessly off the Hawk's heavily insulated body. And then the Hawk zeroed on the Watchbird and hit it with the full force of its firepower.
Turning now to the Watchbird plague, the news today is favorable. To date, the Hawks have destroyed 4,023 Watchbirds, leaving only 780 to go. Here is a special report just handed to me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrible. In Boston, Massachusetts, a hawk went berserk this evening, killing 47 people. Toll of death might have been far larger.
Hello? No, I don't want to speak to him. Look, Miss Evans, I don't want to talk to anybody. Just say you can't locate me.
Who is that, Chief?
Washington Justice Department. This is incredible. Isn't there anything you can think of, McIntyre?
I don't know what to say, Chief. More than 1,000 people killed so far this week.
Maybe another bird, something that would hunt down the Hawks.
Your next gadget would have to be even more self-sufficient and murderous. Haven't you learned yet, Chief?
You're right, Gilson, you're right. But why? How did this happen?
It's simple. The Hawk is a murder machine with improved learning circuits. But all it learns is more and better ways to kill. Since the Hawk has to kill and all the Watchbirds have been wiped out, the Hawks have turned their attention to human beings.
Heaven help us.
This is what comes of giving a machine the job that was our responsibility in the first place.
Fred? Fred, is that you?
Yes, dear.
Oh, dear, I'm so relieved that you got home safe. With those terrifying Hawks up there in the sky.
I know, dear. Anyone hurt in the neighborhood?
Fred, Mrs. Matthews was almost killed.
No.
Yes, she just stepped out the front door when a Hawk dived at her. She got back into the house and slammed the door just in the nick of time.
No, she was lucky.
Lucky? Oh, you bet she was. Fred, we aren't going to have much for dinner tonight.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
I was afraid to go shopping. I'm afraid to leave the house.
I don't blame you.
Well, we can have
Wait a minute,
scrambled
Norma.
eggs and...
Wait a minute. You give me an idea. Hold everything.
What sort of an idea? Fred, who are you phoning?
McIntyre.
Hello?
Mac, this is Fred Gelson.
Oh, hello, Fred. Glad to see you got home okay.
Well, that's what I'm calling you about. Now, Mac, listen. Those Hawks are constructed to kill. They've got to kill. Now, isn't that right?
Right.
Now, what would happen if they couldn't find anything to kill? No human beings, livestock, horses, anything like that.
Well, they'd turn to killing each other, I guess.
That's my idea, Mac.
What's that?
If the entire country were to stay at home behind locked doors and shuttered windows for a couple of days, we could get rid of this plague. The Hawks would exterminate each other.
Yes, I think they probably would. But getting 200 million people to stay at home, how could that be arranged?
Easily, Mac. By presidential proclamation.
Proclamation issued by the White House today reads as follows. By the authority vested in me, I, the President of the United States, call on all residents of the United States to remain indoors during the 3 days commencing at sunrise August 10th and ending at sunrise August 13th. During this period, no one is to leave his home for any reason.
On the night of August 9th, Monroe, McIntyre, and I slept at the factory. Like everyone else in the country, we'd prepared enough food the last 3 days. On the morning of August 10th, the life of the country came to a standstill. All city streets were deserted. And in the countryside, all livestock was safe in the barns. We were at the teleset in Mr. Monroe's office, waiting to see what the Hawks would do when they discovered that their potential victims had disappeared.
Monroe, Fred, look at the vid screen.
What is it, Mac? By heaven, those Hawks are in a fight.
I'll say they are. They're hitting each other with everything they've got. They can't last long at that rate, Mac.
No, I don't think they can.
Look, Fred, one of them must have been hitting a vital spot. Yes, there he goes. He's going down.
For 3 days and nights, there was war in the sky. War without mercy as Hawks destroyed each other. The sky was full of man-made lightning as Hawks dueled and shot each other down. On the morning of the 4th day, when people emerged from their homes, the landscape was littered with aluminum shells and fire-blackened tubes and wires. But the skies were clear, not a hawk in sight. We had saved ourselves from ourselves.
That's it. Watchbird by Robert Sheckley, thanks to wonderful Galaxy magazine, now on the stands. Next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow out of Galaxy magazine called Inside Earth by Paul Anderson. The story of an interplanetary agent provocateur whose job was to stop rebellion by starting a revolution. This is your host, O Mentor. Until next week, then, be kind to all birds.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were Leon Janney as Gelson, George Kluge as Monroe. Others in the cast were Mary Michael, John Raby, and Gerald Keane. Special sound effects by Ed Blaney and Bob Prescott. Technical supervision by Joe Durante. Your host, O Mentor, was Raymond Edward Johnson. Music composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Michael Sklar. Produced by ABC in association with George Foley and directed by Warren Somerville.
Tomorrow. Tales beyond human imagination until they happen. Tales of Tomorrow. Story number 3. Betelgeuse Bridge by William Chen. This is your host, O Mentor, saying hello for ABC. Today, we members of the human race, politely speaking, are taking ourselves for granted as the kings of the universe. But are we kings? I should like to tell you the tale of tomorrow from Galaxy, science fiction magazine. It should make us wonder if actually that there are creatures by somewhere compared to whom human intelligence is dwindling closer. After time, two most strange and amazing bodies have landed upon Earth. Intelligence far superior to the smoothest human genius. Betelgeuse Bridge.
The cryosurvation is tremendous. You would never think it possible for creatures of their forbidding appearance to be so completely gracious and charming. But while the official welcome is underway, speculation is high as to the civilization and the advance they represent. They're home on a distant planet.
Well, can we say our mission has been successful?
So far, only.
Oh, you look ready for the grave, Dick. Why don't you get lost for a couple of weeks and catch up on your rest?
I can't even afford a nervous breakdown. It'd be a lot more satisfying.
What's left to do?
I'd tell you better if you tell me what are these strange creatures after down here.
You really think they want something?
I don't know what to think. That's why I'm wearing bags under my eyes. Honey, I don't know about you, but I don't feel I can afford to sleep. You're probably wondering who I am and how I came to be mixed up in what we'll call La Betelgeuse. So let me fill you in. We can start with that day when the alien spaceship landed outside of Baltimore. Makes you sick to think how we never tumbled, doesn't it? No more than a hop, skip, and a jet from the capital. Security was clamped down tighter than a mason's yard. Wilson, my old sociology prof, was carried in by jet plane after the problem had become clear. He solved it for him without batting an eyelash. I was the answer. Within an hour, my entire staff and I were flushed out of our New York offices by the government agents and airmailed to a barley field near Baltimore. The field was alive with Washington grass, post sails flapping in the wind. Hey, so you finally got here. Finally? I couldn't even pack a two-step, Professor Susan. Time is important, my boy. Does anyone explain? And something about a spaceship is all I... Is that it? That over there? Doesn't look much like our notion of one, does it? A spheroid. A rococo spheroid. And the curious thing is that there's not a sign of a rocket motor. Any sign of life in it? That's the really remarkable part. Come along, you'll have to meet our distinguished visitors. How will they know what I'm saying? We had Dr. Warbury out here. For your information, they learned English from him in 2 hours. 2 hours? What an IQ. Superhuman. Get that, Dick. This will be very important in what you have to do. The best engineering minds this country can assemble are like a crowd of South Sea Islanders in comparison. These creatures belong to a galaxy-wide civilization. We're a backward hicks in an unfrequented corner of space that's to be opened up for exploration. Exploration, that is, if we measure up. Exploitation, probably, if we don't. Where do they come from? Betelgeuse. 9th planet of the star Betelgeuse. That's their home base. I see. Now, here's the plan. We're leaving the technical stuff to brains like Lopez and Minder. They're already going psychotic trying to locate a power source in that contraption. Your job is more immediate. You're the good impression part of the program. What's the matter with that government plan, Hattie? When you see our distinguished guests, you'll understand why this problem is completely different. It's as though they're coming out of the ship now. They're right in time. Yes, here they come. Oh? Oh, yes. Why, they look like snails. Human mollusks, if you like. 9 feet of slimy green trunk with a pink shell on the back should be. And those eyeballs waving around on the end of their stalks, I know. Positively ghastly. But the picture where their mouths. Aside from those eye stalks, they've got no face. The mouth is where their feet should be. What? You'll see it when they lift an edge of that wide base they stand on. Such as it is impossible. Now do you see where a public relations job comes in? Monsters from outer space. That the kind of talk you're worried about? Probably worse. Snails with superiority complexes. Dirty snails would be more likely. Remember your own reaction and think what it would do when whipped to mob hysteria by scare headlines. Yeah, now I see why you wanted a public relations man. We don't want them carrying stories back to their civilization of being shot at by a suspended fanatic. Or about somebody who screamed, "Go back where you came from, you foreign sea food." We want to give them the impression we're a fairly amiable, fairly intelligent race. That we can be dealt with reasonably well. So they set up trading posts on this planet instead of garrisons. Yeah, I see what you mean. Hold it. They see me when they're coming over to get acquainted. What? I knew I was coming? They know who everybody is.
This is Mr. Dick Rose he told you about. Glad to know you.
You, honored sir, are our touchstone, the link with all that is great in your noble race. Your attention is truly a tribute.
I'll do my best. Are you, ambassador sort of, or explorers?
Our small work justifies no titles. Yet we are both. All communication is ambassadorship of a kind, and any seeker after knowledge is an explorer.
That's a foolish question.
My companion is what you would call the observer of our expedition. My own poor task is merely to act as our spokesman. You may depend upon our utmost obedience in anything you ask. We understand your awesome function, and we wish to be liked to whatever extent it is possible for such miserable creatures as ourselves. We place ourselves entirely in your hands.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. You can understand what a job I face. All those years of lurid magazine covers showing females menaced by assorted monstrosities, the horror movies, the invasion from outer space novels, the Sunday supplement psych flashes. All those sturdy psychological ruts I had to retract. The government offered me a month for the preparatory propaganda. At the end of our first week, I settled down with my secretary to check our schedule. And this will give you an idea of the magnitude of our little chore.
Here's a checklist and project chart you asked for, Dick.
We have to put a girl on the full time to keep up to date, Sandy. Take down his latest developments.
Right.
The scientific articles from Coulson's men have come in and are being sugared up here in the office. Magazine maps are being ripped apart and held open for them. They'll appear in the newsstands next week.
Did you persuade those magazines to...
Now, the government boys handle that, thank heaven.
What about the newspaper censorship?
Well, they had features in the wire yesterday describing humble creatures who create our gardens, snail racing, the spectacular new sport, and the basic unity of all living things.
And if the public doesn't like snails after this barrage, what more can you do?
Plenty. We're going to hit them on the head with a video show starting next Tuesday. It'll be carried on all major networks at the same time.
That sounds great.
Those two little snails are going to climb right into America's heart. The public will eat them up.
What do you call them?
Andy and Dandy. See?
How can they miss?
They got 14 top writers collaborating on the script. Added to the video show is a comic strip. The movie's going to take a little longer, but there'll be a full-length Andy and Dandy cartoon playing every city across the country.
This campaign is genius, Mr. Rose. You're a genius. You realize there's never been anything like it in history.
May there never be anything like it again. We bombarded the public through every channel of communications open to us. We changed the centuries-old prejudice against snails practically overnight. You can understand all this means for speed, of course. When the big announcement came, that had to be handled exactly right, or all our pro-snail propaganda would blow up in our faces. Handouts to the newspapers were carefully prepared, along with 10 suggested headlines. When release time came, even the Times was forced to shriek, Andy and Dandy blow in from Betelgeuse. And under that, a 4-column cut of Baby Ann Joyce with the snails. After that, the nicknames Andy and Dandy stuck. But while everything was progressing nicely on the outside, the picture behind the scenes was dark and gloomy. I flew down to Washington to check with Coulson, who was making his headquarters at the Pentagon. Close the door, will you, Dick? Oh, sure, Professor. Now, I can talk frankly. Things are not going well, son. Professor, nothing produced on Earth ever got such a warm reception as these characters are enjoying. You ought to be congratulated. Stand the strut. Pose them with the orange blossom queen. Pose them with Idaho potatoes and Milwaukee beer. Pose them laying a cornerstone. And by all means, pose them with some Hollywood starlets from Malibu Beach. Been working for years. We certainly can't complain about their spirit of cooperation, at least their apparent cooperation. Meaning what? Look at that sheaf of notes. The size is impressive. The results of 4 months of questioning. 4 months of painstaking interrogation by trained sociologists. And we don't know as much about Betelgeuse 9 as we do about the social structure of Atlantis. What's the matter, Wonder Talk? They'll talk your ears off. It comes out like a good political speech where everything sounds wonderful and packed with importance. And then you find out there hasn't been a blessed thing said. Look here. Listen to this recording we made. Andy was asked if his government was a democracy. This is what he said.
A democracy is a rule of the people according to your rich etymology. We could not, in our lowly tongue, have expressed it so succinctly and movingly. One must govern himself, of course. The degree of governmental control on the individual must vary from individual to individual and in the individual from time to time.
That should be enough to give you an idea of what we're up against.
For 10 cents a word, that guy'd make a fortune. What about the technical department?
Mines, you mean?
Mines are in Vinci and Lopez. They're still hunting the power source in that spaceship, aren't they?
And not doing much better than I am.
Maybe Andy and Dandy don't think we're old enough to play with matches.
If that's true, why should they give us free run of their ship?
And again, on the other hand, why should they give us such pleasant and courteous answers, adding up to nothing?
They're such complex and artistically minded creatures, chock full of poetic sentiment and good manners, that it's impossible to get mathematical or verbal sense out of their talk.
Well, that spaceship should be some kind of clue to their civilization. Looks like one of those delicate jade carvings that took a lifetime to accomplish.
It goes with their highly polished manners. Basically, it's reminiscent of civilizations that have developed to the point of decay here on Earth.
Well, at least we're perfectly clear about what we want to know from them. And it still leaves the big question, Professor. What do they want from us?
I know. And if we can't learn anything about them, we're going to be in a sad bargaining position when we do find out what they want.
I'd say we'll be like the Indians who paddled out in their canoes to meet the first white man. Just about that naive. There were more immediate things to worry about. A debate was going on in the UN General Assembly, where America was being accused of importing extraterrestrial help to conquer the world. Every other country was clamoring for Andy and Dandy. We finally had to turn them over for a grand tour of the whole planet. It was the same thing abroad. They were all things to all people. In Russia, they delivered a ringing speech on the scientific validity of communism. In Bern, they lauded Switzerland as the mother of democracy and praised the capitalist system. And so it went. But the big shocker came when they got back to the States. They were hardly off the boat before Gibney grabbed them for Celebrity Salon, his evening TV show.
To appear on this star-studded ark are charming visitors from outer space, Andy and Dandy. And now, as usual, Andy, I suppose you'll act as spokesman?
That is the lowly task assigned to me.
Okay, then, we've got some questions I'm sure all the folks at home would like to ask you if they have the chance.
We're pleased, of course, to make ourselves as well known to your delightful countrymen as they would care to have us.
Thank you very much for your very clear answer. Andy, we'd like to know if you aren't just a little anxious to get home to the wife and children.
That is a very reasonable question, I am sure. But it's necessary to understand that we do not have a division of the sexes such as you know on this planet.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about your mother-in-law. But Andy, what ties do you have with your home planet?
Chiefly with the revitalizer, I should say.
Revitalizer? What's a revitalizer?
A machine. We must expose ourselves to it every decade or so. There is at least one revitalizer in each of our major cities.
And what does this do?
Very simply, the revitalizer generates cytoplasm in all animal cells and refreshes them.
And they pause every decade that refreshes. So, what have you as a result?
You might say we have no fear of any degenerative disease. And by exposing ourselves to revitalizers at regular intervals, we quintuple our life expectancy. That is to say, we live 5 lifetimes instead of the one which should properly be our lot.
Please be quiet and we'll continue the interview.
Newspaper extras in 52 languages. Radio and TV news flashes every 15 minutes. Lights burning late at night over at the UN headquarters. Andy and Dandy were requested to make a special appearance before the General Assembly the following day, and they accepted graciously, as usual. President Sadu conducted the interview in the Assembly before the representatives of all nations. We have asked our illustrious visitors from space to discuss the matter of revitalizers. Is there some reason, sir, why you have not brought up the matter before now?
To be perfectly truthful, it had not occurred to us since the revitalizers are an everyday matter to us. We could not be aware that you would attach unusual significance.
Excuse me, it is of no matter. Not now. The important thing is that we must have revitalizers to rid ourselves of all disease and increase the span of life.
Unfortunately, our race does not manufacture these machines for export.
But you must now understand, sir, that they are of vital interest to us.
Undoubtedly, you richly deserve these life-giving mechanisms, but I can only repeat that none are available.
What would your people want? We will pay almost any price within the power of this entire planet.
I am stunned by the magnitude of your offer, but can think of nothing which would persuade our people to supply another planet.
Surely there must be something which we on Earth have to offer.
Excuse me if I may consult with my companion for a moment. We are embarrassed to think that our sluggish minds can conceive of nothing at the moment which would make an exchange possible. However, we are agreed that it would be advisable to consider further before closing the matter entirely.
You two agree to that?
It is the least we can do in return for the many kindnesses you have shown us during our visit.
Then please, sir, please do your very best to think of something. We must have those machines. President Trabue of the United Nations personally escorted Andy and Dandy back to their ship, which now sat in a restricted area in Central Park. Then the world chewed its fingernails for 6 days while the two snail men sat inside, presumably in solemn contemplation of the matter. On the 7th day, they emerged and immediately rushed before a special session of the General Assembly. Distinguished sirs, you have reached some conclusion in this matter.
It has finally occurred to my companion and me that a way may be open to an exchange.
You have only to name it.
Let me explain that our own planet is woefully in short supply where radioactive elements are concerned.
Yes.
Barren worlds containing radium, uranium, and thorium have been discovered and claimed by other races. Our own folk of Betelgeuse 9 are forbidden by our ethics to wage aggressive warfare for territorial aggrandizement. And we are therefore open to any peaceful means of obtaining these elements.
We have great amounts of radioactive oil.
We had also gained that impression.
Using it chiefly for manufacturing weapons and for biological research.
The military aspects are patently undesirable, and the revitalizers, of course, would make unnecessary the biological research. Therefore, if the contract appears a good one to you, we will agree to supply this planet with all of the revitalizers it requires in exchange for your radioactive ore. All of it.
Overnight, the United Nations became the central office of a planet-wide mining concern. A couple of generals here and there, a few nuclear physicists managed to raise fingers of warning before being pushed aside. Who really wanted war anyway? And as for subatomic research, how far could we not go if a man had 5 lifetimes instead of 1 to develop a series of experiments? Andy and Dandy departed for home to fulfill their end of the contract. And for 2 years, the world paid attention to nothing but the stripping of its pitch blende deposits. Andy and Dandy returned in cargo ships that seemed to cover the sky. Revitalizers were erected by busy snail-like robots for every large city on Earth. Busier robots attacked the huge piles of pitch blende with weird-looking machines. This time, Andy and Dandy left for good, taking their radioactive treasure with them, and leaving behind a huge, patient crowd waiting their turn at the revitalizers. Perhaps for the first time in our planet's history, there was universal hope and good cheer.
When will we have our turn at the revitalizer, Dick? I have some cold feet I'd like to get rid of.
Pick an age to come first, Sandra. A young girl like you'll be way down the line.
Do you realize that even at your present age you'll be a youngster?
And I'm 40.
It still gives you 4.5 ordinary lifetimes to go. Isn't it wonderful to think about?
Yeah. Think how far a man could go in just one career if he devoted his entire 300 years to it.
Tell me, what will you do with those extra lives of yours?
I've been thinking about all the books I'll have time to read. Oh, the books I'll have time to write. And marriage. Mm-hmm. And somehow I've never found time for it. But with another 250 years to go. Really? I'm not making any offers yet. First, let's see if these revitalizers really work. 6 months after Andy and Dandy departed into the skies, the revitalizers quit dead, stopped working.
Are you sure, Professor Tracy?
Ask any doctor. Look at your death rate.
But why? Did we do something wrong?
We did something wrong, all right. We trusted.
The boys from Betelgeuse? They done us wrong.
We made the same mistake all peoples made when they met a superior civilization. Mainzer and Lopez have taken apart one of the revitalizer motor units. There was just a trace of it left. But this time they found the power source. My boy, the revitalizers run on the fuel of completely pure radioactive elements. Oh, that's not believable.
Surely a race like that would have developed a power that was more economical.
They never bothered. And they wanted our uranium to fuel their own revitalizers.
You're saying, in effect, that everything they did here on Earth was carefully planned to swindle us. Professor, they could have conquered us with their superior science.
They couldn't have conquered us. They wouldn't have tried. Not because of their ethics, but because they hadn't the energy or the concentration. They're a decadent and dying race. Andy and Dandy are probably among the few remaining who have enough get up and go to even trick backward people.
And me, the guy who did the most colossal public relations job of all time, I was their number one sucker.
Think of me, the sociologist. I'm supposed to recognize the symptoms, and they were all there. The lack of interest in their own culture, the involved methods of thought and expression, the exaggerated etiquette, even their spaceship. If we had a tenth of their scientific knowledge, what substitutes we wouldn't have developed by now? You understand?
What hicks we are. We've been sold the Brooklyn Bridge by some dressed-up sharpies from Betelgeuse.
By a pair of sweet-teeth heirs of what was once a great race.
With our atomic power stolen, will we ever have space travel?
Oh, gone down the drain, sold for a mess of potty.
I'm not so sure, Dick.
Well, we get to the moon on methane and alcohol. You call that space travel?
I'm thinking in terms of a starship, same as you. Travel to distant galaxies. Yes, by George, even to Betelgeuse. Those simpering snails never thought we'd get off this planet, but we will. And when we do, bet your life we'll collect some tolls on that Brooklyn Bridge they told us.
But how, Professor, how?
I don't know yet. But we've got physicists who've been splitting the atom from the very first experiment. Mark my words, we'll have space travel and to Betelgeuse.
Well, I suppose some good will come from this affair. The nations of the world showed we could all work together.
Yes. It's possible the world government will come out of that effort. Still, it's hard to forgive a swindle.
Professor, is it generally known that the revitalizers have stopped?
No, it's not.
Well, what's going to happen when the people find out? Won't there be a bad reaction?
Now we get down to the purpose of my visit, Dick.
You mean this wasn't just a friendly call?
No. I've been sent by the government, Dick. They're acutely aware of the reaction when the people learn the truth about the revitalizers. And you have been appointed to do a public relations job to prepare our good citizens for the shock.
All right, I'll do it in one condition. That if and when you ever go to Betelgeuse, I go with you.
That's it. Betelgeuse Bridge by William Penn. Thanks to Galaxy, that wonderful science fiction magazine, now in the stand. Next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow out of Galaxy Science Fiction magazine called The Other Now by Mary Leinster. About a fellow whose wife faithfully continues making written entries in her diary after she had died in a car accident. This is your host, O Mentor, saying, until next week, take your time before someone else does.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were Lon Clark as Dick, John Gibson as Andy, John Stanley as Tosin, and Raymond Edward Johnson as your host. Music was composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Don Whitty. Produced by ABC in association with George Foley and directed by Clark Andrews. This is Dorian St. George speaking.
of tomorrow. Tales beyond human imagination until they happen. Tales of Tomorrow, story number 4. The Other Now by Murray Leinster.
This is your host, Omentor, saying hello for ABC. Look at your watch, but don't take it too seriously. If it's a few seconds after 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, in California, it's 3 hours earlier. In London, it's 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. And in Japan, it's almost tomorrow afternoon. What time is it right now on the planet Saturn? A silly question? I wonder. The point is, time is a clock with many faces. Your time is not necessarily anyone else's, and what we think of as the present is only relative. Let's prove that thesis with a remarkable tale from Galaxy, the science fiction magazine, a most timely story titled The Other Now.
My name is Hal Haynes. I was Jimmy Patterson's best friend, which is why he dared tell me the story you are about to hear. I'm speaking into a recording machine, the tape to be played back only after my death, for reasons that'll become obvious as you listen. First, you've got to understand that Jimmy and Jane Patterson loved each other like no two other people I ever met. That's important to the story. It all began about a year after their marriage. They'd been to a party at my apartment and started home about 2 in the morning.
Darling. Nothing.
Well, what's so funny?
You. The way you always stick out your jaw when you're behind the wheel. It's kind of cute.
Now, I resent that. A man is attractive, handsome, virile, compelling, but never cute.
Darling, you're all those things, and cute. Jimmy, that truck in front of us, what's that long pole sticking out behind it?
Looks like a steel girder. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh.
See the red flag?
Pass that truck, please.
What's the matter, huh?
I don't like driving behind that thing. It makes me nervous.
All right, here we go. Jane, brace yourself.
What?
The truck's stopping short. Air brakes. I know I can't stop.
Jimmy phoned me from the hospital. When I got there, the doctors told me about Jane. Death had been mercifully swift. Jimmy was sitting on a bench in one of the corridors, his face buried in his hands.
Jimmy.
Jim, it's me.
Did they tell you?
Yeah. What can I say?
Oh, well, she's gone. She's gone.
I know.
It happened so fast. A freak accident doesn't make sense.
I know. Listen, anything I can do.
1 minute she was beside me alive, and the next minute... Hell, why did it have to happen this way? Why couldn't it have been me?
The next 3 months were bad. At first, I feared Jimmy might do something desperate. But soon the torture of being alive while Jane was dead slacked up until, from an intolerable agony, it became a dull, ever-present ache. The worst moment was coming home from work to the empty apartment. So Jimmy arranged always to have the cleaning woman there. It was better than nothing. On the night the thing really began, Jimmy came home from work with the usual hopeless ache in his heart. Putting the key in the lock, he thought, if only Jane were there to meet him. If only by some miracle. But there were no miracles, he knew that. He unlocked the front door, opened it, began to walk in, and crashed against the door. It was closed. He just opened it, but it was closed. Jimmy's first impression was that his brain was playing tricks on him. Had he really opened that door? It seemed to him that he had, but in his confused state of mind, he couldn't be absolutely sure. He unlocked the door again. Or was it again? Opened it and walked into the apartment. The cleaning woman, Mrs. Mooney, was in the living room.
Hello, Mrs. Mooney.
Oh, Mr. Patterson. How do you feel today, sir?
Fine, thanks.
You didn't sleep again last night, sir.
Of course I did.
When I came in this afternoon, the bed was still made up, just as I'd left it yesterday.
I fell asleep in the armchair. Please stop checking on me, Mrs. Mooney.
I don't want you to think of it that way, Mr. Patterson. But you haven't been yourself since the Mrs. Well, what I mean is, I'm worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about. Anyone phone while you've been here?
Mr. Haynes called.
What did he want?
Said he hadn't heard from you for a couple of days. Want you to call him back, sir.
Thanks, I'll do that. Anything else?
Yes, I found this carton of cigarettes in the missus' desk.
Those are Jane's?
Yes, sir.
Must have overlooked them when I cleaned out the desk.
What should I...
Throw them out. No, just a second. Put them back in the desk.
All right, sir.
Before you do that, Mrs. Mooney, there's something I ask you. Did you hear me come in just now?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you notice if I opened the front door once or twice?
Why would you open the door twice, sir?
I don't know if I did. That's what I'm trying to find out. Did you hear the door open twice?
I really couldn't say, Mr. Patterson.
Oh, think back. Try to remember.
Well, you did open it twice, sir.
Are you sure?
I think so, but maybe I just imagined it. You don't look so good, Mr. Patterson. You ought to take a nap before dinner.
I'm all right.
No, you aren't. I think...
Please, Mrs. Mooney, stop fussing over me. Just leave me alone.
Jimmy took sleeping pills that night. When he finally drifted off, he dreamed of doors that were open when they should have been shut, and shut when they should have been opened. During work the next day, the peculiar incident the night before was in the back of his mind. When he came home that night, he opened the door carefully, wondering if it would be repeated. It wasn't. He hung up his coat and sat down in the armchair. Wearily, he filled his pipe and struck a match to it. As he dropped the stub of the match into the ashtray...
What's this? Cigarette stubs. Jane's brand. Freshly smoked. Mrs. Mooney! Mrs. Mooney!
You want me, sir?
I certainly do. Mrs. Mooney, who gave you permission to smoke my wife's cigarettes?
What's that, sir?
What right had you to smoke my wife's cigarettes?
But I didn't do anything of the sort, Mr. Patterson. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, right here in this ashtray are half a dozen of her... They're gone.
Gone?
Cigarette butts, they were in this ashtray a minute ago. Now they've disappeared.
Couldn't have been nothing in that tray, sir. I emptied all the ashtrays when I came in.
But I saw them. Or did I? What's the matter with me? Or is it me?
Was he losing his grip? In a grim sort of way, the thought made Jimmy feel almost cheerful. During the day, work was a godsend. Sometimes he was able to thrust aside for hours the fact that Jane was gone. Now, in the same way, he grappled with the question of his sanity. When Mrs. Mooney left for the evening, he went to the desk where Jane had kept her household accounts. He set the whole thing down on paper, examined it methodically, checking all the facts. He was about to do so when he noticed Jane's diary on top of the desk. For a moment, his mind stopped, his brain reeled.
Jane's diary, what's it doing here? I thought I'd locked it in the trunk. I know I put it in the trunk.
He sat there, staring at the diary. It couldn't be on the desk. He'd locked it in the trunk, but there it was. With trembling fingers, he thumbed through the pages until he reached the last entry.
September 26th. September 26th, today's date. But that's impossible. How could this have been written today? Jane's dead. And yet that's her handwriting.
Feeling like a sleepwalker in a nightmare, he began to read the entry. As he scanned the lines, it was as though Jane's voice was in the room.
This morning I went to the cemetery. It was very bad. 3 months since the accident, but time doesn't make it any easier to bear. Oh, Jimmy, I miss you so much.
Jane.
I'm developing a personal hatred for chance. Chance, luck, whatever it is, it's not an abstraction anymore. It was chance that killed Jimmy. It could have been me instead, or neither of us. Standing over Jimmy's grave today, I realized that. And it was almost more than I could stand.
She's alive. She wrote this. She thinks I'm the one that's dead.
Taking a pen, Jimmy began writing desperately under Jane's entry in the diary.
Jane, where are you? I'm not dead. I thought you were. In heaven's name, where are you?
After that, Jimmy's mind went blank. When he came to his senses again, he was sitting at an empty desk. No diary on it, and no pen between his fingers.
Where is it? That diary, where is it? Oh, I must have dreamed it. Fallen asleep in a chair and dreamed it. No, it was here. I can swear it was here. I wrote an entry underneath Jane. Or did I? Am I imagining things? I've got to find out. There must be some way to get to the bottom of this.
The next morning, Jimmy bought a small camera with a flashbulb attachment. That night, when he came home from the office, he had the camera ready. He unlocked the door and opened it. Then, before he walked in, he put out his hand, struck wood. The door was still closed. He stepped back, quickly aimed the camera at the door, and snapped the shutter. The glare of the flashbulb blinded him for a moment. But when he was able to see again, the door was open.
That you, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, it's me.
I thought I heard something.
I was just taking a picture.
A picture?
Look, Mrs. Mooney, are you finished with your work?
I thought I'd just get the laundry together and take it out with me.
Let that go until tomorrow. Good night, Mrs. Mooney.
Jimmy waited impatiently until the cleaning woman was gone. Then he moved the film in the camera and put in a new flashbulb. Walking to the desk, he hardly dared to hope the diary would be there again, but there it was. Open, with a ruler across the pages to keep it so. He saw yesterday's entry and his own message. And beyond that was more writing in Jane's hand.
Jimmy, darling. When I opened the diary today, I found a message from you, as though you were alive. I know that can't be. It's all imaginary, wish fulfillment, and I'm crazy to answer you, but please, darling, if I am sane and you are alive somewhere, tell me where you are.
With all his being, Jimmy wanted to write his reply, but he was afraid to spend the additional time. He aimed the camera at the diary and pressed the shutter button for the second time.
The diary. It disappeared again. Where did it go to? Where did it come from in the first place? What's happening here? Wherever that diary is, that's where Jane is. I've got to find her.
That's the story Jimmy told me. Now, I'm a lawyer, trained to take testimony. I mention the fact because I want it understood that I have not colored the story in any way. I've told it exactly as Jimmy told it to me, flatly and baldly, without any attempt to make it sound reasonable. As Jimmy said...
Well, that's it, Hal. That's exactly how it all happened.
But look here, it's impossible.
I don't blame you for feeling that way about it. I'd say the same thing, if I didn't have evidence to the contrary.
Evidence? You mean those photographs?
That's right.
Let me have a look at them.
Sure. And there's the first one, the shot of the door. Looks like a double exposure, doesn't it?
You got two doors here, nearly at right angles, both hung from the same door frame.
Here's the second shot. If you look close, you may be able to read Jane's handwriting on the page of the diary.
Yeah. Jimmy, darling, when I opened the diary today, I found a message from you. As though you were alive.
Well, Hal, do you still say it's impossible?
Yes.
But, Hal...
Jim, I'm your friend. You believe that, don't you?
Sure I do, but you
Now,
can't...
there's a perfectly logical explanation for these incidents. Not a pleasant explanation, but the only one that makes any sense. Now, that door opening and closing, Jane's cigarettes in the ashtray, you saw all that because you wanted to see. You made it up, not consciously, but out of your desperation. Now, you had to believe that somehow, somewhere, Jane is still alive.
I do believe that, Hal.
But, man, can't you see you're kidding yourself?
If so, how do you explain the photograph of that door?
Trick photography. You covered half of the film and exposed with the door closed. Then you exposed the other half of the film with the door open.
Maybe an expert photographer could do that, but I never even owned a camera until yesterday.
Look, you followed directions when you took those shots, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, then you must have been following directions when you took that trick shot of the door.
Okay. But how do you explain the second photograph? The one with Jane's handwriting. Now, you were Jane's lawyer. You'd recognize her handwriting, wouldn't you?
I suppose so.
Look at that photograph. Isn't that Jane's handwriting?
Looks like hers, but it could be a forgery.
Forgery? But who would want to forge?
You would, Jim. That's right. Now, I had a client once, a girl. She accused a man of beating her up. She was absolutely sincere. She really believed it. But her own family admitted that she'd make the marks on herself. And the doctors agreed that she'd unconsciously blotted the memory of doing it out of her mind afterwards.
You think I forged all this unconsciously?
But what other possibility is there?
Remember the accident, Hal. Now, we came up behind that truck. When we skidded into it, the girder could have hit me, or Jane, or neither of us.
What does that prove?
It was pure chance that Jane was hit. It could have been me. If it had been me, Jane would be living in the apartment. She might very well have written that entry in the diary, isn't that so?
What's the point?
The point is this. There are a lot of possible futures. When today was in the future, there were a lot of possible todays. The present moment is only one of any number of presents that might have been. Now, that night before the girder came through our windshield, there were three possibilities. One in which I was hit, one in which neither one of us was hit, and one in which... Well, you do see what I'm getting at, Hal.
Are you really suggesting there's more than one present? That in some other present, Jane is alive and you're the one that's dead?
That's it, Hal. Some other dimension in time or space through which Jane and I had managed to communicate.
But how?
Well, it's beyond me, but there must be some scientific explanation.
Oh, Jim, you aren't serious.
Why not? Before the atomic bomb exploded, all reasonable people said atomic energy was preposterous. Every new discovery, every new step forward is preposterous. Until it happens.
I couldn't shake Jimmy's argument. After he left, I tried to decide on some course of action. Treat him as insane? But he was my friend. And besides, his delusion wasn't dangerous, not even to himself. I decided to wait for developments. One evening, about a week later, Jimmy and I had dinner together. He seemed to be in good spirits. He looked over the menu.
What are you going to order, Hal?
Steak.
Me too. Well, what's new, Counselor?
Well, I was about to ask you that. Have you had any more communication with Jane?
Oh, sure, we write each other notes every night. And by the way, I was right, Hal. Jane agrees there is more than one present. Now, in the present I exist in, Jane was killed. But in her present, I'm the one that's dead.
Oh, look, let's not get into that again.
Well, I don't mind talking about it. Now that I know Jane's alive, life is bearable. Matter of fact, there's only one drawback.
Only one drawback, huh? What's that?
Well, now that Jane and I have found each other, we'd like to get together. Someday we hope to be able to bridge that gap.
Isn't that rather far-fetched?
Oh, no. Now, sometimes when Jane and I are writing notes to each other, both of us can feel the barrier between us wearing thin. Once it seemed to me that we actually touched hands, but I wasn't sure.
Jim. Oh, Jim.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Go on with what you were saying. I let him go on, describing what he wrote to Jane and what she wrote to him, and how they both yearned for the time when the barrier between them would disappear and they'd be together again. That continued for several weeks. Then one night as we were sitting in the park...
Hal, remember what I told you about the barrier wearing thin?
Sure, yeah.
Well, Jane and I were pretty close now. I'm almost certain I saw her in the living room last night.
Jimmy.
She disappeared before I could get to her. If I could only put my hands on her, if I could touch her just once.
Jim, you've got to stop this.
What?
Do something about these hallucinations.
Hold on, Hal.
Don't you see they're progressive? It started with seeing notes and cigarette butts, and now you're seeing people.
You're trying to tell me I'm losing my mind?
No, but I think you ought to have a talk with a psychiatrist. With the proper treatment, those hallucinations would disappear. But if you don't get help,
I don't need any help. There's nothing wrong with me. My contacts with Jane are not hallucinations, and I can prove it. Look, Hal, didn't you have a near accident on the parkway last night? Didn't a car coming around a curve on the wrong side of the road almost smash head-on into you?
Wait. Yes, it did. I almost went into the ditch trying to get away from it. How did you know that?
Jane told me.
Jane?
She said that in her time channel, a crash killed Tony Shields.
You mean Tony Shields was the driver of that other car?
That's what Jane says.
But it's impossible.
There, Jane doesn't lie, Al. Why don't you check with Tony?
Hello?
That you, Tony?
Yes.
This is Hal Haynes. Look, Tony, there's a little thing that's been bothering me. I'd like to ask you about it. Were you driving your car on the parkway last night?
Yeah, I was.
You're sure it was last night?
Well, sure, I'm sure. Why, what's up, Hal?
Well, did you almost run into another car coming around that curve near Hawthorne?
Well, that's right. Oh, say, Hal, how'd you know that? Hal, are you still on the line? Did you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you. I was the driver of the other car, Tony.
Well, I'll be hanged. Talk about a small world. Say, Hal, I owe you an apology. I was on the wrong side of the road. Must have scared you half to death.
Yeah. Yeah, you certainly did.
I'm sorry, Hal, but there's one thing I don't get. It was pretty dark last night. How'd you recognize me?
Well, I wasn't quite sure. That's why I phoned. I hung up, feeling dizzy. Jane had told the truth. But Jane was dead. But if she was dead, how could she know about Tony Shields and what happened on the parkway? It made no sense at all, unless Jane actually existed in some other level or dimension. But that was nonsense. Sheer nonsense. Still, I had to talk to Jimmy. I dialed his number. The phone rang a number of times. I was about to give up when...
Hello?
Jim, this is Hal. I got to talk to you.
Not now. I'm very busy.
But this is important. I just spoke to Tony.
Please, Hal, hang up.
All right, I'm coming over to your place.
No, you can't do that. I don't want you here now. Hal, Jane and I are very close. The barrier's getting thin. Paper thin. We've touched each other again.
When did this happen?
Just now, before you phoned. We're hoping and praying that the time barrier is about to break.
But it can't. What would happen if you turned up where she is, or if she turned up here?
I don't know, but we'd be together, and that's all we care about.
Oh, but Jim, listen to me.
Up. She's here.
What?
She's come through the barrier. Here in this room. I see her. Jane, is it really you?
Who else would it be? Hello, darling.
Jane. Jimmy. Jimmy!
He'd hung up on me. I dialed his number again. The phone rang and rang. No answer. I gave up and tried to figure it out. That woman's voice I heard over the phone, and I actually heard it. Was it Jane? Or was I becoming affected myself? I had to know. I went to Jimmy's apartment. I rang the bell. It kept ringing and ringing. No one answered. I tried to open the front door. It was locked. The back door was locked, too. The windows were shuttered. There was no way to get in. I tried to phone Jimmy the next morning. No answer. I called his office at noon. He hadn't been there. Finally, I went to the police and talked to Detective Thatcher. Thatcher and a couple of patrolmen went to the apartment. They forced the front door, got into the place, searched it, and found nothing. I was in the living room smoking a hopeless cigarette when Thatcher came to me.
All right, Mr. Haynes, let's have it.
Have what?
This is a joke, ain't it?
Certainly not.
Look, mister, you tell us you're worried about your friend. We come here and find every door and window locked from the inside. Nobody here, nothing.
Well, what's the gag?
How did he get out of the apartment and still leave all the door and windows locked from the inside? He didn't disappear into thin air, did he?
What could I say? That Jimmy had escaped into the other now? That he was alive on some other level or dimension of existence as yet unknown to us? Thatcher would have taken me straight down to the psychiatric ward. I said nothing. The police dragged ponds and rivers for Jimmy's body, put out missing person bulletins and so forth. Eventually, it was recorded that Jimmy left town, and everybody accepted that obvious explanation. I'm the only one who knows what actually happened to Jimmy Patterson. So I'm setting this down for the record, to be placed in my safe deposit vault and open only after my death. You can't blame me. Would you care to spend the rest of your life in a straitjacket?
That's it. The Other Now by Murray Leinster. Thanks to Galaxy, that wonderful science fiction magazine now in the stand. And next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow out of Galaxy science fiction magazine called The Stars Are the Sticks by Theodore Sturgeon. A tingling drama sure to send your imagination spinning out beyond the moon to the man-made planet called Curbstone, the rendezvous of tomorrow's adventurers. This is your host, O Mentor, and remember, we've got a date next week, our time.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were Lawson Zerbe as Haynes, Dick York as Jimmy. Raymond Edward Johnson was your host. Music composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Michael Sklar. Produced by ABC in association with George Foley and directed by Clark Andrews.
Do you lock the front door and check the windows before you go to sleep? Of course you do. Because all of us are naturally afraid of violence, murder. But imagine, if you can, a civilization wherein homicide has been eliminated by a mechanical device. No more shooting, no more strangulations, no more killings of any kind. That's the kind of civilization our descendants may enjoy in the next century. Sounds great, doesn't it? And yet the effect is murder. I think you'll see what I mean as we listen to a remarkable tale from Galaxy Magazine, a story called Watchbird.
Gelson speaking.
Gelson, this is John Monroe.
Yes, Chief?
It's happened, Fred. By George, it's finally come through.
What, you mean you got the go-ahead from Washington?
The green light, complete with trimmings. With consent of Congress, the President has ordered Watchbird divisions for every city and town in the country. He's given us top priority on strategic metals, manpower, and every kind of electronic equipment we'll need. Well, now, how does that sound to you?
Oh, great, Chief. Just great.
This is our chance, Gelson. A chance to strike a blow not just for Watchbird Incorporated, but for all humanity. Now, how soon can you get those assembly lines rolling?
We're all tooled up and ready to go. The first Watchbirds, Model X2, should be coming off the assembly lines within a week.
Good. Remember, Gelson, we're making history, so make the fur fly. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to call on me.
I'll do that, Chief. Goodbye. Hey, Mac, have you got a bottle of good whiskey stashed away in your desk?
Well, it so happens I have, but what's the occasion?
Washington just flashed us the okay, Mac. That crime-killing bird you designed will soon be in the air. It won't be long before the crime of murder is a thing of the past. That's how it seemed to me, Fred Gelson, Vice President in charge of production of Watchbird Incorporated, on the morning of March 26th in the year 2003. That's how it seemed to all of us. Hadn't Jed McIntyre, our chief engineer and one of the finest scientists in the country, testified before a special commission set up by the President of the United States?
To sum up, gentlemen, we have in the Watchbird a mechanical flying policeman capable of staying aloft for months at a time. The Watchbird's electronic brain is tuned to the peculiar brain waves thrown off by the potential murderer. With its tremendous speed, the Watchbird can reach the murderer before he puts his criminal impulse into action. And with its electrical immobilizer, the Watchbird can stop the act of violence before it takes place.
The commission had been impressed by McIntyre, and 1 month after we got our go-ahead, the Watchbirds were installed all over the country. On a given date, they were released simultaneously into the sky. We followed the bird assigned to our district by televiewer and radar. Over the city, the Watchbird soared, its aluminum hide glistening in the sun. Then something happened. The bird spun into a dive. Its electronic brain had picked up a murder wave from below. Built-in kinesthetics guided the Watchbird in the direction of the killer, a small man standing in an alley waiting for his victim. He didn't see that streak of aluminum lightning rushing toward him until it was too late. Before he could raise his gun to fire at the Watchbird, a bolt of man-made lightning knocked the gun from his hand. He scrambled for it, but before he could reach it, the Watchbird knocked him flat on his back. He lay there helpless, immobilized, with the bird hovering over him until the police arrived and took him away. The Watchbird had prevented its first murder. Headlines, of course, in all the newspapers. Photographs of the Watchbird in action. An interview with the would-be killer and another with John Monroe, who claimed that the millennium had arrived. Just about the only people in town who weren't hailing the advent of the Watchbird era were Jim Spinner, the chief of police, and Norma, my wife. Jim had come over to play chess that evening, but his mind wasn't on the game.
Huh? What did you say, Fred?
Said it's your move.
It is? I can't concentrate. I've been thinking of those blasted Watchbirds. Those things have got me worried.
Well, you saw the birds in action today, Jim. What is there to worry about?
That's it. I don't know.
Jim's right, Fred. There's something peculiar about mechanical birds flying around, knocking people down with electrical immobilizers.
People?
You mean killers, don't you, Norma? Now, don't be old-fashioned, dear.
Well, old-fashioned or not,
Say, there's a special Watchbird broadcast on right now. Switch on the set, will you, dear?
All right. You can laugh at me as much as you like, Fred, but I don't care for the idea of electronic gadgets taking the law into their own hands.
Isn't that just like a woman? Taking the law into their own hands. Those birds are our agents.
This is Washington. At this time, we have a report here, a roundup report from the first day of National Watchbird operation. And the news tonight is very good indeed. For the country as a whole, the rate of homicide has dropped 38%. In every case where watchbirds reached the criminal, the crime was prevented.
Wait, I want to hear this.
Turn it off. You'll get all that in the morning newspaper.
Pennsylvania,
You know, I
down
just thought what it is about the watchbirds that bothers me.
Yeah.
Ohio down.
Greg, this Wonderbird of yours has electronic learning circuits in addition to all the others, hasn't it?
That's right. The watchbirds are built to respond to certain stimuli and to carry out certain operations when they receive that stimuli.
And the learning circuits?
Yes, I'm coming to that. Only certain murderers give out these stimuli. Without learning circuits, the watchbird would only be 70% efficient. To stop all murders, the watchbird has to search out new definitions of murder and correlate them with what it already knows. See?
I see this much. You've given a mechanical device the power to think and learn. And I don't like it, Fred. I don't like it.
Complaints like Jim's were few and far between in the early days. How could you complain with the homicide rate going down 50% and more? It began to seem as though the boss's prediction about the millennium might come true. But then a flaw appeared. Jim Spinner phoned and asked me to meet him at the city morgue. What's up, Jim?
Plenty. I'll show you in a minute. You hear about that fellow Walker who tried to kill his wife this morning out in Sunnydale?
Did I? The afternoon papers are full of it. Watchbird did a great job in that case, Jim. Stopped that man dead in his tracks.
Dead is right. I want you to have a look at his body. Here we are.
Well?
Now look close, Fred. What do you suppose was the cause of death?
How should I know? Heart attack caused by fright?
No. The coroner tells me death was caused by electrocution.
What?
Walker was trying to strangle his wife when the watchbird appeared. But he wouldn't let go when the bird fired its first immobilizer charge at him, so the bird kept on shooting till he was dead.
I see.
You still think there's nothing to fear from this contraption of yours?
Well, look, Jim, it's pretty clear how this happened. The watchbirds are constructed to protect the victim of violence at whatever cost to the murderer. That bird was only following orders.
By taking the law into its own hands, by killing?
Well, that's unfortunate. But see here, suppose Walker had succeeded in killing his wife and was arrested for it. What would have happened to him?
He would have been electrocuted at the state prison.
Exactly, Jim, exactly. This way, the bird did the job for you. What's the difference?
The difference is this. When the state condemns a killer, it's only after due process of law. A jury of men decide, and after that, a man pulls the switch. But this way, it's inhuman.
Yeltsin speaking.
Fred, this is John Monroe. Come into my office, please.
I'll be right there, Chief.
Sit down, Gelson. Fred, I've called you and Mac in because we're up against a bit of a problem. These blasted watchbirds have gotten some peculiar ideas into their heads lately. Here, read this, Gelson.
There. National Association of Slaughterers and Meat Packers.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It has come to our attention by way of reports from member companies that watchbirds have been interfering recently with the orderly operation of their slaughterhouses. On numerous occasions, the birds have attacked workers slaughtering cattle, and in several other
That's the gist of it. The watchbirds won't let the slaughterhouse workers do their job. How do you account for that, McIntyre?
Sounds like the trouble is in the learning circuits. Look, Mr. Monroe, we provided the watchbirds with learning circuits to make them more efficient. Every day, their thinking centers correlate new facts that they've learned about murder. Now, apparently, they've come to the conclusion that slaughtering cattle is murder.
I think I've got the answer, Chief. We figured the watchbirds would think of murder as we do, but they don't think. They merely react to stimuli.
Is that right, Mac?
I'm afraid so, Chief. We should have defined murder very carefully and precisely when we installed the learning circuits. As it is, the birds are making their own definition.
Well, this is a fine time to discover it. Why didn't you think of it? Hello. Yes, speaking. Who? Oh, yes, indeed. How do you do, Mr. Monday? What's that? Say that again, sir? Well, that's impossible. Look here, sir. I'm in a conference right now. Can I call you back in half an hour, sir? Good. Yes, I'll certainly do that, sir. Goodbye. You know who that was, McIntyre? Mr. William Monday, head of the United States Department of Fisheries.
What did he want, Chief?
A flock of watchbirds gathered over Gloucester Harbor this morning. They won't let the fishing boats put out to sea.
Well, it stands to reason, Chief. A watchbird reason, anyway. That if slaughtering cattle is murder, why shouldn't commercial fishing be murder, too?
Oh, but this is ridiculous. It's insane. Monday is ready to blow his top. The biggest fishing port in the United States is tied up by those birds, and he wants to know what we're going to do about
Now,
it.
take it easy, Chief. It's nothing to get alarmed about. We'll just have to adjust the thinking circuits and make the watchbirds more discriminating.
And how long will that take?
Well, the birds operate independent of any central control, you know. They come back once a week for a repair checkup. We'll just have to adjust them one at a time.
One at a time? But what about the slaughterhouse people and the Gloucester fishermen and the United States government breathing down my neck? I promised to call Monday back in half an hour.
They'll all have to wait until the birds come in, Chief. Until then, there's not a blessed thing we can do about it.
Here are the latest developments on the watchbird situation. For the third straight day, rampaging watchbirds have kept the United States in a state of confusion and panic. In New York City, a crucial operation was interrupted by a watchbird which refused to permit the physicians to continue surgery. At the Pennsylvania State Prison, the electrocution of a condemned convict was halted by a watchbird which immobilized the executioner. After meeting this afternoon with the President of the United States, Mr. John Monroe of Watchbird Incorporated stated that...
Fred, I was listening to it.
I can tell you what Monroe said. I wrote the statement for him. We're proceeding with countermeasures as fast as we can. Though that'll help much.
But didn't you say McIntyre has worked out a limiting circuit?
Yes, but even so, we won't be able to do anything until the first of the watchbirds comes in for their weekly checkup on Friday. Oh, and I think how smug and cocky I was a month ago. Well, I've learned the lesson. The world was better off before those blasted birds were invented.
I'm afraid the whole country has learned a lesson. Fred, why don't you ask Mr. Monroe to ground the watchbirds permanently?
I did, but he won't hear of it. He says a minor adjustment of the circuits and everything will be fine.
Hold still, Fred.
Why?
There's a mouth on your shoulder. Oh, wait, I'll get a newspaper.
Hold it, Norman. Don't touch that newspaper.
I'll only be a second.
Now, never mind. There's a watchbird outside the window.
Oh, good heavens.
Now, sit down, dear. Sit down and get all thoughts of killing that moth out of your mind, and maybe that darn bird will go away. Yeah. Well, there it goes.
Oh, Fred, thank heaven.
Gotta be careful of those things around, Norma. Very careful. Hello?
Fred, this is Jim Spinner.
Hello, Jim. Well, go ahead and say it. You told me so, all right.
That's not what I called about. Have you heard the latest?
You mean that execution that was stopped at the Pennsylvania State Prison?
No. This just came over the teletype here at police headquarters. A man named Olson tried to park his automobile a half an hour ago in the center of town. He was about to switch off the engine when a watchbird hit him. He tried again, and the watchbird hit him again. This time for keeps. Fred? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Jim. What can I say? What was there to say? The Watchbird had reasoned perfectly, but not in human fashion. An automobile was a moving, functioning organism, therefore it was alive. To shut off the engine seemed to the Watchbird like killing it. Therefore, the right of an automobile engine to go on running must be protected, even if the driver died. It went on like that. Cars, trucks, buses, and planes were forsaken by their drivers. No one would dare start an engine for fear of the danger involved in stopping it. Farmers stopped plowing the fields because the Watchbirds had decided the earth was full of living organisms which had to be protected. The entire country was tied up. It was monstrous, madness, and nothing could be done about it. Something had to give.
Gelson?
Yes, Chief.
Well, you're going to have your way about the Watchbirds. Adjusting the learning circuits won't be enough. Tell the service boys to ground them permanently as they come in. That's orders from the White House.
On Friday morning, I got to the service center early. I wanted to be the first man there when the Watchbirds came in. But McIntyre was there before me, lying on the floor.
Fred, sure I'm glad you're here. Help me up.
Sure. You all right?
Oh, I think so. No bones broken anyway.
Well, what happened, Mac?
It was a Watchbird.
What?
It was waiting on the floor when I got here. So I went to work disconnecting the kinetic system from the thinking center. But before I could pull a single vital tube, the thing let go with a blast from its immobilizer and knocked me out.
And the bird?
When I came to, it was gone.
But why, Mac? I don't understand it. They don't have any sense of self-preservation.
They don't need any sense of self-preservation, Fred. They've got something just as good. Didn't the Watchbirds come to the conclusion that automobiles and so forth are living organisms, even though they are made of metal, because they run?
That's right.
That Watchbird must have applied the same logic to itself. It could fly. It even had a kind of a thinking brain. Therefore, it must be a living organism, compelled to protect itself from murder.
Well, what are we going to do?
Nothing. I don't think any more Watchbirds will come in for a checkup. And that bird will warn all the others to stay away. We might as well go home.
I'll hate to face my wife with this news.
Your wife, eh? We've got to face the entire country.
Where's McIntyre? By heaven, Gelson, where's McIntyre?
He was notified of the meeting, Chief. He should be here any minute.
Are you sure no birds came in for checkup? Are you absolutely certain?
Only the first one, Chief.
Oh, then we're licked. Mac, where have you been?
Trying to figure a way out of this thing.
Have you come up with anything? Do you have any suggestions?
Only one. Without repairs, the Watchbirds are bound to run down.
How long would that take?
Oh, about 6 months.
6 months? You call that a solution?
It's the only one I could think of, Chief.
Don't you realize the country's at a standstill? In 6 months, we'll have starvation here.
Uh-huh. Unless we can think of a way to bring them down sooner.
Some way to bring... That's the idea, Mac. Couldn't you design a super Watchbird that does everything the Watchbirds do and does it better? And couldn't you fix its thinking center so that it would hunt down the Watchbirds and destroy them?
A hunter Watchbird, eh? Yes, like a hawk.
That's the idea.
Chief, I think you've got something. Yes, sir, that sounds like a workable solution.
Work on it, Mac. Put the entire research and development staff to work on it. You've got to come up with something fast.
And that's how the Hawks were born. It took McIntyre less than a week to build the prototype of the Hawk. He showed it to us on the floor of the factory.
As you see, Mr. Monroe, the Hawk is more heavily armored than the Watchbird. By the use of new tubes, we've been able to increase its speed by 40%. Its immobilizer guns are designed to kill. And the Hawk's learning circuits are specially designed for hunting.
Splendid, McIntyre, splendid. Gelson, how soon can you get the Hawk into mass production?
I'm against it, Chief.
What?
The plan is no good.
Don't you think it'll work?
Oh, it'll work all right. But I'm afraid the cure will be worse than the disease. Haven't we learned yet? Don't you see, Mr. Monroe, we can't cure human problems by mechanization.
Mr. Gelson, I would enjoy hearing you philosophize, but unfortunately people are being killed. Crops are being ruined. Unless the watchbirds are stopped, the country faces famine.
Didn't we once say that murder had to be stopped? And look what that got us into. I tell you, Chief, this isn't the way.
Very well, Gelson. What would you suggest?
Let the watchbirds run down by themselves.
But that'll take 6 months.
Gelson, are you serious?
Let's face it. Admit we were wrong trying to cure human problems by mechanical means. These hawks are...
Ridiculous. Gelson, you've been working too hard. Maybe you ought to take a week off.
As you say, Chief.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't mean right now. We can't spare you until you put the hawks into production. The assembly lines must be rolling by the 1st of next week. Is that clear?
I'll do my best, Chief. 10 days later, the first batch of hawks were released. From the top of the tallest building in the city, I watched the first encounter between a hawk and a watchbird. The watchbird was soaring over the housetops, unaware of the hawk overhead. Suddenly, a power bolt from the hawk slammed into the watchbird's wing. The watchbird was hurt, but it fought back. It had time to fire one bolt at the hawk, a bolt that bounced harmlessly off the hawk's heavily insulated body. And then the hawk zeroed on the watchbird and hit it with the full force of its firepower.
Turning now to the watchbird plague, the news today is favorable. To date, the hawks have destroyed 4,023 watchbirds, leaving only 780 to go. Here is a special report just handed to me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrible. In Boston, Massachusetts, a hawk went berserk this evening, killing 47 people. The toll of death might have been far larger.
Hello? No, I don't want to speak to him. Look, Miss Evans, I don't want to talk to anybody. Just say you can't locate me.
Who's that, Chief?
Washington Justice Department. This is incredible. Isn't there anything you can think of, McIntyre?
I don't know what to say, Chief. More than 1,000 people killed so far this week.
Maybe another bird, something that would hunt down the hawks.
Your next gadget would have to be even more self-sufficient and murderous. Haven't you learned yet, Chief?
You're right, Gilson, you're right. But why? How did this happen?
It's simple. The hawk is a murder machine with improved learning circuits. But all it learns is more and better ways to kill. Since the hawk has to kill and all the watchbirds have been wiped out, the hawks have turned their attention to human beings.
Heaven help us.
This is what comes of giving a machine the job that was our responsibility in the first place.
Fred, is that you?
Yes, dear.
Oh, dear, I'm so relieved that you got home safe. With those terrifying hawks up there in the sky.
I know, dear. Anyone hurt in the neighborhood?
Fred, Mrs. Matthews was almost killed.
No.
Yes, she just stepped out the front door when a hawk dived at her. She got back into the house and slammed the door just in the nick of time.
Well, she was lucky.
Lucky? Oh, you bet she was. Fred, we aren't going to have much for dinner tonight.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
I was afraid to go shopping. I'm afraid to leave the house.
I don't blame you.
Well, we can have
Wait a minute,
scrambled
Mama.
eggs and...
Wait a minute. You've given me an idea. Hold everything.
What sort of an idea? Fred, who are you phoning?
McIntyre.
Hello?
Mac, this is Fred Gelson.
Oh, hello, Fred. Glad to see you got home okay.
Well, that's what I'm calling you about. Now, Mac, listen. Those hawks are constructed to kill. They've got to kill. Now, isn't that right?
Right.
Now, what would happen if they couldn't find anything to kill? No human beings, livestock, horses, anything like that.
Well, they turn to killing each other, I guess.
That's my idea, Mac.
What's that?
If the entire country were to stay at home behind locked doors and shuttered windows for a couple of days, we could get rid of this plague. The hawks would exterminate each other.
Well, yes, I think they probably would. But getting 200 million people to stay at home, how could that be arranged?
Easily, Mac. By presidential proclamation.
Proclamation issued by the White House today reads as follows. By the authority vested in me, I, the President of the United States, call on all residents of the United States to remain indoors during the 3 days commencing at sunrise August 10th and ending at sunrise August 13th. During this period, no one is to leave his home for any reason.
night of August 9th, Monroe, McIntyre, and I slept at the factory. Like everyone else in the country, we'd prepared enough food to last 3 days. On the morning of August 10th, the life of the country came to a standstill. All city streets were deserted. And in the countryside, all livestock was safe in the barns. We were at the teleset in Mr. Monroe's office, waiting to see what the Hawks would do when they discovered that their potential victims had disappeared.
Monroe, Fred, look at the vid screen.
What is it, Mac? By heaven, those Hawks are in a fight.
I'll say they are. They're hitting each other with everything they've got. They can't last long at that rate, Mac.
No, I don't think they can. Look, Fred, one of them must have been hitting a vital spot. Yes, there he goes. He's going down.
For 3 days and nights, there was war in the sky. War without mercy as Hawks destroyed each other. The sky was full of man-made lightning as Hawks dueled and shot each other down. On the morning of the fourth day, when people emerged from their homes, the landscape was littered with aluminum shells and fire-blackened tubes and wires. But the skies were clear, not a hawk in sight. We had saved ourselves from ourselves.
That's it. Watchbird by Robert Sheckley, thanks to wonderful Galaxy magazine, now on the stands. Next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow out of Galaxy magazine called Inside Earth by Paul Anderson. The story of an interplanetary agent provocateur whose job was to stop rebellion by starting a revolution. This is your host, O Mentor. Until next week, then, be kind to all birds.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were Leon Janney as Gelson, George Kluge as Monroe. Others in the cast were Mary Michael, John Raby, and Gerald Keane. Special sound effects by Ed Blaney and Bob Prescott. Technical supervision by Joe Durante. Your host, Omater, was Raymond Edward Johnson. Music composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Michael Sklar. Produced by ABC in association with George Foley and directed by Warren Somerville.
Until they happen. Tales of Tomorrow. Story number 11. Martians Never Die by Lucius Daniel. This is your host, Mentor, saying hello for ABC. What is the ideal bodyguard? The most ferocious looking, the most efficient killer, or the most devoted? On Earth, you might find a combination of all three, but he'd never be as effective in the long run as the curious creature which came back from Mars with Dr. Clyde Curtis in the year 2512. We could very soon sense the unique qualities of this pet, one Shustle by name. The inspiration for a story in Galaxy magazine called Martians Never Die. The building is of massive stone and completely circular. There is an inner room, a barren circle with unbroken walls, 3 feet in diameter, and entirely open to the sky at the top. The only access to it from the ground level is a door of steel 4 inches thick with a series of small holes drilled through the top. The outer room is a narrow passageway which completely encircles the inner chamber. There are no windows, no furnishings.
the wall broken only by another door that leads to the street. A fluorescent tube gives it cold light in the narrow space between the two doors, and under it stands Hal Stern and Faye Curtis. She looks beautiful, he chunky and affluent, and they're both nervous.
I'm frightened, Hal.
No need of it.
Yes, I suppose Clyde Curtis comes back.
He hasn't come back the last 4 years, and there's no reason to think he'll come back this time. I wouldn't throw this grim place if you hadn't...
Don't, Hal.
Well, why can't you forget Clyde completely?
You can't expect me to. Not until I feel absolutely certain that he won't return.
Martian himself. If I don't get back from Mars by the second year, he said, I'll probably never make it.
Well, it's a little thing to ask. To wait for 15 minutes once a year.
It's a lot to ask, considering the way I feel about you. Now, let's have an end to this nonsense. Let's have him declared legally dead, and then we can get married. Who are you?
I'm from the Telegram.
So, they're sending cub reporters now.
I'm no cub. I've been with them a whole year.
You're a little early. Wait outside.
Well, what time is he supposed to come back?
At 3:44 and 29 seconds, if he comes.
How can you spot the exact second that way?
Because that's the time when the solar currents are the most favorable.
Once a year, huh?
Yes, that's right.
You're Mrs. Curtis, aren't you?
I am.
Hey, you know the principle on which Dr. Curtis got to Mars? I mean, it sounds like fourth-dimensional stuff to me.
Well, it's not fourth-dimensional, and I'm afraid it's too complicated to explain.
Hey, didn't you get a little sore? Doctor taking off for another planet that way and leaving you behind?
That's an impertinent question if I ever heard one.
Hey, you're Mr. Stern, aren't you?
I am.
And you helped Dr. Curtis finance this Mars project, huh?
I have been his friend and financial advisor for many years, yes.
Is that all?
What do you mean by that?
Skip it. Hey, where does that other door go to?
To the projection room.
Could I take a look inside?
A diesel tractor couldn't pull that door open.
Well, how did the doc get out if he does come back?
It opens by pneumatic pressure. The sphere will come into the projection chamber at tremendous speed. Air compression will open the door and act as a cushion for the sphere at the same time.
I guess those little holes at the top of the door are part of the system, huh?
Yes, the air will come through those holes with a whistling sound.
Give you a little warning, huh?
That sounds very much like an insinuation that I don't...
Please,
Hey, what's that noise?
Oh!
The air pressure.
He is back!
Oh, brother, I get a break!
There they stand, all three faces, and with fascination as the heavy steel door is slowly and noiselessly forced open. The cub reporter is aglow with his good fortune of stumbling into a major story. The lady contemplates her husband she had never expected to see again because Mr. Stern is our man. For reasons of his own, Mr. Stern has not wanted Dr. Curtis to reappear, and the fascination on his face is mixed with other emotions. He is saying to himself,
"It can't make any difference. It's Martian."
Steel door stands wide now. The rush of compressed air is receding. The gray hull of the sphere is sinking slowly into view. Comes to rest on the floor of the projection chamber. And the curved hat swings outward directly behind the steel door. It's the moment when Dr. Curtis should appear, but there is no immediate sign of him. There is only this creature slithering through the hat.
Oh, what is it?
I'll move back, Faye. What if it jumps?
It's a Martian. It must be a Martian.
Look at Clyde. Something happened to
Oh,
him.
no. No, it's not. I mean, look. There's Dr. Curtis behind us.
Clyde! Clyde!
Hey, look out for the thing.
Kind of
Look out!
All right, it's all right, Doctor. It's all right. Behaves like a dog.
Where have you been, darling? Why did you stay so long?
Later, Faye. We'll talk about it later.
Are you ill?
No, but I must rest. Take me home.
How about a word for the press, Doctor? Can you tell me about that thing?
I'll have a good many words for the press done later.
Oh, not even a statement?
Don't worry. I'll see that you're given due credit for your patience.
Have you, got a word for an old friend, Clyde?
Oh, hello, Hal. Hello.
If you move that beast out of the way, I'd like to shake hands.
The shopper won't bother you. He'll never bother any friend of mine. I must get home, though. Please stay. Help me to the car. Light has already formed between Stern and the beast. Capital has been steadily eyeing the old friend and financial advisor. Stern's scalp developed a chronic tingling sensation. There's a strong leather odor as the creature brushes past Stern and galumps to the door. The thing is built in the manner of a frog, except it stands 5 feet high while squatting on its powerful haunches. The feet are different, too. These feathered cups like those of an octopus. Stern is filled with loathing as he follows its grotesque form through the door. Imagine his state of mind as he finds himself sharing the rear seat of the car with it. Things grew worse for Stern as they arrived at Curtis' home. Faye appears not to notice him at all. Her attention is entirely centered on Clyde.
Faye. Please don't bother me now, Hal. I'm fixing some soup for Clyde.
So hang the soup. Listen to me. We've got to find time for a little private discussion.
About what?
About us, of course. About what we have to do now that Clyde is back.
What we have to do is take care of him. He's sick and nuisance.
Well, so do I.
I'm sorry, Hal. That's the way it is.
Suppose I just tell him the way things have been between us.
Well, I think that Clyde would understand.
You don't know Clyde.
Oh, please, Hal. I will stay with him and look after him as long as he wants me. You can handle the situation according to your own standards.
You bet I will.
Meanwhile, you might cooperate until Dr. Anderson gets here and we find out how sick he really is. You certainly couldn't think of bothering him now.
Well, the lady is leaving Mr. Stern's flat. He's smoldering. Oh, one hardly feels sympathy for him. He's old enough to know that even Lloyds of London will not ensure the affections of a woman. But now he turns quite naturally, if you like, to thoughts of mayhem. If Clyde lacked the common courtesy to get lost in the void, then he, Mr. Stern, will have to put him out of the way. This will have to be done before Clyde gets around to revoking the power of attorney he has thoughtfully delegated to his old friend. So, the decision is made and immediately becomes irrevocable in Mr. Stern's mind. It is only a question of how. With what a splendid sense of determination can a man will himself to destruction. Mr. Stern felt in the kitchen for a time, but he is attracted back to the living room by a strong clamor and finds himself facing the awesome consequence of fame, public attention. The press and the curious ones have beaten a path to the door of the man who not only got to Mars, but made it back. If Dr. Kidd is right to depend on rest and quiet, he will have a little chance to live.
Hal, will you please take care of those people at the door? It's impossible to hear yourself think.
I don't think there are more than 250. So I take a chair and drive them away.
At least make them stop pounding on the door. Why must people be so inhuman?
I'll do what I can.
Will they go away?
No, I don't think so. Clyde is new.
All right, then I'm going to call the police.
The police won't drive away the press.
Oh, can't they stop that? Clyde is so weak he can hardly take this seat.
Open there. Dr. Anderson.
Thank heaven. Let him in, Hal, quickly.
It would help if you calmed your own nerves a little.
Come, Stern. Take out the chain, folks.
Just making sure you're not a reporter, Doctor.
Now, where's Clyde?
He's over there in his chair, Dr. Anderson. I'm afraid he'll have to be taken to a hospital.
No hospital.
Why not?
This condition is only temporary.
How do you know? Are you an MD? Hey, open this shirt all the way. I'll get my stethoscope out. What have you done to yourself to get in this condition, Clyde? See here. Get it out of my way.
It's all right, Chuck. It's all right. Dr. Anderson is a friend.
Well behaved, even if it does look a fright. Well, here now, let's listen to the pump.
I think this is shown, Doctor, the difference in gravity between Mars and Earth tonight. And that awful crowd outside. They're coming through the cracks in the floor.
Be quiet.
Tell you, there's nothing wrong, Andy. The Latinase told me exactly what to expect and what to do.
Latinase, never heard of them.
They're the intelligent race on Mars. Quite similar to men, but smaller.
What is this thing with the Martians?
Oh, Shepard and his breed are used as tests.
There we are. These Latinase, any doctors among them?
They're incredibly advanced in ways we'd never suspect. They told me I'd feel this way, and that rest would be the only cure.
Why aren't you in bed, then?
Rest, I said, not collapse. Matter of fact, I should be taking a little walk soon.
Nothing seriously wrong. I'll leave some pills. But say, he doesn't take more than one every 3 hours.
Are they powerful?
Yes, quite powerful. They'll have him back to normal in a couple of days. Call me if I'm wrong.
I'll let you out, Doctor.
Are you staying here, Stern?
Yes, and don't worry. We'll see Clyde get plenty of attention.
You better support him if he's set on taking that stroll. Right now, that heart is working pretty hard.
I'll walk around and back and let him sit by the ravine.
Things are progressing nicely for Mr. Stern. Dr. Anderson has unknowingly provided the method for murder. The police arrive and inform all that they are quarantined until health inspectors have examined Dr. Curtis. Thus, no interruption. The crowd continue to mill about in the street, maintaining an air of confusion. There remains only Shepard, and that creature must be disposed of before Stern can deal with its master. Mr. Stern concentrates on the problem and examines the monster carefully. Now, how would it defend itself? It has no teeth, and therefore no bite. A creature of his size would hardly be equipped with a sting. Its haunches and arms look powerful, and the suction cups on its fingers would make a grip difficult to break. On the other hand, it must have a thin skull, adjusted to the slight atmospheric pressure of Mars. The beast returns his stare malevolently and inches closer to his master, Dr. Curtis. It is somehow aware of Stern's intent. Curtis dozes in his chair, and Stern waits for him to waken. Waits until after dark.
You're awake, Clyde.
Yes, I think so. What am I? Curious. I feel as though I've been in a trance.
That's the way you look.
What time is it?
Beyond 8.
Oh, I must move about. The matinee told me to move about, or I'd have trouble with my legs.
I'll help you. If your beast will let me.
Shepard, let him support me.
Yeah. Certainly keeps a close watch on you.
Amazing creature in many ways. I'll just lean on your shoulder, Hal.
Get out of your blanket? What? Are you sure it's all right to move around?
It's necessary, my dear.
Well, where are you going?
Out to the garden. Is that all right, Clyde? Well, it is, but it's cool out there, and your old bench is still at the edge of the ravine.
It'll be pleasant to sit there again and contemplate the stars. Are the stars out?
I think so.
All right, then, darling, go ahead. I'm just fixing something for Hal and me to eat.
I'm about ready for a little food. Don't let anything stop you, Faye.
Stars are uncovered. Perfectly clear sky. Dr. Curtis moves slowly to his bench by the ravine and looks up as though in meditation. Mr. Stern continues to stand facing him, and the beast carefully takes up a position between its master and the yawning ravine falling abruptly away into the night. Shuffle fixes an adoring gaze on Dr. Critters in swift motion. Even his stern moves nervously about.
Why'd you stay on Mars so long, Clyde?
I wanted to learn as much as I could. I found out that their civilization is advanced at least 1,000 years beyond our own. And there's no violence of any kind. Crime is unknown.
How can that be possible?
The psychopathic criminal is treated for his disease. And there is no poverty to create crime in general. As for the power seekers, there is no power to seek since the government is not governed. And they don't even have money. Their needs are produced in abundance. An individual merely presents a service card to take all he requires.
You mean to say that nobody on Mars ever gets cleaned up and throttled his wife?
It might happen. But the one who's killed dies only in body. His mind and spirit will be transmigrated into the body of the attacker, and the criminal is transformed into his own victim.
That you'll never have people believing unless you're able to show how it's done and give demonstrations.
Unfortunately, I can't do that. The Latinos were free with their explanations, but they were beyond me. Don't ask me to talk anymore, Hal. Making me very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Clyde. Well, you rest up a little. I'll just move around for a while and soak up the bleed.
Dr. Curtis is slumping back in his seat almost gracefully. And in a moment, he is staring fixedly at the stars. Shuffle is apparently filled with anxiety for his master and watches him even more intently. Mr. Stern is pleased to note that nothing he does seems distracting to the beast. After walking about the terrace for a bit, he moves close to Shuffle. The creature pays him no heed. Mr. Stern picks up a rock and tosses it into the ravine. The creature is unmoved. Mr. Stern picks up another rock, a larger one, and again makes as though to throw it into the ravine, but he suddenly reverses his motion and brings it down clutchingly on the back of the creature's head. Shuffle makes no sound, and a slight twist topples the creature backward into the ravine. The contribution appears to have fallen over the edge, and besides, the law can't punish a man for killing a non-human. Quite satisfied with himself, Mr. Stern leaves Dr. Curtis and his friends and strolls to find Fay in the kitchen.
Oh, Hal, you didn't leave Clyde out there by himself.
Shuffle sitting between him and the ravine, Clyde snoozing again.
Oh, all right. I'm just getting a light supper here. It's nearly ready.
I've been talking with Clyde about Mars.
Does it sound like a nice place to visit?
Yes, sounds like utopia. Clyde's fascinated with it.
Oh, I'm sure all about it. When you're feeling better.
I wouldn't be surprised he'll go back after a while.
What?
No, I can't blame the guy if he found the perfect place to live.
Oh? Was there any mention of taking me along?
No, you didn't come into the conversation at all.
Hal, you're not just making this up.
A lot of good that would do me if he didn't actually get up and go.
Oh. If he is thinking of returning, he must have been in the Earth for 5 years.
Look, Fay, I understand how you feel about a man like Clyde. He's pretty phenomenal compared with me, and, well, I've talked myself into being a good loser, so will you remember that I'm always available?
I'll keep it very clearly in mind. Along with this idea of a return trip, which is apparently circulating in Clyde's head.
Well, that's all I ask.
The honest steady now. Are you sure that Clyde is all right out there?
You needn't worry about anything happening to him with that Shuffle standing guard. Oh.
What's the matter? Did you cut yourself?
I must have put my finger on a thorn. Seems like fury.
Oh, well, you'll find something in Clyde's laboratory. But please hurry, or the arm will be...
Oh, never mind. The sting isn't going to kill me. Let's see.
Now the stage is completely set. Our Mr. Stern is reminding himself not to become overconfident. But progress is progress, and he can't help an inward snicker at the way things are going. Shuffle, lately deceased, lies at the bottom of the ravine. Clyde has been planted in, say, by Stern, and the overdose of heart stimulant he will administer to his old friend and the jigger of brandy will do the rest. You see, the sting in Stern's fingers given him a moment's worry because it did not come from any rose bush, but he had started at the moment he put Chapel into the ravine. Oh, the monster must have caught its finger for a fraction of a second with one of its suction cups. So Stern is now guilty self-made for taking a tough spot of the attacked omelet with relish. Their supper out of the way, he and Fay helped Dr. Curtis back to his chair in the living room. Stern's arm is around Clyde's shoulder, and he actually feels a surge of warmth towards his old friend. Warmth and pity. Because what has to be done must be done. Stern eases the doctor into the chair with a fond smile and a thoroughly affectionate pat on the shoulder. He then stands back to appraise the sick man's effort.
Well, you certainly don't look any worse. Don't you sleep, eh?
If only I didn't feel so weak.
Oh, something I completely forgot.
The doctor do have?
Dr. Landis told me when he was leaving Clyde, he's supposed to have a little brandy in between those pills.
No, I think not.
Oh, but darling, if your own physician orders it.
Think of it, man. You haven't had a shot of your favorite brand for 5 years, and here you're ordered to take it.
Oh, very well.
Yes, I'll fix it. It was the bottle of cabinet here.
You seem to know your way around the house quite well, Hal.
Oh, I had to stop around occasionally to keep an eye on your wife, you know, and she made me mix my own drink.
I think I would have given you up for lost if it hadn't been for Hal, darling.
I'm deeply grateful to both of you for waiting me out. I fully expected to have Chapel as the only friend left to me.
Oh, you make a much more lasting impression than that.
By the way, where is Chapel?
Now, didn't the thing get in with us?
Well, probably not.
I'll look in the garden.
Last I saw it was sitting beside you with his back to the ravine.
You don't suppose it could have slipped over the edge?
Take your brandy, old friend.
I'll put it on the table here, Carl.
Fine. Gonna join you if you don't mind.
You're welcome to all you want.
Why? Where did somebody stop in the garden?
Well, he must have toppled over the edge.
Yes. The only thing that would keep him away from me. Would you mind, Hal, taking a light out there and having a look in the ravine?
Oh, no, not now. I don't want to leave you.
You don't want to leave?
No, let's stick around and see if nothing happens to my old friend.
Well, you didn't look at that dandy bottle.
That's first today is happening.
Well, is there anything wrong? Did you feel all right?
Oh, they're perfectly wonderful, except
what?
Except that old prick in my finger.
Oh, it might be infected. You better let me know.
No, it's nothing.
Oh, it is infected. The whole hand's infected.
Let me see, Hal.
Nothing, I tell you, Clyde. Never give me a moment's thought, understand?
Oh, Chapel. Who would come back with me?
You forget about Chapel. Old Hal, so nothing ever happens to you. Old Chapel is dead.
Martians never die.
What do you mean by that, Clyde?
How do you feel now?
Numb down the side of me.
That long doesn't stand hand. I'm going to call Dr. Anderson.
I don't believe Dr. Anderson can help me. Hal, listen to me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Hal,
how do you feel toward me?
Most noble, great man, like to slip the feet.
Clyde! The benevolent! He's actually starting at your feet there as Shasta did.
So, you killed Chapel, Hal.
Clyde, will you tell me what's happening to Hal? Look at him!
It's no longer Hal, my dear, but Chapel in Hal's form. I went as far as to tell him straight out that a murdered Martian never really dies. No, not even their animals.
There's this all, Mr. Stern. Well, don't feel sad about him. He brought it on himself. And besides, he was never happier than now, sitting at the feet of his master, adoring the great man, ready to sacrifice his own life to keep his beloved friend from harm. But our tale ends quite cheerfully, after all. Goodbye. this, Martians Never Die by Lucas Daniels, thanks to Galaxy magazine, now on the stand. Next week, another Tale of Tomorrow out of Galaxy magazine called The Girls from Earth by Frank M. Robinson, in which is dramatized the unique adventures of a pair of earthbound lovers who seek romance and find it somewhere beyond the planet. So this is your host, Omentor, saying, until next week, then, don't stray too far from the phone, girls. You know, there might be such a thing as an interplanetary phone call. Good night.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were Leslie Wood, Leon Janney, George Petrie, Lynn Cook, and your host or mentor, Raymond Edward Johnson. Special effects by Ed Blaney and Bob Prescott, engineer, Joe Durante. Music composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Don Whitty. Production and direction by Warren Somerville.
Tales of Tomorrow. Tales beyond human imagination. Until they happen. Tales of Tomorrow, story number 11. The Girls from Earth by Frank M. Robinson. This is your host, Omentor, saying hello for ABC. The year is 2906. Expanding space travel had sent colonists to every solar system within reach, and as soon as facilities became available, there'd be more planets opened up. But, and it was quite a but, Earth faced a problem. This colonization of the universe had taken too many men from Earth. Here on Earth, there were 10 women to every 3 men. Well, that's no problem. Oh, ask your neighbor, the one with 2 daughters, what a problem it is. Well, it was that ratio, 10 to 3, which makes our Tales of Tomorrow inspired by a wonderful Galaxy magazine and called The Girls from Earth. Carl Allen and Joseph Hill worked together on Mid-Planet in the Hopper solar system. They hoped someday soon to be partners in the sawmill. But at the moment, they didn't look very much like future tycoons. Actually, they were knee-deep in the mud of the Kalamazoo River, hauling on a line attached to a raft of parampa logs. Not very happy about it either. Yank on it, Joe. Come on. 1, 2, 3, pull! Look out! Snap that line and 2 weeks' work in the jungle will go floating downstream.
Floating? Are you kidding? That raft is stuck and stuck good. Oh, come on. I'm sick of this. I'm going to harness up those limbs and work out of the stupid beast.
You do that and they'll be so tired we'll have nothing to ride to Landing City.
So what?
You forget the ship is coming in from Earth today?
The ship? That's right.
And in just 2 hours, you want to be late?
And lose our chances? Oh, nothing doing. Boy, oh, boy. Dave from Earth.
Hey, Carl, come over here. Huh? What for? This ain't the way to the spaceport.
I know, but look. There it is.
Huh?
I wanted to see it again before they take it down.
Oh, stop it, Joey. What's a poster, a picture? For all you know, the dame with number 53 maybe don't look no more like that than I do.
And the one with number 54?
Who knows? All I hope is she likes the garden. Nothing. Hey, look! So look up there! Due north. See the tail?
That's rocket fire, all right. They're coming.
They're getting set. Raising the firewall from the spaceport.
That's to clear the field. Oh, hey, am I a dope? Getting all excited over a game who's nothing but a number to me so far.
Well, maybe not, Joey. Maybe not. I'm kind of excited myself. All I'm thinking is, here comes 54.
Yeah, and me, here comes
The boys on mid-planet in the Hubble solar system stood behind the firewalls at the old spaceport in Landing City and watched the twinkling little flame on which their girls from Earth were riding. I remember the ratio on Earth was 10 women to 3 men. A whole generation of frustrated females. Results, blue laws, green laws, black laws, all kinds of rules against all kinds of things. So the powers that be decided something had to be done, and that something turned out to be the colonization of the outer solar system by females as well as males. And if the sales talk didn't work efficiently, we might see other means of inducing the ladies to take a fling among the stars. Now take Phyllis Hanson. 30th, not even good looking. An efficient worker, blonde lights and her dark brown hair. Definitely not a glamour girl, but a darn nice kid.
I'm sick of it. Sick and tired of it. So it's a bootleg book because it's a love story. And that poster in the mail. But it is nice to look at. He is a good-looking boy. Let's see. Come to the colony. Cats of romance. Find your love among the stars. Write for information to... Why not? Why not? Oh, where's my pen? Dear sir, I am a young woman, personable, and alone. I am willing to try the stars.
But Ruby Johnson was a bird of a different feather. She knew her way around that one. Only there wasn't really any place to go or anyone to go with. So she looked at her idle thing about idleness and mischief. Well, sure, it's as true here in 2,906 as it was in 1,906. Ruby was the first. The judge said, you have your choice, Miss Johnson. 10 years or sign up for colonization.
10 years? For shoplifting? Oh, for the love of Mike, I'll be a hag by the time I get out. Hey, wait a minute. There are men out in the colonies, huh? Well, can't be any worse than 10 years in the calaboose. Thanks for the choice, Judge. Oh, honey, Your Honor, I'll take the colony. Thanks.
Well, in any case, pretty Phyllis and roguish Ruby, their luggage in their hands, stood together in the echoing shed of the transfer center.
Attention all.
All right already, we're listening.
You ladies are now awaiting transfer to the planets of your choice.
Hey, listen to him talk.
Concerning the conditions under which this great opportunity is being given you, ladies, when you board your spaceship, you will receive a number. This number will correspond to that of a man.
I like this, I think.
This group of transferees is bound for the Hubble solar system, a group of 3 planets circling a small star on the outer edge of galaxy number 5. We will now provide you with information concerning the 3 planets.
Hey, we're practically free. Practically. The planet for 10 years. Oh, brother.
The planet called Sunside is nearest the Hubble sun. Warm, humid climate, fishing, flower growing for export, mining, natural handicrafts. Population 7 males to each female. All types and admixtures.
Flower growing? I don't know. So how about you, Kitsy? I don't know. What's your name, anyway? I'm Phyllis Hanson.
Next, mid-planet. Second planet out. Temperate climate. Farm. Fur traffic. Lumber. Slight manufacturing. Population 7 to 1.
Hey, you get that 7 to 1 deal, sis? Yeah. Yeah, I've been noticing. Let me pick you up for. Pick me up. Oh, Oh, no, I volunteer. Oh, for the love of...
Newman's body. Third and last planet out from the system sun. Subarctic temperature. All living quarters underground, where temperate climate is maintained. Principal industry, uranium mining. Population, 16 to 1. That is all. Take your places, please.
So what do you think, kid? Well, I know I don't want to hold one. 16 to 1. Not bad. Not enough competition. Not enough. I'm just kidding. I'm from mid-planet, I guess. Okay, then. Me too. Grab your bag, honey. Huh? We're both going to mid-planet.
Attention, ladies. You will proceed to loading ramp number 7. You will strap yourselves to the acceleration couches assigned by the stewards and await takeoff. That is all.
All of them turned and filed through the echoing shed to ramp 7. They climbed aboard the huge ship, obeyed instructions to the letter. Phyllis found herself next to Ruby Johnson.
Hey, what's that? They're setting the rockets. It won't be long now. Oh, look outside. You can see the fire walls are up. I always been on the outside of those walls. And what's it like in here? We'll know soon enough. We asked for this. And a space flight. Well, I could never afford it if I had to pay for it myself. It's not a bad price. First time I ever strapped myself down, though. Oh, well, this one isn't exactly for sleeping. I understand we'll black out for a while. I'm not so sure I'd like that. Oh, it's nothing. I remember my grandfather telling me how his grandfather told him that when he was a little boy, he used to make believe all this. And here we are. Yeah, here we are. Say, you never told me your name. Oh, Ruby Johnson. Hi. Are you looking for a man, too? Well, a man's better than 10 years. Even a permanent man. I don't understand. Honey, I got picked up for shoplifting. The judge said 10 years of the planet. Well, I took the planet snatch. Wait, can you imagine? 10 years for shoplifting. Did you have a record? Couple of suspended sentences, that's all. I never kept any of the stuff, you understand. I just did it for excitement. Like my friend Susie. She used to go and talk to a man. Any man. For excitement? Uh-huh.
Stand by for takeoff.
Yeah.
Stand by for takeoff.
Here we go. It's that man again. Hold tight. Here come the stars.
The acceleration blacked them out, of course, but not before Phyllis had seen the sheets of flame rolling away from the base of the rocket. Ruby didn't see them. Her eyes were shut tightly as she gripped the sides of her couch, waiting for the blackout to sweep over her. But once the ship was freely in space, its trajectory set for mid-planet, and the artificial gravity lending weight to the women, life became almost normal. And it remained normal until 60 odd ladies all lined up for the long, the short, the stout, the thin, the medium, solemnly picked a number from the bowl and opened the precious treasured thing.
Oh, you'll be handsome. I know you'll be handsome. Number 53, I just love you. I'll snap out of it, Ruby. You can't know until you see him. Oh, Phyllis, you're always so practical. Well, we better be. Number 53 could be raw-boned and unshaven and even dirty. I don't care. Somewhere on mid-planet, there's a boy with my number. A boy? I'm not so old. Hey, what's your number, honey, huh? 54. We're neighbors. Who knows? I assume they do numbers on mid-planet, too. We'll see each other, won't we? If we can. Well, it may not be love, but at least it'll be in a man's world. But Phyllis, what do you do in a man's world? Behave like a lady and make it a woman's world.
The ship came down easily, braking with its landing jet, settling slowly with its round jerk behind the firewalls of the spaceport. Out of the sides of the ship came a self-contained gangway. But that was about all that was self-contained at the spaceport once the firewalls sank back into the ground. Oh, boy, they're here! And how? Only a minute now.
53. Now, where's my number 53?
There's the first.
That's strong, you gas me. Look at the next one. Except for the skinny one, eh, Charlie? Yeah, that's 54. No, that's 47. Catch the numbers on the pad. See?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I get it. Hold it, Joey. There's 54.
Look, Gee, beautiful.
Hey, and 53's right behind her.
Come on, Carl. Did you ever see anything so terrific in your life? Hey, 53. Hey, beautiful. Hey, wait for me. Excuse me. You're 53.
So are you?
Yeah. My name's Joe.
Mine's Ruby.
Joe, here's mine. Name's Phyllis. Phyllis, my partner, Joe Hill.
How do you do, Mr. Miller?
Yeah. Hi. This is...
Oh, we know each other, don't we, Ruby? We've been over in the old world together.
Well, great. Well, then we're all friends.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Nice. It's terrific. Ruby, wait till you see the place we picked out for our family. You like family?
I don't know. I still love your beard.
You love me? Oh, Carl, you old bum. You were right. You know when he said, what, Ruby? He said that we shouldn't ought to shave on account of we might give the wrong impression. And now, you love my beard.
Oh, yes, Joey. Yes.
Ruby loves your beard. Although she knew less than nothing about sawmills. Phyllis, her mind made up to the inevitable, was intrigued by Carl with his native good looks and the trouble of his unshaven cheeks. The two couples, reporters to the local justice of the peace, known on this planet as the overseer of order. They signed papers, agreed to honor each other until death should them part, and then off to the Caribou River. The beginning of an idyllic existence, then? Well, maybe, if you like trees. That is, trees and lumps, and mud, and lots of other things. After a week or so in the cabins on the banks of the Caribou, the girls analyzed their sorry situation.
Hi, Phil. What, he's busy again? Hi, Ruby. Yeah. Again. I told Joey. I said, I love your beard, but you better get a laundry service if we can't have no automatic washer. On account of hand laundry, I don't do. Well, I could stand a little grayness. Or even a mud stain or two. But the stuff in the parental lodge is the careful right. You gotcha, get it? There. Practical thing. Oh, can I help your hand? Expose or myself? Uh-oh. That is all that, huh, baby? Oh, I couldn't beat my suppose. I came to my own free will. You had to, Ruby, and... here I am, tied to the guy who thinks 2 million to make up for a wash-up, for ampersat, Caribou mud, no plumbing, and... something that flies like a mosquito, sounds like a mosquito, and bites like a tarantula. You don't like it here. I don't... Can't say I do, old dog. You? Well, Joey thought it sweet. You know, having a man to task between logging trips is kind of nice. Well, the cabin roof leaks, the beds are terrible, the laundry is worse, the stove won't work, but it's better than jail. Oh, well, we're here and we're stuck with it. Give me a hand with the wash, will you, Ruby? Sure. Hey, hand me one of those things, will you? Okay. And we were going to take over a man's world. With what, hon? Watchbird for weapons? Know something, Ruby? That's been done before.
The girls weren't happy. You might find more satisfaction than that. Maybe. So a great planet, Phyllis. No question about it.
Do you like it here?
You bet. Man can grow. And give him a little wife under the twin moons. That's all he needs to be happy.
What's that?
Oh, mid-planet thunder. Rainy season.
Rainy season? What have we been having? And anyway, the moons are out.
This drizzly business is pretty usual. And here the moons are so big and bright, they stay out right through the thunderstorm.
How sweet.
Let's go. Nothing.
No, Carl. What?
Well, since you came, since we got married, that is, the whole world's changed. Pretty swell.
Thank you. Really?
I hope it's not too rough on you.
Carl. Carl, can I tell you something?
Thunder. It'll be the lightning. Like flash bombs that does cause attacks.
Maybe you could use it instead of a sawmill.
You do?
What?
At least it knocks down the trees for it. Then we make the rag. You know, you see.
And I was going to tell you, but I wouldn't mind even the cedars too much.
What? Scared of thunder?
And lightning. How long does the rainy season last?
About 3 months.
3 months? Yes. Okay. So when we're during the storm?
Can't. Got all the trees the lightning knocks down up to higher ground, away from the flood.
But,
honey, compared to the flood, the storms are nothing. The storms are... Oh, yes. That's quite a place, mid-planet. Quite a place. Of course, there's certain compensations, too. At least the girl wasn't alone anymore. And when, as Ruby said...
You can get used to a lot of things, you know, kid. Even Watchbird and leaky wings. That is, when your man is speaks to you.
And as Phyllis said...
That's the way Carl is just a big baby. Maybe it's ridiculous under these conditions, but maybe I'm in love with the big dope.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop the lightning! Stop the lightning! Nothing but water. Water! Stop it! Cut it out, will you? I'm ready for the booby hatch myself. Well, where's Carl? Where's Carl? Oh, I know. Drowned by now. Down inside the cabin, he said. Wait for me, he said. I need you when the flood comes down the river. What? What flood? After the rain. Joe never said a word of it. Say, Joe, I'm getting out of here. Back to landing city. At least that's a city. Maybe I can stay away on a shipwreck. Well, you're in jail instead of me. I'm going with you. You take the lump. No, the boys have much. I hate them anyway. I'll walk them for them. Anything's better than staying here. I don't care anymore. Anything's better than sitting here. Taking a waste that happened to Carl. Be down, Ruby. Be down. I've got an awful feeling I'm down in a cycle. Down, kid. You better keep going. Keep going. And now you're sitting there in the narrow mud. Breaking it all. Get up there. Get up. We gotta keep going. That's what I just said. You look so funny. You're so wet. You look like that. You may be fine, but you don't look so good yourself. Don't shout me that. Come on, Joe. Quick, hurry up. Quick. What's the matter? Sam. It's moving up. Hey, what do you know? Hey, wait a minute. What's that other noise? Huh? Blood. I know. George. We gotta get going. I'm going back. You're what? Hey, are you crazy? I don't know. Papa and Jim. Papa hurt the flight. I can't live call around with it. I can't. There's only one. It takes everything. Things, houses, even Watchbird. I'm going back. Come on. I don't know. Maybe we nailed our places. Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. After all, that's the use not among friends. We feel we're headed right to you feel? I'm hoping. I'm praying. We just gotta do the right thing back. But if we lose it, okay. If we remember the story. If we're lost. If we're lost. They got Indians on this planet? Cannibals, maybe. No Indians. Oh, okay. Ruby! I don't mean whoever you are, don't come closer. I've got a gun. I'll shoot. Hey, you're all right. It's Ruby. The Ruby now, that's yours. They got the noises to the emergency. You thought you were a cannibal. Ruby, wake up, honey. Ruby. You'll be all right. We had to yell like that, honey. Scared a wild run. What? Oh, Joey. It's okay now. We were coming back, Carl. Honest. We ran away. Storm scared us. But we came back. We were coming back. Honest.
I believe you.
Honest.
I believe you. Hey, we got a trouble, fellas. We're going to beat that trouble. We're ready. How about Ruby?
Me? There's nothing wrong with me. Let's go.
Oh, you know, Barry, you may not be so bright sometimes, but you sure got courage.
Like this?
I could eat you up.
Eat me? Joe Hiller, you stay away from me, you cannibal, you.
That's it. The Girls from Earth by Frank M. Robinson. Thanks to Galaxy, that wonderful magazine now on the stand. Next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow out of Galaxy magazine called The Old Die Rich by H.M. Gold. About an actor who played the part of his life, not on any stage.
Tales of tomorrow. Tales beyond human imagination. Until they happen. Tales of Tomorrow, story number 13. The Old Die Rich by H.L. Gold. This is your host, Omentor, saying hello. Like to take a little trip to another century? Just name your choice. You can go back through the years as far as you like, or forward into the future and visit civilizations as yet unknown. Fantastic? Not if you use the proper vehicle, which, in this case, is a time machine. What's that? How do you find a time machine? Well, I found one in a remarkable story from Galaxy magazine. A story called The Old Die Rich.
Hello?
Oh, Mark.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Lou. What's up?
I'm calling from Central Hospital. We got another of those cases here.
Old man dead of malnutrition with thousands of dollars in the bank?
No, this old guy had $17,000 in the lining of his coat, and he's still alive.
Alive? Lou, will he stay that way?
It's hard to say. He was 3/4 dead from hunger when the cops picked him up. The doctors are shooting him full of heart stimulants and feeding him intravenously. Now, how soon can you get here?
Right away. Wait for me. This was it, the break I'd been waiting for ever since I'd first become curious about all those old people who died of starvation with plenty of money in the bank. This was the first one who turned up alive. If I could talk to him, find out why he'd done it. But I couldn't. When I reached the hospital...
Too late, Mark.
Oh.
By 5 minutes.
No, that's luck for you. I wait months for a chance like this, and when it comes, I'm stuck in a taxi cab. I feel like giving up the whole thing.
Why don't you?
What?
Why make a big mystery about something that's perfectly natural?
There's nothing natural about people starving themselves to death when they have plenty of money.
I told you it happens every day. Now, here's the death certificate on this one. Malnutrition induced by senile psychosis.
Nah, that's too pat.
Pat or not pat, that's the explanation. This guy was like the rest of them in your file. He starved himself because he was crazy. Because he was less afraid of death than he was of digging into his savings.
I don't believe it. This one, did he have any means of identification on him?
No.
You see, he fits into the pattern. He was old, he had no means of identification. If he had had a bank book, I'd bet it would be just like the others.
You mean that business about the ink?
You've never been able to explain that.
Well, I can now.
How? The entries in those bank books date back as much as 50 years, but chemical analysis shows that the ink is only a few months old.
The ink only seems to be a few months old. Now, don't you see, those entries would look fresh if the bank books were kept in the right kind of container.
What sort of a container would that be?
Well, I guess it would have to be, practically airtight, so the ink wouldn't oxidize.
Oh, all right, now ask yourself this. Would every one of those starvation cases have kept his bank book in an airtight container? Does that sound logical?
I admit it's a pretty big coincidence. But how else can you explain it?
I don't have any answers. Yet. Lou, did this old guy say anything before he died?
Well, he started mumbling about Miss Roberts, like he was afraid of it.
Miss Roberts? Who is she?
Well, I tried to get him to tell me, but he was too far gone.
Anything else?
That's all. Why don't you give it up, Mark?
Give up now, when for the first time I've got something solid to go on?
What have you got?
The name Roberts. During the next week, I made a list of all the Robertses in the phone book. Every morning I checked the want ads. And finally I found what I was looking for. The ad read, wanted, man over 50 years of age. Good income, no experience necessary. Apply, May Roberts, 1205 Eldridge Avenue. The house was an old 5-story brownstone in the wealthier part of town. I showed up the next morning, made up as an old man, my face lined with collodion wrinkles, wearing an old suit and shabby shoes. May Roberts had red hair, pale skin, and blue eyes as cold as ice. 3 words describe her: beautiful but hard. Her voice, as she asked for my name, address, and social security number and references, was completely impersonal. After writing it all down...
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. We'll get in touch with you if we need you. Good day.
She practically pushed me out of the house. Whatever that job was, I didn't get it. But why? What had I done wrong? Then it came to me in a flash. Hadn't all the starvation cases been men without social security numbers or references? Yeah, I'd pulled a boner. That night, I waited until all the lights in the brownstone house went out. Then I climbed up the fire escape, trying the windows until I found one that was unlocked. I opened it, jumped inside, and came face to face with May Roberts. She had a gun in her hand.
Mr. Weldon, isn't it? I thought I told you to wait until we'd get in touch with you.
Please don't turn me over to the police, Miss Roberts. I never tried to rob a house before, but I'm kind
You
of
aren't
desperate.
an old man, and you didn't come here to rob me.
What else would I be doing here?
I know this much about you. You're 32 years old, and you've been trying to find out why senile psychotics starve themselves to death.
How did you know that?
You seemed a bit too curious this morning, so I conducted an investigation of my own. What have you found out about me?
Nothing.
Let me remind you, you're guilty of housebreaking. I could shoot you and claim I did it in self-defense, so please be completely frank with me.
All right. I know you're the daughter of the late Dr. Anthony Roberts, the physicist, and that you're a pretty good physicist in your own right. And that's all I know. You could let me go and I wouldn't have a thing on you.
No, I don't think you would. On the other hand, you might convince the police to get a search warrant. That would be inconvenient.
Not if you've nothing to hide.
You want to find out my connection with the senile psychotics. Very well, I'll show you. Go through that door and turn to the right.
Where now?
Through that open door to your left.
Ah, your laboratory, eh?
You might call it that.
What's that queer-looking wire mesh cage and those electric motors?
That's what I'm going to show you. But first I want you to undress.
You mean take my clothes off?
That's right.
Look, I'm not in the habit of undressing
Please,
in front of...
Mr. Weldon, I'm a scientist. Also, I have the gun.
She pulled a bundle of clothes from the shelves on the wall. They were cut in the style of 20 years ago. When I put them on, she took a bundle of envelopes from a work desk. Then she switched on the electric motors.
You've been an unexpected nuisance, Weldon. But now that you're here, we might as well both benefit by it. The money those old men had in the bank, you'd like to know where it came from, wouldn't you?
Sure.
And I suppose you'd like to be rich yourself.
Is that an offer?
It's a command. Take these envelopes and get into that cage.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this all about?
When the time comes, I want you to use the envelopes in the order they're arranged.
Are you going to do the same thing to me that you did to those old men?
I'm going to make you rich, Mr. Weldon.
Ha! Rich and dead. No, thanks.
You won't die unless you refuse to follow instructions.
It was either the gun or the cage, so I chose the cage. She went to a big electrical switch and pushed it as far as it would go. The cage began to vibrate like a tuning fork. I was being shaken like a tree in a storm. The next thing I remember is finding myself standing near a newsstand. Then several things hit me. It was day instead of night, spring instead of autumn. The cars on the street had square bodies. I turned to the newsstand, picked up a paper, and looked at the date on the front page. May 15th, 1931. It hit me like a punch in the solar plexus. I'd been taken for a ride in a time machine, carried back 22 years. The envelopes. I hauled them out of my pocket. The first one contained $150. Somehow, perhaps by hypnosis, I heard May Roberts' voice.
Deposit this money at the First National Bank under your name.
I had no account at the bank, but they welcomed me with open arms. The vice president of the bank made out my bank book personally. Outside on the street again, I opened the second envelope. It contained 10 crisp $100 bills.
Take this and buy as many shares of stock in General Motors as you can. Buy it in the name of Dr. Anthony Roberts.
My $1,000 bought a tremendous wad of stock certificates. Stock that's worth many times as much in today's market. Then the third envelope. $500 in small bills.
Bet this on the championship heavyweight fight between Max Schmeling and Jack Sharkey. Bet on Sharkey to win.
I put down every dollar of it and cleaned up. After that, the fever of what I was doing got into my blood. I made dozens of bets, opened dozens of accounts at banks, bought dozens of blue-chip stocks, and all of them sure things because May Roberts knew in advance which stocks would go up and which horse or fighter would win. I'd cleaned up $15,000 for myself and 100 times that much for May Roberts when I ran out of envelopes. Suddenly, I blacked out on the street. When I came to my senses again, I was in the room with the motors, inside the wire mesh cage.
You can come out now.
Thanks.
Well, how'd you like your trip into the past?
Very interesting and profitable. But one thing puzzled me. I am kind of hungry, but a long way from being starved.
What made you think you'd be starved?
The others always were.
Mark, you don't mind my using first names now that we know each other, do you?
Go right ahead.
Good. Look, I'm not infallible, Mark. Sometimes I make mistakes. Occasionally, I hire men too old to stand the strains of time travel. I try not to let that happen, but they need money so badly that they lie about their age and health. Can you blame me for that?
Not if it's the truth.
Don't you believe me, Mark?
I think you're a killer. A very brilliant one. To invent a time machine, you'd have to be a genius.
You think I invented the time machine to win a few $100,000 at gambling? You underestimate me, Mark. The purpose of the time machine is to help all mankind.
And just how do you help mankind with it?
Well, you've already seen how simple it is to make money by sending men back into the past. That's the smallest part of my work. There were great upheavals in the past, Mark. Wars and revolutions, vandalism and great fires. I sent men back to save things that would have been destroyed. Beautiful things. Things that would have been lost to the world forever if I hadn't interfered. Oh, there's no point in talking about the treasures of the past when the treasures of the future are so much more important.
You mean to say you're familiar with the future?
I know something about it. Enough to solve most of the problems of the world, if I could find the right man to help me.
What do you mean?
Well, up until now, I've concentrated the time machine on the past. Only once I sent a man into the future.
What happened to him?
He was too old to survive the strain of the transitions.
But you said you'd found out something that could benefit all mankind.
I did. That man lived long enough to describe a small metal box, small enough for one man to carry, but producing enough power to run this city's industries and light its homes and streets.
Atomic energy?
I don't know. But, Mark, can you imagine what the world would be like today if those boxes were in every city?
Cheap power. It would revolutionize the world, all right. But where do you find those boxes?
In the civilization of the year 2023.
What's your idea, May? Do you want me to go into the future and get that box so it can be copied and distributed?
You can't do that.
Why not?
It's physically impossible to bring anything from the future that doesn't exist right now. So you can't bring back the box, only the technical information to build one.
Technical information? But I'm not a scientist.
You don't have to be a scientist to find the data and copy it down in notebooks.
Maybe so. But isn't the future uncharted territory? I'm no hero. I want to come back alive.
Don't you think I want you to come back?
This could be a sweet way to get rid of me.
I'm rather fond of you, Mark. I've waited a long time for a man like you to come along. I'd hate to lose you now.
May, does that mean what it sounds like?
Listen to me. We'll have money, power, love. All the things two people could ever wish for.
If I come back.
Mark, are you afraid of me?
Yeah, a little.
Don't be silly. Come here, Mark.
She was fire and ice. She was all the things I wanted in a woman, and a few that I didn't want. Part of me was repelled, the other part was fascinated. A couple of hours later, we went back to the laboratory, and I entered the wire mesh cage.
Don't be afraid, darling. I'll be here waiting for you.
May, how long are you going to keep me in the year 2023?
1 month. Goodbye, darling.
Once again, the motors were screaming, the cage vibrating faster and faster until the mesh blurred, the earth spun, and then suddenly I was catapulted into a world I never knew. The world of 2023. A minute later, I was back on the street. There was a sign at the intersection. It read, "To the shopping center." I followed the arrow to the center of the city, a large square with a park in the middle and shops on all four sides. I walked along it until I found an electrical appliance store. What could I say? I didn't even know the name of the box I was looking for. And even if I had known it, I had no money to buy it with, assuming it was for sale. I found the box purely by accident. It was sitting on a counter made of a tinted metal, no bigger than a suitcase with a lit vent on top and a dial alongside. I didn't know I had found it, actually, until I twisted the dial. Suddenly, every light in the store glared, and the salesman came rushing over.
Please be careful, sir. We don't want to burn out every light and motor in the place, do we?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if it worked okay.
Oh, but there's never any question about that. Dynapacks always work. The principle is simple. There are no moving parts to wear out, so they last indefinitely. But you must know that. Everyone learns about the Dynapack in primary education.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you thinking of getting one, sir?
Me? No. The old one is good enough. Well, I'm curious to see if the new models are much different from the old ones.
New models? There hasn't been a new model since the year 2008. Can you think of any reason why they should be?
Why, no. Guess not, but... Well, you never can tell.
You can with Dynapacks. Now, if you'd like to make application for one, I'd be glad to take your name and address.
No, thanks.
I'll only need a moment, sir. Now, if you'll step
I don't have the time. I've got an appointment. Sorry to trouble you.
It's no trouble at all, sir. Now, if you just come over here.
I got out of there fast. Ducking around several corners, I went into the park and sat down on a bench. I was like an ancient Egyptian set down in the middle of Central Park with instructions to steal a mummy out of the Metropolitan Museum. Hours passed as I tried to figure it out. There was only one thing to do. I had to take a chance and ask someone for help. Just then a man sat down on the bench beside me. He was middle-aged and looked friendly.
Mind if I sit down here?
Not at all. Look, mister, I'm a stranger in town, and I haven't eaten all day. Could you help me get a meal somewhere?
Certainly, I'll be glad to help you, Mr. Weldon.
Oh, it's real nice of you to... What did you call me?
You are Mark Weldon, aren't you? Mark Weldon from the 20th century.
You know who I am?
Of course. All the city officials know about you, Mr. Weldon. We've been expecting you.
Expecting me? But how? How did you know?
We read all about you in the private papers of May Roberts.
So you know about her, too?
Oh, yes. You see, Miss Roberts' private papers were discovered in her vault several weeks ago. That's how we knew exactly when you would come and where to find you.
And you know why I'm here?
Well, certainly. To obtain information that would enable Miss Roberts to build a Dynapack. By the way, my name is Archibald Carr. I'm mayor of the city.
All right, you've caught me, Mr. Carr. You can do whatever you want with me. But first, get me something to eat. I'm starving. Mayor Carr took me to his home, a magnificent apartment in one of those tall glass buildings. We had dinner together, served by a pretty maid who kept staring at me as though I were a freak. Mayor Carr ate roast beef and green vegetables, topped off with savory coffee and a rich dessert. I ate canned meat, canned vegetables, and dehydrated potatoes. For dessert, I had dried fruits and powdered milk.
I hope that food doesn't taste too unpleasant, Mr. Weldon. Unfortunately, we can't give you any of the foods we eat ourselves.
Why not? Seems to be more than enough to go around.
If you ate our food, you would die when you return to the 20th century, like those pathetic old men you've been investigating.
What?
That canned meat, powdered milk, and the rest of it may not taste very appetizing, but at least it won't do any harm. You see, all of it was prepared in your time.
I don't get it.
Mr. Weldon, didn't May Roberts explain that nothing can exist before it exists? Isn't that why you were able to obtain the technical data on the Dynapack instead of the Dynapack itself?
That's right.
If you returned to the 20th century with a Dynapack, it would revert to a lump of metals because that's all it was in your time. In the same way, you couldn't take our foods back because our foods were non-existent in the 20th century.
And if I tried to, I'd die of malnutrition like the others?
Exactly.
Did May Roberts know that?
Of course.
I don't believe it. She said she would...
W, to borrow a 20th century expression, she was playing you for a sucker. She expected you to bring back the technical information and then die like the others. Fortunately for you, we were able to read her papers in advance.
But why should she do that? She doesn't want the Dynapack for herself. Isn't she after it because it will bring cheap power to the 20th century?
No, Mr. Weldon, she intends to use the Dynapack to enslave your century, to revenge herself on a society that rejected and humiliated her father, the scientist, Dr. Roberts. She wants the Dynapack to create technological unemployment and wars and revolutions without end.
That's not true. It can't be. It just can't be.
You don't have to take my word, Mr. Weldon. I can prove everything I said.
How can you prove it?
By letting you read the private papers of May Roberts for yourself. They are stored in the city archives a short distance from here. I'll take you there as soon as you're ready. Well, Mr. Weldon, do you believe me now?
It's fantastic. Gruesome. She's a cold-blooded murderer. According to these papers, she sent those old men into the future knowing they'd die when they returned. And she's planned the same thing for me.
Yes, and she'll succeed unless you cooperate with us.
What do you want me to do?
Then you will trust us and work with us.
After reading this, to the limit. How can I describe the next month? I was the guest of Mayor Carr with the freedom to travel the entire country. Those people of the future had learned all the secrets of the physical universe. But more important, they'd learned how to live with each other and each with himself. I'd have given anything to spend the rest of my life with them, but it couldn't be. May Roberts controlled me through the time machine. Every day, every passing hour brought me closer to the time of departure. I was in my room asleep when the last moment came.
Mark, you've come back.
Yes, I'm back, May. What's the matter? Why are you staring at me?
I thought you'd be...
You thought I'd be thin as a ghost, a walking cadaver, just strong enough to tumble out of here and collapse on the street.
What an idea. Darling, please don't start distrusting me again. Did you bring back the information on the power box?
No. The Dynapack is better off where it is. Those people showed me that inventions that appear before the world is ready for them can cause more harm than good.
You fool. So you double-crossed me. I don't know how you escaped starvation, but you won't escape this time.
Hold it. Keep your hand away from your pocket.
Let go of me, Mark. Let go.
Yeah, as soon as I see what's in that pocket. Yeah, I thought so. A gun.
Give that to me.
To kill me with? Or maybe your plan was to force me back into the cage and send me to a century I could never come back from. Well, it's your turn this time.
What are you talking about?
Get into that cage. My friends in the next century have plans for you.
But it's murder.
As Lou Pape would say, there's no murder without a corpse. How many deaths were you responsible for? The law couldn't convict you, but I can. Get inside.
Mark, you're making a mistake. You could have so much money, power, me.
I'd have you all right, long enough to get my throat slit.
Mark, please, don't do this.
Give my regards to my friends in the next century. I waited until she was gone. Then I phoned Lou Pape. And when he got to the house, I told him the entire story. He listened with an expression of disbelief until I was finished.
So you sent the dame into the year 2023, huh?
That's right, Lou.
I've heard some crazy yarns in the years I've been on the force, but never one to beat this.
Have you been hitting the bottle?
It's true, every word of it. Look, see for yourself. There's the time machine.
The time machine, huh? All right, let's have a peek under that tin hood.
Wait, things exploding. I'll switch off the current. Are you all right, Lou? Did you get hurt?
I'm okay. I jumped away in time. The machine is ruined, though.
I might have known. She had it rigged to short and explode if it was tampered with. No one will ever be able to figure out how it worked from that mess.
If it ever did work. Where's Miss Roberts, Mark?
In the next century.
Don't give me that. Could you kill her?
No, Lou, I just told you.
I heard that before. I'm sorry, Mark, but I have to take you down to headquarters. You better have a good story when you meet the boys from Homicide.
I told the detectives the same as I told Lou Pape. I was grilled for days. They dug up the cellar of the house on Eldridge Avenue, searching for May Roberts' body. Naturally, they didn't find it. Eventually, they released me and listed May Roberts with the Missing Persons Bureau. I often think of May Roberts, of Mayor Carr, and all those other people in the future. And sometimes it all seems like a dream. When that happens, I take out my bank book and look at the $15,000 I have on deposit. A gift from May Roberts. Or should I say, a gift from the past.
It. The Old Die Rich by H.L. Gold. Thanks to wonderful Galaxy magazine now on the stand. This is your host, O Mentor. And until next week, I leave you with this thought. Look out for beautiful redheads. One of them might just possibly own a little time machine.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were John Raby, Raleigh Bester, Maurice Tarplin, and your host, O Mentor, Raymond Edward Johnson. Special effects, Ed Blaney and Bob Prescott. Engineer, Joe Durante. Music was composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Script adaptation by Michael Sklar.
This has been Tales of Tomorrow, exciting science fiction stories of the future, thrilling tension tales of the days to come. Tune in again next week at this same time and over these same stations for another thrilling story. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
tales beyond human imagination. Until they happen. Tales of Tomorrow, story number 14. Morrow on Mars. This is your host, Omentor, saying hello for ABC. I suppose it's sensible to think that by the year 4000, when the colonization of the planet Mars is a fact, the folks up there won't be too much different than we are today, only perhaps wiser. And so our tale is the story of Matt Morrow, editor of the successful telepaper, the Mar News, and of what happened after the strange little man walked into his office. I don't know how the little man got into my office in the first. 1 minute I was alone at my desk in Mar News, just finishing up a conversation with the Earth at 50 million miles of space, and the next minute, there he was. He was not only little, he was incongruous. Now, in the year 4000, everyone on Mars wore streamlined clothes spun out of silicon and fabricoid aluminum, but not him. He wore a shiny blue serge suit, and on his head was a straw hat, the kind that went out of style back on Earth hundreds of years ago. He was little, he was incongruous, and he was frightened.
Mr. Morrow, my name is Winter, Professor Abelman. I must speak to you before...
How'd you get in here?
Oh, on my feet. Pedal pushers. I'm being chased.
Where did you get that hat?
From my grandfather. This hat carries my hearing aid.
The what?
My hearing aid. Inside the hat. But please, tomorrow. I arrived on yesterday's rocket from Earth. Special 10-day tour and all that. I'm extremely agitated, Mr. Morrow. Do you realize what's going on across Mars? At the Trinucleum minefield near the cliffs of Carnet?
Oh, mister, not you, too.
Eh?
I've just finished talking to Earth. You people down there are full of unfounded rumors about Mars wobbling in its orbit.
Sir, they're not rumors, I assure you.
Now, look,
Rinker, Professor Abel Rinker, formerly Professor of Metallurgy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Now, Mr. Morrow, you really must listen to me. Don't have much time.
There's nothing to be frightened about.
Oh, there is. There is indeed. This planet Mars, it's very strange to begin with. Purple eyes, yellow plants with green... Well, as I was saying, Mr. Morrow, I want you to examine my wristwatch.
What?
My wristwatch, Mr. Morrow. Really, it's of vital importance. Now, let me get it off my wrist. The clasp is hard to manage.
Oh, excuse me, someone's viewing me. Mar News, Morrow here. Oh, Gwen, hello.
Matt, I hate to call at your office.
Forget it, honey. What's the wife for if you can't annoy her husband? Anytime at all. Hey, that's quite an outfit you're wearing.
You mean this?
Yeah. I like the way it brings out, turn around, Gwen. Let's have a good look.
Like this?
You weren't wearing that when I left the house this morning. Otherwise, I'd have stayed.
Flattered. But I'm so glad you like it. I know it isn't quite what they'd approve of on Earth.
On Earth, they're behind the times. This is Mars. Look, honey, I'm busy. What's on your mind?
Matt, have you seen my wedding ring?
The wedding ring?
I've looked everywhere. And you know how expensive a trinucleum ring is. Much more expensive than gold. There's nothing of a sentimental value.
Oh, it'll turn up, honey. Don't look so worried.
But I can't help it. I could cry.
Well, I'll be home in half an hour. It must be around someplace.
But Matt, I'm seriously... Oh.
What's the matter? What are you staring at me for?
I'm not at you, Matt. Behind you.
I turned around. Little man with the straw hat was gone. Slipped away while I talked to Gwen. But he'd left his wristwatch. Not on top of my desk. Not on top of anything. The watch was suspended, floating in midair.
Tired now?
I'm glad I'm home.
You didn't find him?
Professor Rinker? No. And I searched for 3 hours, hand running. I even checked with Planet Security Police.
Was he really a professor, darling?
He said so. Why?
He reminded me of that character in Love and Live.
Still listening to those Earth soap operas?
I really enjoy them. But, Matt, I caught a glimpse of him in the viewscope as we started talking. Such a queer little man.
A frightened little man.
Well, I couldn't help thinking it might be some kind of hoax.
Honey, I've still got his watch. And look, it still floats in the air.
That's what I mean. These days, magicians know all sorts of wonderful tricks. They use atomic energy and physics. Well, I remember 15 years ago back on Earth, even before I married you, even then we used to... Matt, my wedding ring.
What, you found it?
Oh, no, it's still missing. But I mean, your friend's wristwatch, it's made of the same metal.
Trinutrium?
It is, Matt. Now look at the color. Bright green.
Oh, it's probably imitation.
Oh, you men. Does it only take a woman to recognize precious metal? Darling, it's trinutrium.
Let me see that. Yeah? Yeah, I guess it is. You know, he was frightened, Gwen. He wanted to talk before it was too late.
Too late for what?
The trinutrium mines, he said. The cliffs of Karnak. A little man with a hearing aid and a straw hat. Oh, no, it's nonsense. Nothing wrong out there. Like those rumors coming from Earth that Mars is wobbling on its axis. This planet is as stable as the law of gravity and science can make it. We've even stabilized the atmosphere. Must be the Planet Police calling me back. Hello, Giovanni.
Hello, Matt. Hello, Mrs. Morrow.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Haven't run across you since the Interplanetary Fashion Show.
Oh, yes, that's right.
All right, Giovanni. Get to it.
Well, now, that's no way to talk to the men who keep the peace on the planet.
Who pays the taxes that pay your salary? No. What about Professor Rinker?
Okay. Well, we checked all over, Matt. Last seen about an hour ago.
Where?
City Spaceport.
He took a rocket?
I don't know. According to reports, he was talking with Dave Sedgwick.
Sedgwick, superintendent of the Trinutrium minefield.
At the Karnak Cliffs, the same, yeah. What's up, Morrow? We're the police, you know.
Nothing, Giovanni. Not a thing. Thanks. Thanks very much.
A pleasure. See you again, Mrs. Morrow.
Matt, you shouldn't have.
Shouldn't have what, honey?
Told Giovanni it wasn't important. How did you know anything?
Well, I don't want to make a fool of myself if it turns out to be a false alarm. And on the other hand, if it is a story, a real story.
Oh, Scoop Morrow, the demon reporter. And you don't have to tell me. I can read your mind. You're going out to Karnak.
You bet I am. Is the jet boat energized?
I had a buzz this morning. I'm going with you, Matt.
Now, Gwen.
Or shall I call Giovanni back?
Okay. You win. 2,000 miles. We ought to make that in a couple of hours. Gwen handled the controls and I watched. We left Lincoln City behind. We crossed the Mare Deserta with the pre-Martian moon putting twin shadows on the sand below us. We crossed the polar ice cap. We came to the cliffs of Karnak, 15,000 feet high and black as interstellar space.
Anything, Matt?
No, not a sign.
Where's the Trinutrium digging?
Off to the left. You see the buildings up against the base of the cliff?
Well, I can land right beside them, Matt.
Not too close.
Why not?
I want you to stay with the jet, Gwen. You'll be safer. Land on the far side of that lava bed.
Why can't I go along with you?
If Sedgwick's around, I want to talk to him alone.
Here in Newtown, in the middle of the night, and you come halfway around Mars, just ask me that. You could have spoken to me on the view scope, Morrow.
I didn't think of that, Sedgwick.
Here, have a cigar. Imported all the way from Earth.
No, thanks. Just
tell me about this,
Yeah, this Professor Rinker.
You did see him at Lincoln Spaceport, Cedric?
Yeah, Mo, I did. The security police were absolutely correct. I never met the man before in my life. Come up to me, grabbed my arm, and started to babble some sort of nonsense.
Mind telling me what?
Oh, he said space seas are trying to steal trinutrium and take it back to Earth to sell in the black market.
And they'd make plenty. Trinutrium is 50 times as valuable as gold.
Oh, Matt, the man's a crackpot.
There's been no sign of anything going wrong here.
Well, I'm the superintendent. I'd know if there was.
And you've no idea where Rinker is now?
Not the slightest. Last I saw him, he was still at the spaceport holding on to that straw hat.
It looks like I came out on a wild goose chase.
It's too late to go to sleep. I got some terrific 1950 brandy.
No, thanks.
Suit yourself. Where'd you leave your jet boat?
Out across the lava bed. No, don't bother coming with me, Sedgwick.
Okay.
Go back to sleep. Sorry I disturbed you. I left the building and started back. I went past the mine entrance and the dormitories where the miners were sleeping. I passed the converter building with the atomic fire buzzing away inside like a sleeping giant. I started out across the lava field, and I found our little man, Professor Rinker.
Mr. Morrow. Oh, thank heaven.
Rinker!
Now get down, Mr. Morrow, please.
Your clothes are all torn.
Now, please get down. Yes, that's better. They may be searching by now. Mr. Morrow, I was tied up in one of those buildings. I tore my clothes getting away.
You're going to tell me about space thieves, Professor?
It's true. Every word of it.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Well, I meant to. I was being followed. The next best place was your office.
You left my office.
Well, they picked up my trail again. I was too frightened to stay, but I left my wristwatch.
Yeah, what about that wristwatch?
Well, that's the proof. The fact that the wristwatch is lighter than the Martian atmosphere. You see, I was here yesterday. I came up from Earth on a sightseeing trip, and the first thing I wanted to see was the trinutrium mines. And that's how I stumbled on it.
On what?
The thieves, Mr. Morrow. Yes? Yes. They're using a special process to lighten the trinutrium so they can rocket it to Earth in tremendous quantities. Oh, Mr. Morrow, I beg of you. The security police must be notified. They must be told that...
Oh, what's that? Oh, look! Yeah. Standing in front of that building.
They discovered my absence, Mr. Morrow. At any moment, they may come...
I guess you're right, Rinker. Here they come. The jet boat's up ahead, on the far side of that big boulder. Now run! We ran. Rinker wasn't used to our thin atmosphere. He was gasping for breath. Keep going, Professor. We'll make it. We'll make it. Now, give me your arm. Come on.
No, they're taking
Keep going. Now, here's the boulder. We'll jump in the jet. Leave those wolves so far behind they'll never... The jet was gone. There was no sign of it anywhere. It was just gone. Before either one of us could move, the chase was over. A mob came down on us like a whirlwind. The Professor was struck down. Two men grabbed me. I saw the butt of the revolver gleam over my head in the moonlight. Then it swung in a vicious arc. A star shell of pain burst inside my head. It went out. And so did I. I've no idea how long Rinker and I were unconscious. The first thing I became aware of was a sort of throbbing hum. For a moment, I thought it was Gwen with the jet, until I opened my eyes. I felt pressure on my wrist and looked at him. I sat strapped to a metal chair, and so did the little professor. We weren't seated in anything quite as old-fashioned as the electric chairs on Earth, but our situation was hardly less dangerous than if we had been. The room had one curved wall. The throb of the condensers told me the rest. We were prisoners in a space rocket about to become airborne. In the dim green light of our rocket cell, I saw the professor slump down, out. Then, the alert.
Attention. All hatches secure. Check safety belts. 8 seconds.
recognized Sedgwick's voice.
6.
He was a space thief.
4. 2. 0.
Takeoff, all right.
Where are we, Sedgwick? First flight?
5,000 miles up in space. We reached maximum acceleration 10 minutes ago. All rockets are zeroed off, and we'll hit the Earth's atmosphere in approximately 2 days.
Oh, this is outrageous. Mr. Sedgwick, you can't steal fine nutrients. It's against the law.
Professor, you're being old-fashioned. Perhaps we ought to put you back to sleep.
Well, you're a criminal.
As a man of science, Professor, you should know the power that comes before law, and I've got the power.
Sedgwick, you're changing the density of Mars. Every time you decrease the weight of trinitrium, you decrease the weight of Mars.
Yes, you're right. Precisely. It may move out of its orbit entirely.
Oh, I won't take that much. Maybe $500 million worth.
You may not be able to control the process. Mr. Sedgwick, when we reach the Earth, I shall report this. I most certainly shall.
Cut it out, Professor. Earth is a long way off. Exactly, Morrow. A long, long way off.
Well, I don't understand.
Don't you? You are a busybody, Professor Lincoln. A scientific busybody. You had to come sniffing around the trinutrient diggings, didn't you? And then off you go to the security police.
Well, I tried, but I singularly...
Some of my men were after you. But you got to his news office, didn't you? I don't know how much you told Morrow before you got scared off again.
You didn't tell me much, Sedgwick.
Just enough to make you another busybody. Yeah. Now you're here, out in space. Why do you think I brought you two along? I'll tell you. Just for the atmosphere.
Don't be funny, Sedgwick.
Murchison? Yes? Bring in the spacesuits.
Spacesuits from Murchison? Why, Sedgwick, I don't comprehend. Now, Mr. Morrow, what in space
Sedgwick is planning to get rid of us, Professor.
But that's ridiculous. Out here in space.
Why not? Big enough to hide you two forever.
What? Why, that would be murder.
The bodies were to be found. But who would think of looking for you in interplanetary space? Well, you'll live for a while. There's enough oxygen in those outfits for 24 hours. If you don't get excited and breathe too fast.
Sedgwick, what did you do with the jet? And where's my wife?
Why worry about her? You won't be seeing her anymore. Let's then untie him and get him into these floating suits. We'll eject him out of the forward escape hatch and then look out, terror firmer. Here we come.
There was nothing we could do. They were armed, and we had our choice of being tossed out dead or living a while longer. The helmets were snapped on our heads.
We were sealed off in the escape hatch. The outer shell opened and the air from inside the spaceship pushed us out into the empty vacuum of interplanetary space. It's kind of ridiculous. In one of his asbestos gloves, the little professor was still holding on to his precious straw hat. Professor, can you hear me? Is your intercom turned on? Professor!
I can't hear you very well, Mr. Morrow. Now just shout as loud as you can.
They're looking at us from inside the rocket. Can you see them?
Yes. Sedgwick is left. Now why don't they pull away from us?
Easy, Professor.
Oh, I'm sorry. But they could easily. Burst on one rocket jet, and that would leave us behind. But we'd be out of their gravitational pull entirely.
Yeah.
And I wish they would. Because then we'd be all alone.
Yeah, completely alone. You and me and your straw hat. Professor.
Yes, Mr. Morrow.
Tell me one thing. Why are you holding on to that hat?
I have to. It won't fit inside the space helmet.
After that, I ran out of words. We drifted, saying nothing. It was a strange feeling. All around us, complete blackness except for the distant stars. I revolved slowly, without weight, without substance. Sedgwick decided to leave us. I saw him wave. I saw a blinding flash from the exhaust. After a while, the awful cold began to creep in. The professor's fingers got numb, and he let go of his hat. It floated beside him. I thought of Gwen and the missing jet boat. I thought of Giovanni. And what a fool I'd been not to call him in on it. I listened to the silence of empty space. Only it wasn't silent. I heard a sound in my earphones. I heard it again. The radar signal. But it was hopeless. I paid no attention. The cold was numbing my fingers and my toes. I could feel it creeping up inside my spacesuit. Creeping like an invisible giant hand that would squeeze out life. I tried to move my fingers, but they were stiff and clumsy. I tried to... Professor! Professor, it's getting louder. And look! Look off there, Professor. It's a rocket ship.
Is it Sedgwick?
No, it's coming from Mars. The planet security rocket. It's the police, Professor. They did find us. Let it off. Get this helmet off my head.
There. Is that better, darling?
Gwen, for Pete's sake, Gwen.
You didn't think I deserted you, did you?
The jet boat was gone. You got a smart wife, Morrow. She had a multi-wave radio turned on while she was waiting for you.
The soap operas from Earth, Matt.
Uh-huh. Only instead she picks up Sedgwick talking on the same waveband.
Sedgwick?
Yeah, it's a minefield. Right after you left his office, Sedgwick picks up his short-range two-way talker, and then you're
I heard him, Matt. I heard Sedgwick telling his men to go after you. You knew too much. And I heard them tell him that Professor Winkler had escaped.
So she takes off from Karnak and radios to us. And when we get there, it's just in time to see that rocket disappear into space. So we fuel up and tag along front of her. Where is the professor?
Well, he was almost unconscious. We put him to bed, Matt. He kept mumbling about losing a straw hat.
Giovanni, what about Sedgwick? He's loaded down with $500 million worth of trinucleum. He's heading for the Earth.
I think we'll get there first and wait for him. How about it? You want to be part of the reception committee?
2 days later, dawn was breaking over the Nevada high country. The air was thin and sharp, and the mountains threw long blue shadows over the stunted sagebrush and juniper. I lay hidden behind a patch of scrub with Gwen beside me. This was part of the United States. It was the first time Gwen had been back on Earth since we were married. She was quite excited. So was I, but for a different reason. Just as the sun touched the high mountains and the frost that lay over the valley began to sparkle, just then, Sedgwick's rocket drifted in like a pale moon. He was using his remaining rocket fuel to break his speed. And he made a perfect landing on his tail fins. We watched as the hatch opened, the ladder dropped down, and the crew stepped out.
Well, boys, we mean it. As soon as the truck gets here, we'll peddle this stuff and we'll be rich. Lovely idea.
Gwen, you wait here.
Oh, Matt, smell the sagebrush. Doesn't it smell
Never mind the sagebrush. Just keep out of sight.
I will. Be careful, Matt.
Don't worry. Keep that light shining in those big brown eyes. I'll be back. I circled, hoping to get almost upon them without being noticed. Murchison had gone into the rocket. Sedgwick lay stretched out on the ground. And I had a bit of fast action in mind, if I could get near enough to him. On my belly, a foot at a time, I made that last 50 yards, until I was within 3 yards of him.
And then that sagebrush Gwen loved the smell of. A good whiff of it came my way, and... What a time to pick up an allergy. Sedgwick, turn.
Morrow.
Yeah, it's me. Surprise.
Morrow, you're supposed to be...
Don't even mention it, Sedgwick. I've been brooding about that nasty trick of yours. Now, let's see you straighten up. That's it. Now, down again.
I've my heart, Connor.
Oh, the gun, eh?
Drop it. Now, drop it, Sedgwick. You heard what he said. Reach. Up. Police. There's a calling the police. Well, that's right. Way up. I'll keep them up. All right. We're done. Well, it's too bad you didn't have some viewers around. Then everybody on Mars could have seen the capture.
They have, Sedgwick. They're seeing it right now. Well, a few minutes from now, as soon as light travels from here to there. Gwen! Gwen, where are you?
Right here, darling.
Oh, come on, Gwen. The Earth is a nice planet to visit, but I wouldn't live here if you gave me the place. Let's go home. To Mars.
More coffee, Matt?
Oh, yes. Thanks, honey. You glad you got your ring back?
Mm-hmm. It had just gotten so light it floated up to the ceiling. As soon as they reversed Sedgwick's process, it got heavy again like the rest of the trinitrium on Mars and clinked down again.
Ah, Sedgwick. Quite a party. You know, the professor and I were lucky to get out of that one alive. Oh, say, one thing puzzles me.
Mm-hmm.
Stop admiring that ring, honey, and pay attention. I mean, how Giovanni managed to locate us out in space. Those radar sweeps should never have picked us up.
The professor's straw hat, darling.
What?
His straw hat. His hearing aid was in it, and it was turned on. Somehow it increased the strength of the return signal so we could track it down clearly.
You mean that battered old straw hat, the one that's still out there?
Huh? Well, what's so funny?
An old straw hat, and it saved our lives. You know, maybe I should put an ad in the next issue of Mar News. Lost in interstellar space, one straw hat. If found, please return to Professor Abel Rinker or to Matt Morrow, editor, Mar News.
That's it. Morrow on Mars. Next week, another extraordinary tale of tomorrow by John Christopher called The Drop. About a fellow who wanted to change. He didn't like the world he lived in and he tried to get himself deported to Earth. So, this is your host, Omentor. Till next week, then. Don't go looking for old straw hats.
Tales of Tomorrow. Heard in tonight's play were George Petrie, Fran Carlin, Leon Janney, George Frabjoy, and your host, Omentor, Raymond Edward Johnson. Special effects, Ed Blaney and Bob Prescott. Engineer, Joe Durante. The music was composed and conducted by Bobby Christian. Tales of Tomorrow is produced by ABC in association with George Foley and directed by Warren Somerville. Now, a listening reminder.
You'll hear the latest news on KECA at 7
Stay tuned.
o'clock.